This meeting of the City Council come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Delasola. Counsel DeFlorio. Counsel Hanlon.
Here.
Counsel Mangan.
Here.
Counsel Marchese.
Here.
Counsel McKinnon.
Here.
Counsel Napolitano.
Here.
Counsel Sachetta.
Here.
Counsel Sani. Counsel Simonelli.
Still here.
Counsel Capone.
Here.
11 members present, Mr. President.
11 members present. As we have already shown respect to the flag, unless there's any opposition, the chair would entertain a motion to open public participation. Moved and second to open public participation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have opened public participation. Is there anybody from the public who would like to speak on anything this evening? Do we have a sign-in list? How many folks do we have on there, Counselor? Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak? Is he here? Public participation. If there's anybody who wants to speak for public participation, please. Thank you. Okay, if there's no one there, the chair will entertain a motion to close public participation. It's been moved and second to close public participation. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? You've closed public participation. Clerk will read the first item of business.
I'd like to make a motion to
Counsel Hanlon?
suspend rules and take items number 16 and 17 before anything else.
Is there a second? Okay. Okay, well, we
Withdraw
can-
my motion, Mr. Chairman. Withdraw my motion.
Whatever the
I'll
pleasure
make a
of the...
motion to suspend the rule, take item number 12.
It's been moved and second to suspend the rules and take item number 12. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You suspend the rules. Clerk will read item number 12.
Item number 12 is a petition for a second-class motor dealer license, a new one from Salamar S. Jr., property owner, DBA Inman Motor Sales of Somerville, under the applicant's legal name of Top Cars of Boston LLC. It's 7060 Revere Beach Parkway. This is a new license.
It's a new license.
So new license, that automatically goes to
first.
the
That's up to the
license
board.
committee, please?
That's up to you.
It's up to the body. So we have a
Well,
motion.
where it's a new license, we don't know, is everything in order?
Yes, everything's in
everything is
order,
in
but that's
order.
up to the...
It's up to the body whether you want to put it in committee or not. It's a new license. I would
It's a
recommend it.
new
but-
license, we'd like to hear from the person, so my recommendation says send it to committee.
Second.
It's moved and second to send this to Business Community Development. Is that,
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have sent item number 12.
Now, Mr. Chairman, suspend our rules and take,
Counsel Hanlon.
suspend our rules and take,
We'll let you know.
It's
suspend
on.
our rules and take items number 16 and 17, please.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and second to suspend the rules and take items 16 and 17 collectively. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You suspend the rules. Clerk will read items number 16.
Item number 16 is public hearing report in order on May of submittal of FY 2016 water sewer budget totaling $16,516,607. Public hearing was held, nobody spoke in favor, nobody opposed. Item number 17, committee on the whole, council report with no recommendation, a public hearing report on order to accept in accordance with section 6-5 of the Everett City Charter, Mayor Carlo Di Maria's fiscal year 2016 capital improvement program. Public hearing held. One person, Mayor Carlo Di Maria, spoke in favor.
Counsel DeFleur.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if we may.
What's the pleasure of the council?
Because of the fact that the school department has a meeting that they're all waiting to go to, I wonder if we can sort of pull that section out of the capital improvement plan and have them come up first, if that's no problem, then
If that's,
everything else
if
will be
that's the
okay.
will of council.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Counsel
sorry,
DeFlorio.
I had my hand up.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Because what I was gonna recommend is, when this capital improvement is only a wish list, okay, that's all it is. We're not approving anything tonight. So to me, why don't we just send it out, and when the administration has to come in front of us for the money, that's when we approve it. That's when we say yes or no. To sit here for 3 or 4 hours to stop making cuts on something that, it's only a wish list. We're not approving anything. We are not approving money tonight. Regardless of whether we take it or we don't take it, there's nothing being approved. So to me, why don't we send it out as favorable recommendation, and then when the administration wants something, the administration comes to us and says, we want a bond, whatever, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, and at that point, we send it to the committee as a whole, and then we tell them what we want and what we don't want. So tonight, we can sit here tonight for 3 or 4 hours, we can sit here next week as a committee as a whole, but we're still not accomplishing anything. So that's my recommendation, it's up to the body to do whatever they
Chairman.
feel.
Council Napolitano.
Could we ask the city auditor to come up? I have a few questions for him regarding this. I mean, I understand this is a wish list, but my understanding was that once we approve this, that's authorization to go out to bond for these, and then the transfer of those funds gets allocated. I just want to clear that question up.
And who is it that you wanted,
The
Counsel?
question, if I could have Mr. Viscay, from the city auditor, come up.
It's been moved and second to have Rich Escape before us. Thank you, Rich. Council Napolitano, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Richard City Auditor.
All right, so give us and the public an overview of how this capital improvement plan works. We approve this or we change it. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that once we approve this, that gives you the authorization to go out to bond on this.
Well, I'll explain how I like it to work administratively, which I think is the process that we're trying to accomplish here, and how you address it is up to this body. But the idea behind the capital plan is to submit a comprehensive capital improvement plan. And my hope was that you would take that plan and vet through it and ask the questions about it, and either accept it as submitted or as amended. Once that happens, that would give the administration the green light to bring forward bond orders, and my hope is that at that point, those would be perfunctory votes because you would vet it through the capital plan. Now, that's just the way I thought would be a nice way to administer this. This body can administer it however they want. I know it would be a long process if you're gonna try to go through all these items and vet through them, but the idea is that if you accept the CIP as submitted, next meeting I'll bring forward bond authorization votes, and I'll bring forward some transfers from stabilization CIP, and then I suppose you can go through the whole process of vetting through the capital again and pick them item by item. That's up to you, but what I'm trying to do with the new council and the new charter here is to present some administrative way of handling this in an orderly fashion. So what I hope to happen and what actually happens could be two different things, but I'm open to suggestions. But the hope was that you'd get the plan, you'd vet through the projects, maybe amend the plan, and then the bond orders would come afterward, and the council appropriations for stabilization, et cetera, would come forward. And again, some things are listed that will be part of the operating budget, so then if you accept that plan, I'm assuming that I can put those in the operating budget, and there wouldn't be much debate on them. But again, we're all here, we're happy to discuss any and all of it, and
I have no problem with the process that, as you pointed out. I mean, I think it is important that we go through this, and if there are items, get the answers to the questions we have. But as you said, it either approved as is or amended. Once it's approved, that's the green light to submit the orders for funding, correct?
That's how I like to handle it. Again, the bond orders can come forward, and you can amend or vote those down however you'd like as well, but I'm just trying to come up with some kind of orderly procedure that seems to make sense, and that makes sense to me. I know that all the department heads are here to discuss any and all of the items, so I know it looks like we'd be in for a long night, but I know I'm prepared, and I believe everyone else is too. So again, it's up to the council here, but I'm just trying to give you an idea on what I think would be an efficient and orderly process.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, that, to me, Mr. Chairman, I mean, that is the answer here. It's not a question of we just pass this and they'll come up before us afterwards. I think we need to discuss this. We have the department heads here. I'm sure every one of them has good reason and good warrant for the items on here, and I'm not questioning that. But I don't think it's a question of just passing it. They've wasted an evening by coming up here without providing any feedback, and then later on, we're going to try to pick and choose this after the fact. I think that's bad government, because if we've approved it at this stage, then we have no reason to question it afterwards. We need to take care of this stage right here. And if this passes 100%, or this passes 80% or 90%, I'm fine with that, because we know we've addressed this. then I'm comfortable addressing a bond order or some type of funding. But just passing it and not having that discussion while everybody is here, I think is bad government. That's just my opinion, and that's how I'm going to be operating this evening.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Sachetta, do you have a question for Rich?
Yes, we had a committee of a whole meeting on this. We had all the department heads here, and we brought it back to here with the department heads again. Are we gonna bring them back a third time to go over this? I think we should do it tonight.
Sure, it's the will of the body. They're here, we're here.
I have,
Might as well.
I have passed out a one-page summary and broke the capital items out by department, if that helps you address
Absolutely.
departments.
I think it does, thank you.
There's and again, I'm here all night.
Counselor Simonelli, do you have a
Yes.
question for Mr. Viskey?
Well, it's more or less of a comment.
Okay, before we get to you, I'll hold your place on the floor.
Okay.
Counselor Hanlon, did you have a question for
Yes.
Mr. Viskey?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Mr. Viskey, is the $19,757,500 reflective of what's in the capital plan?
Exactly,
So-
it's the portion of the $25 million total that needs bond authorization. In that one-page summary, there's also a breakdown underneath that of all the projects that
I
are presented to
got
be
that.
bonded.
But I just want to know, this represents this book.
The top represents the entire $25 million, and the bottom just represents those items that are gonna be bonded. And I just try to lay that out as a summary document for you.
Okay, so the bright price is $25,317,500?
Yes, and
That's what we're talking
that entails bonding, appropriation from CIP stabilization account, operating budget appropriations, grant
Got it.
funds, et cetera.
Got it, okay.
And the purposes are in the gray shaded box
Got it,
beside
yeah,
it.
got it. Thank you.
If I may, before we have any further questions, I know that we have the school department here, and they would like to, they do have a meeting. So if it's going to be the will of this body to go through this document this evening, which it sounds like it might, if I could just get if the chair would entertain a motion just to hear who's in favor of dealing with this evening. And that way, if we do have a majority that's going to do that, I would ask that we please have the school committee up.
I'd like to ask a question before I make this.
Sure, Counsel.
Chairman. Mr. Viskey, you're gonna go out to bond $19,757,000, is that correct?
If the
My
CIP is
question is-
adopted as presented, yes.
Okay. My question is, in order for me to make an intelligent decision tonight, I have to know what's going out to bond, how much it's gonna cost, and how long it's gonna take us to pay for it.
All those schedules are in the CIP budget.
I know the schedules are there, but when you go out to bond this $19 million, what effect is it gonna have on the taxpayer? How much is this bond gonna cost? You're totaling $19 million is what you're gonna go out to bond. How much is the principal and interest on the bond?
Well, that question isn't as easy to answer as you say, but we are selling bonds tomorrow. So last year's CIP, we had a bond rating, we're AA stable rating from Standard & Poor. We have a bond sale tomorrow. That would be a pretty good indication of where our rate would be. And then from that rate, you take the debt service, and I could probably do some quick math. I would just hate to come up here and lay a number out to the public on how much the taxes will go up or not go up, because there's so many factors that would take into effect, valuation, et cetera. But I can tell you, in that book, there is an amount annually for the projected debt service for those particular items, and those pro forma debt services can come up with a potential increase in taxes as adopted. But again, there's a lot of factors in there to give
Right,
a
I know there
great
is, but the
answer.
reason why I'm saying that is because I don't wanna go through all this tonight, and then, once you come up with the bond, it's gonna go to committee again, and we're gonna spend another 6 hours doing this, and then we're gonna tear this apart. So it's better we know up front. I'm not saying exact figures, I'm not saying,
Right.
we gotta have an idea of what the principal and interest would be. You would have that idea, is that correct?
Yeah, that is definitely part of
Even,
it.
I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, because once we know what the principal and interest is, because at that point, maybe we can do a long-term, loan. In other words, pay just interest, no principal, for 4 or 5 years until we get the growth in the
Yeah,
casino
a
coming in.
lot of the- a
There's a
lot of-
lot of options that we can do.
Yeah, a lot of the bonding also has to do with the fact that how quickly these projects progress. Well, there may be something in there for $4 million. We may not bond that $4 million the first year. that might be a bond anticipation note for 500,000, then another bond anticipation note for $1 million, then another bond anticipation note, and then that final long-term debt service may not come off for 3 or 4 years, but a lot of that has to do with how the projects are progressing each and of themselves, you know, so the
Okay, so
schools
that's
project.
the answer I wanted.
Yeah, and that, I can give you updates on that, but it would just be hard to hone in on an exact number for everybody. I don't think it would, I
You're
could
not
say a
gonna go
number,
out
and I
and
don't know
bond-
that it's gonna serve anyone that well.
You're not gonna go out and bond the whole 19 million tomorrow?
No, never.
Okay, so
No,
that's what
I
I'm
can't.
trying to
There's
clarify.
arbitrage and stuff involved. We can't borrow more than we need, so there's all kinds of laws involved.
Okay, thank you.
I
Thank you,
will-
Mr. Chairman.
If I may, from the chair, I would just restate one more, the chair will restate one more time that we do have members from the school committee that do need to go to the business. The chair would entertain, I believe we had a motion second to,
The school
well,
committee.
just to find out what the will of the council is. And the motion is, are we looking to entertain the items and debate the numbers and do that this evening? All those in favor of going through the budget and debating it and asking the questions this evening, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Beautiful. Okay. So it looks like it's the will, it looks like it's the will of the council to entertain this. So,
I'm sorry. On the motion,
on the motion,
unfortunately,
Counselor.
we have items, I'm sorry, we have items 14 and 15, a petition for a permanent awning. That's probably gonna take 2 seconds. I mean, is that gonna go to committee? I would hate to have these people stay here for, no?
It's not gonna go to committee, I don't think so.
Okay. So, I would say as
I'm
much
sorry.
as we're going to inconvenience some of the guests.
That's
Our
fine.
school department has business to take care of. The chair would request that we defer and allow them in, but it's up to the will of the body. I will leave it to you for a vote.
Second.
Then moved and second to excuse Rich with customary thanks, unless we have questions for him as well. If we could please have members from the school department before us.
I think there's only one new one.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. If you could please identify yourselves for the record.
Charles Obremski, Assistant Superintendent of Schools.
Thomas Steller, Assistant Superintendent.
Counselor Hamlin.
Mr. Chairman, through to the school department. We were discussing a little bit earlier about the Webster School, trot lot design construction, $200,000. Where is that gonna be? That's gonna be in the Webster School area?
It's in the Webster Schoolyard at the corner of Spruce and Jefferson. There is some room, there used to be a handicapped accessibility ramp in the back when we just recently redid the renovations on the school and extended the cafeteria out. We're able to put a handicap ramp in the front of the school to make it much easier for the parents and the students. So there is some, on that corner in the schoolyard.
Is that for the school or is it for the general public?
We started off
The
with the
tot lot.
school, but it would be open to the general public if that would be willing to see.
Okay, okay. And the additional classrooms in the Powland School, how many classrooms are we talking about?
Almost everybody here went to the Powell. So the locker rooms, the girls' locker room downstairs and the boys' locker rooms would be gutted out. There would be 2 additional classrooms on the girls' side, and art room on the boys' side, and another additional classroom on the boys' side. So there'd be 4 additional classrooms, but also we would be adding some bathrooms down in the basement for the kids, adding some and also moving the art classroom so we create some storage space in that school for the storage, there really is a lot of storage space in that school.
Okay, and we're asking for $1,500,000 for the new elementary school? I'm sorry, just a feasibility study?
That is correct. The March meeting of the Massachusetts School Building Authority, we were invited into the eligibility period, one of only 3 districts that was invited. Over the next 270 days, we have to fulfill a number of requirements. One of those things is to ensure that we have appropriated the funds for the feasibility study.
Okay, any idea of a location?
No.
Okay. And I'll let someone else ask. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Counselor Marchese.
How are you tonight? A couple quick questions. The Pollen renovation, I mean, is is there any way to put more than that classrooms there? I remember we had we did the original school building. I remember he wanted, Mayor McCarthy at the time wanted to put a line of classrooms built onto the additional buildings. At one time, if anybody can remember that, the original school building plan was to enlarge the Powland School at the time.
In addition to the classrooms, we would be renovating the library in the Powland, creating some bathrooms on the first floor inside the gymnasium for the students.
Yep. Now, was there ever a feasibility study about going across to the high school and you may be using 10 rooms or something? Because I know there was a charter school in there, so if the charter school children were in there, it must have passed the smell test by the state, that it was safe enough for them to go to school. Was ever a thought of using classrooms over there?
If I may, thank you, Superintendent, for being here. I know that you're the better person to answer the question, so I just want to,
Second.
move second and invite the superintendent before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Sorry to interrupt
very
you.
much.
Please go ahead and answer the question.
Ms.
As
Foster,
far as the old high school is concerned, the charter school was in there for a short period of time. They're out of there now. But that facility really does not have the capabilities of housing classrooms the way that we would expect them to be. The Powland School was never an idea to add an addition to it. In the original building program, we were going to build a new Powland School. But then the debate became, do we build that or build a new high school? So they left the Powland and we went to the high school, a new high school.
Quick, last week about the bonding and stuff, we had we were talking, the feasibility study is $1.5 billion. That's what's required for us to enter into this, this lottery for get a certain amount of money towards the new construction of our elementary school.
What it is, the state, obviously, as the doctor said, has brought us into the feasibility study. 144 communities applied. They picked 3. We were one of them. And what they are now requiring us to do is to meet the certain deadlines that the doctor has talked about, but also the cities get to show that its interest in buildings. They're not going to put up, $15, $20 million unless they see a commitment from the
Sure.
community, and that's what this feasibility study is about.
And one quick question, then I'll open it up to someone else. Someone had mentioned that the Evans School, not the Evans School, the Cavarian is going to be expanded. I mean, is that part of the feasibility study?
No.
No?
We use the Cavarian School as one of the major problems that we have. It's overcrowded by 380
Okay.
youngsters. So that's how that name got into the mix. But this would be a whole new facility.
No new facility.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for the school department? Council Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. To you, to the superintendent. Could you give us the total amount that you people are looking for? The total amount of all your constructions, all your,
$6,250,000.
I know, I knew what the people didn't know, that 6 million, so. No, I'm forward to anything with the school department is good with that. Is there any way that, this is kind of a stupid question, but is there any way that the school department could help pay some of these bills for the city out of your own budget?
Now, what happens, our budget is from the city, and so we'll just be giving it back to you. That'd be number one. But number two, on these capital improvements, the cafeteria at the Powland will be handled by our revolving fund. The cafeteria, as you know, sells food every day, and they have money, and $1.5 million of that renovation will be from the school cafeteria revolving fund.
Okay, I just wanted, I mean, it's all for it, but,
So-
I
so
mean, I
Whatever
think
that we can
give,
do, we will do.
I think we give the school department plenty of money, and, it's all worth it, I guess.
It
Most of
certainly
it,
is.
anyway,
It
most
certainly
of it.
is worth it.
Are there any other questions for the school department?
Thank you.
Excuse with the customary thanks if there's no other questions, and
Second motion.
I don't know if we, Mr. President, if we could
Well,
you take the vote for us?
well, yeah. There are no more questions? The motion in front of us is to excuse the customary thanks. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Council Mangan?
And just at this time, Mr. President, if I guess we're going to go in order, I don't know if anybody has any recommendations at all at this time. If not, then, I mean, I would make a favorable recommendation unless somebody desires to make any cuts here. To approve, I guess, the bonding for $6,250,000, unless anybody else has an objection, excuse me, to it.
I wouldn't know unless there were figures before me, so I mean, if this is what
Yes.
it is, it is.
That's what it
I
is.
don't know.
Yeah.
On his motion.
We still have to,
Council
They
Sadi.
still have to come in front of us, so even if we support this, it does not mean we can vote on this because this is not money ordering now for him to go out. All we're just saying is if you're in favor or not, they're gonna have to come in front of us for the bonds. So that's when we'll know exactly, when it comes in front of us, yes or no.
So
Tonight,
we-
I think is just actually saying if we're, if you wanna make recommendations.
well, because the auditor wants to put a thing together, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as Mr. Biscay had mentioned earlier, what he's basically looking for, if I understood him correctly, is that he's looking for us basically to give him a go-ahead now. So when he comes back in front of us at some time for authorization of these bonds, it's just a formality, and we're voting yea or nay at that time. But to get an idea now, so he's not wasting his time coming back in front of us looking for $6,250,000 example for the school building projects, when, a month from now, he may come back in front of us and someone decides they want to cut $1 million out of it. If someone wants to do it, now's the time to do it. So he'll come back in front of us, so that's why I'm asking if anybody has any desire.
And this is all bonding right here, right?
Yes.
Council DeFlorio.
I believe this is just a good faith, is what it is.
Right, it's exactly what it
It's
is.
just a good faith that we're saying, okay, we're
Right.
gonna allow you to go
It's-
That's why I'm
bond.
saying
It's
six-
the,
now's the time.
it's the will of the council.
Right.
We could,
and
we
the-
could
and
do
the auditor
it,
still has to come in front of us,
yeah.
but
We
we're
could
hoping-
do it multiple ways, councils. We could either do it in the affirmative, or we could just ask if there are any cuts to be made and just move down the list and then
Right, correct.
take all the amendments one by one as they come along.
Okay.
Whatever the will of the
But
council
I
is.
second the motion on the 6 million to
Mr. Chairman, I
150,000.
still have one question.
Council Hanlon.
I'd like to see Mr. Viscay again.
It's been moved and second to ask Mr. Viscay before us. All those in favor?
In front of us, please.
Second? It's moved and second to ask the mayor to come before us as well. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Mayor, if you please come forward as well. For the record, if you two gentlemen could please identify yourselves
Richard
yet
Viscay,
again.
City Auditor.
Carlo Di Maria Mayo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And who had the floor? Was it you, Council Hanlon?
Just one quick question, Mr. Viscay. The top line says the school Webster tot lot design. It says CIP stabilization fund.
Yeah,
Is
that's,
that
that's
money-
where I'm proposing that the funding source would come from if, not me, the administration,
Okay.
once approved.
Okay, well, if that's where it's coming from, then I'm asking why it's in the $6,250,000, because it's total in that column. So that $6,250,000 for schools is gonna go out for bonding, right? But that includes.
The
that-
$6,250,000 is the total request of the schools.
Yes, yes.
And each project has a different funding source.
Right, I understand. But that top one, that's $200,000.
That's correct.
If you add it up, comes into that $6,250,000.
That's correct.
And so I'm saying, if you're gonna take that out of the capital improvement stabilization fund, why is it in the bonding amount?
It's not in the bonding amount. If you look at the bottom of that sheet, everything that's gonna be bonded is listed, and you won't see that in there.
So we'll be using, Mayor, we'll be using some money from the stabilization fund to offset the bond order.
Okay.
So if the bond order was 6.2 and we're using 500,000 from stabilization, you'll see I'm sorry, if the amount was 6.2 and we're using 500 from stabilization, the amount would be 5.7 from to bond. Because we're using 500,000 from our stabilization fund.
That 6.2 just represents the total amount of capital expenditure requests from the school.
So you'll see 6.2, but then you'll see we may be getting a park grant for $500,000. We're not gonna bond for that
Okay.
park grant, we're just gonna subtract that from the total amount of the
Just didn't
project
add up
cost.
correctly. Okay, I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
Are there any other questions for either Mr.
No.
Viscay or the mayor?
Councilor
Excuse-
Cohen,
Customary
can I-
thanks.
can I- Mr. President, can I make just one quick comment?
Sure.
I think it's, for us, it's easier to know what projects you are for, so we could, if it's about money, or if it's about what you don't like, it'd be better for us to know now, so when we send the bond order down, we already know that you approve of the project.
Correct.
Is it too short of a notice? Would you want, is it more time? I know, Rose, I know your question, but, the impact on taxpayers is always one of those wary questions. You don't know, because you don't know what new growth is around the corner. We know that the casino, hopefully, and I'm sure it's going to be, and I know it's going to be being built, and that will be starting in 2017 or 18 maybe. But, you know, you don't know, like, for instance, the Cheer Factory down on Route 16, we all know, and I've told all of you, that there's someone that's looking to put a hotel there. So that taxes, what it's paying now, it will definitely go up. So that new growth number is more money coming into the city, help offset, you know, taxes, revenues coming in, you know, so you know, it's a, you know, if you think back, we bonded over $100 million to build schools. You know, if you look at the city side of bonding, other than building new schools, we haven't really bonded much in the city for a long, long time. This would be the first time ever that we'll be actually renovating, constructing new city municipal buildings. But we would like to know, I mean, you know, if you feel good about the project, so that way we can send down a bond order to you. We'll be borrowing $19 million next year. That's not gonna happen, even with the conversion of the old high school to City Hall. That's gonna be over probably like a 5-year period. You'll see authorizations coming to you as we build the, you know, new rec center where the rec center is today. You know, where we renovate City Hall, the old high school, and build the police station. So it's all, you know, where we have the design of plans for the new fire station here, and when we tear this building down and build it. So it's all gonna be like over, you know, maybe a 5 to 10 year process. So.
Thank you for the input, Mr. Mayor. I think that we are all on the same page, and I think it makes sense for your department heads to know what projects we're looking at.
Thank
And I think the will of the council is to go down line by line, and
Great.
As we come to issues, if there are issues, we'll address those, and that way you'll know what you can feel comfortable moving forward with and what might need more time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, Councilor,
One quick question, Mayor.
actually,
Is
Councilor
on-
McKinnon hasn't had
I'm
the
sorry.
floor yet.
And all this
Councilor
is,
Marchese.
it seems simple what you're saying, but to me to go out there and give you go bond $3 million on the renovation of a high school, I don't know what the total number is gonna be up there. Is it gonna be 50, 60 million? I have concerns about that. I mean, that's something I wouldn't vote on. But it's easy enough to get on there, as explained, and fine, and I realize nothing will be bonded all at once. Right? Is that necessary expenditure? I personally don't believe so. Maybe you do, and maybe someone else does. That's why we have this group. But I would have to know more information before I'm gonna approve you to go spend $3 million on a building. That's all.
Councilor McKinnon, do you have questions for our guests?
Yes.
Councilor McKinnon.
Mr. Mayor, what is the total, what are we looking at for a total on the high school renovation? that you're trying to-
Now, you're building a new police station there also.
Yes.
So taking the fact that you're tearing, the proposal is to tear down the field house,
Uh-huh.
okay? All the way up to the Rockwood Auditorium, pretty much. And we have actually the architects here, the owner's project manager, if you want to see what we're doing. I'd love for them to put on a presentation for you. If you do want that, Mr. President, if that's the will of the group. But so you're building a brand-new, you know, silver LEED certified police station, renovating the high school into a city hall building. You know, Alderman Marchese probably hit the nail on the head. It's probably gonna be about a $50 million project.
Is
you
that
know?
what it's going to be?
You know, it's close, yeah. I mean,
Is it gonna be over 50 million?
it possibly can be, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. You may look, yeah, I mean, the police station may be, I don't know, 20 or 30. I mean,
Is there gonna be any aid to that?
aid?
Any type of aid? Grants? aids?
Yeah, it's called the WIN facility. No, no, I mean, you know, we're
Hopefully that comes on before, you know,
Yeah,
2, 3, 5 years. you know.
It's happening, and you're gonna see a lot of action. I think some of you people are involved in some. There's a lot of action happening down on Route 16 and 99 property exchange. There's gonna be a lot of good stuff. And we could still afford this even if that didn't come on. Our capacity to bond is there. You know,
Well,
Yeah,
I'm glad that you said that, because now I would like to know, what type of new growth do you have that would actually anticipate something like this, us doing this?
when you say what type of new growth, like a 5-year forecast?
Yes.
You know, I think our 5-year, did we?
Well, the 5-year forecast is in your fiscal year 15 budget. The fiscal year 16 budget will have a revision of that 5-year forecast, and the way last year went, we will do a 5-year financial forecast, and the outlook of the annual outlook per the charter will happen in the months of May and June. So this is the second. We have the CIP budget, the enterprise fund budget. Now we're actively working on the 5-year forecast and the operating budget. A lot of what we're talking about tonight will dovetail into that operating budget. Then I'll be able to put better pro forma schedules together. I'll be able to give a little bit better answer on what the effect may be on taxes for at least the first year. And then, like the mayor says, as things go on, we're gonna be getting rooms tax, we're gonna be getting meals tax, we're gonna be getting new growth, we're gonna be getting a more diversified tax
We're
base.
getting
And
$5
all
million
the,
a year for mitigation for police and fire services. That
And all-
$5 million a year can pay the debt service on the entire bond order that we go forward if it's $100 million.
We've been-
That's what I'm looking for. I
You
want to
know?
know exactly what we're going to be getting.
we've been very careful not to include any revenues from the wind development in any budget documents that you've gotten to date. As this now becomes a reality, we can start bringing those revenues in and start to demonstrate how they're gonna be able to make all of this CIP affordable for the residents and taxpayers of the city. But we didn't wanna start counting revenues until it became a reality. And between last year's budget and this year's budget, that has happened, so you'll start to see that plan develop more clearly as time goes on.
I mean, to renovate this building, which needs a renovation, it's non-energy efficient. I think you guys requested the bills and what you wanted to know what the change would be. We'll get that when we build the new facility, but, I mean, you have heat on, heat off, AC on, AC off here. I mean, the amount of asbestos, the amount of, I know it's a dirty word to say, but, I mean, it's a bad building. I mean, we need to change. And to renovate this, you'd be renovating it and getting nothing in return. You still have the same existing building. Where up the street, you have a beautiful, architecturally beautiful building, and I'd love to show you, I have them here, the architects and the OPM, I'd love to show you what they're working on, but Alderman Marchese is right. It's not gonna be $19 million. I mean, over the years, it's gonna be, a little more, but you have 2 fire stations right now. We're gonna merge into one. They're defunct, the buildings. They're in desperate need of repairs. So it's a master plan. We all know the rec center is deplorable. I did some work at the now we call the Health and Wellness Center, Rec Center, but it was minimal amount of money, and most of that stuff we can take to the next facility, the equipment stuff. So, but it's just and for 8 years I've been dealing with these buildings and these energy costs and the renovations, and I've been saying yes to the chief, don't worry, I'm gonna do it. To the police chief, the same thing. It's time to do it. I'm also gonna consolidate services and like the veteran services and the human services, take them up to City Hall. So there's gonna be, there's more to do in the city. And this is just the beginning, to be honest with you. This is the beginning. I mean, we are going to see a great amount of revenue come into this community. And like I said, in one of the line items, we don't talk about it. No one has talked about it. But outside of taxes and meals taxes and hotel taxes from the wind project, there's a $5 million mitigation fund that goes to public safety. That will pay for these buildings. That will pay that note for all this that we're doing. So, I mean, and you know what? We won't be coming to you for big amounts of money till about then anyways, when you see the steel on the ground. I think when you see the steel on the ground, I think we'll all feel a lot better, right? I mean, I think you see this last article, but even Secretary Beaton said that those 5 issues are not gonna stop this project. This project's not gonna stop, so it's gonna happen.
Do you, Mr. Mayor, do you foresee us actually giving a tax break to the taxpayers of this community at any point in time?
Yeah, if you guys want to, if it's the will of this, if the will of this board, we have stabilization fund, we have $11 million.
There's a piece on the, before you answer that, there's a piece on the calendar tonight about it.
Yeah, there's
Came out of committee favorable, I believe. so.
There's $11 million in there right now. If you guys, sorry to say that, if you, as a city council, would like me to offset taxes anytime, I mean, I know it has to come from me, but the request is a resolution, can come down to me, and you can say, we would like to use $4 million to offset taxes this year. We'd like to use X amount of dollars. You're gonna have a great amount of revenue coming in from a lot of different projects happening. The city being an industrial city, it's changing. You'll see lots of new changes. Good changes.
Thank you. Council Sachetta. Is it? Is it a question of privilege? Because they've got, I think they've already, did they already leave? I thought you gentlemen left. I'm sorry.
you back there. You gotta
I'm
stop.
sorry, Counsel.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that there was any issue with the appropriation with regards to it, was there? We don't need to vote. The only thing we'd have to vote on is, just for clarification, the only thing we'd have to vote on if we were amending anything. So what the chair would suggest is we go through line by line, and then if there's something that we want to talk about that we're looking to cut from, then we could debate that, take a vote on that. But as we drop through, if we don't have concerns or issues with those line items, we don't need to take a formal vote on it at that point. But whatever the body wants to do,
But
it's
to
fine.
make the school committee understand, we made no cuts on that. We don't plan on making any cuts, they can leave,
Yep.
what case?
Well, that's, and I apologize to our guests who are sitting at the table while we're doing this.
It's all right.
If there are, I don't think that there were any suggestions for any cuts, and that being the case, there's no need to hold up the school department any further. I apologize, I thought that you gentlemen had left. So apologize about that. Thank you for being here. Have a good evening. Back to the floor, it was Counselor Sachetta. Thank you, Counselor Hanlon. Counselor Sachetta, you have the floor.
Yes, I've gone through this budget, and my whole thinking of this is, we're gonna come into a lot of money with the casino, on the hotel, on the power company, so we're gonna come into a lot of money. But that money's not gonna be here for a couple of years. Why do we have to spend this year $5 million bonding of parks, $2 million on trucks and cars? Can't we just cut that in some places and use that in next year's or the year after? Do we need all these dump trucks and all these Ford Escapes? There's 6 or 7 Ford Escapes. There's
So
2 or 3
we will
dump trucks.
we will make do with what you want on the equipment. You tell us you want us to, we'll send you an order, but if you want to only appropriate X amount of vehicles, that's up to you.
Well, these are said in the budget.
Right.
Additional. They're not replacements, so they do have working vehicles. These are addition. Do we have to hire new men for these new trucks and cars?
No, I don't believe they're.
So they're gonna be sitting there until something else breaks down?
Right, I mean, right now, you have the director, I believe he uses his own vehicle. We just hired a new water operator because we needed him to have a certain license that DEP has mandated us to hire, or they were gonna put us in violation and start citing us, and Chief of Staff could explain it better, but, so we have this person that has just come on, and I'm sure one of those vehicles are his. One of those vehicles are his, so that's, that's another employee that needs a vehicle. I'm sure the dump trucks and the F-250s, or whatever they are needed. It's not, I trust, Mr. Navarro and Mr. Noonan and Mr. Millie's advice, and even Mr. Fratty's advice, and they're telling us that this equipment is needed to do the job. I think we're not going to be getting any equipment and just leave it in the yard, to say. It's all going to be used. Some of that snow removal stuff, we'll be able to cut out some contractors that we spent a lot of money on this year with.
Well, I'm not talking about the snow sidewalk plows or,
Well, some of those dump trucks will be, like, for instance, we hauled snow all winter. We got dump trucks to come in.
Yeah, but
We
that-
could have charged ourselves and got that money back through that 75, we're getting 75% of that money back from the feds.
that was the worst winter we had in some 100 years.
I agree.
I'm 84 years old, and that's the worst winter I've ever seen.
I'm hoping you see the next worst one.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's see, we have Counselor Del Sola.
Just on that note from Council Sachetta, if we do cut the budget on certain vehicles, next time it comes up to us, I'd like to, if we are talking about cutting them, what you recommend that you actually do need, if we're looking to cut the budget, let's say $80,000 or whatever it is on your vehicles. Just vehicles that you know you have to have, and ones that you say, okay, we can wait a year.
And
on
I'm
the
gonna be
other
honest,
ones.
I don't really know much about the vehicles, but I know Mr. Navarro and Mr. Noonan can definitely tell you why they want certain vehicles. And maybe, I would also guess, that some of these vehicles are replacing some other vehicles that we're spending a lot of money sending it out to be fixed. And I'm sure Mr. Fratty has that information on certain vehicles that, you know, we're spending, you know, if it's $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 a year to fix, you know, I'm sure they have that information, and you should put them through the ringer and ask them why they want this equipment. I mean, I'm not down at DPW yard. You know, I just tell them to get a certain job done, and I don't say how, you know, how they get it done. I just want it to get done. So, but if you want to cut some, I would invite them up and ask them what they need and why they need it.
Well, I noticed last week, April 1st came around, the street cleaner sweeper we rented.
Subcontracted
Correct?
out, correct.
And I found out, talking to them, that the one we have right now was 5, 6 years old, which that's about the lifespan on a street sweeper.
Right, and we probably spent in those 5 years since we bought it, I'm gonna guess, I don't know, close to $50,000? Maybe more? More. So it's easy for us to subcontract it out. You know, so,
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up, but that point.
and we're working on that right now, actually. We're working on that now. We're advertising it, and I think there was something wrong with the advertisement at first. We had put it on one vehicle, but it was two, and so forth. So that's going out to bid now.
Okay.
But is there one in there? We're looking to keep one ourselves, just for, you know, of course, we need it for after events, or parking lots, or, you know, to supplement, you know, we're gonna use it.
Right.
But we would rather have, you know what I mean, on street sweeping day, 2 sweepers, and then ours to back up, you know, the squares and all that stuff.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You welcome.
Council DeFlorio, do you have any questions for our guests?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm not against this, this capital improvement plan. I just thought that maybe giving us more information would give us more time to make a decision. Not that I'm against it. And it would give us more time for the auditor to bring up the information. Like, we may have questions for the city services on the trucks. How old are your trucks? How many trucks do you need? And they may not.
And they're here.
They-
So
they
if
have
you
all
want to
that.
do like
Absolutely.
Councilman Capone kept saying, go line by line.
Yeah.
We'll excuse ourselves, and you can begin with the next department.
Okay, so, that's fine. So we're gonna go line by line.
The chair would recommend that, but it's up to the
Because if
body.
we
We can do it any way you
go line by
like.
line, Mr. Chairman, I would like to clarify something. I would like to have the city solicitor up to clarify something.
Okay, let's
Okay,
hold off
for
on
the
that.
public.
And make sure, are
we
there any other
excuse-
questions of the
Do we have
guests?
any for these?
Okay,
guys?
before you go, if I
Excuse
could
with
ask,
customary thanks.
if I could ask one question from the chair. I know that we have some folks here that are proposing the design. Are they getting paid by the hour? If so, we should probably drag them up first. If they're not, then we can kind of put it in line with what
a
we've
good
got going on. So,
They have contracts.
okay, all right, so it's paid by contract, not necessarily, probably has a certain amount of
Am I
hours
answering
that
that
they bill in.
question? Where's Jamie? They getting paid by the hour? No, okay. Not tonight.
Okay, all right. There you go, it's gratis tonight, great, thank you. Motion is to excuse with customary thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much. What's the will of the council? I would suggest,
I would,
yeah, Councilor DeFlorio had the floor.
I would like the city solicitor up before we start this to clarify something.
Second.
So
Move
if
the
I
second,
make
to
a
ask the
motion
city
to invite
solicitor
the city
before us.
solicitor up.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We can please have the city solicitor before us. Madam Solicitor, thank you very much for being here. If you please introduce yourself for the record.
Colleen Mejia, City Solicitor. Good evening.
Council
Colleen,
DeFlorio.
for the record, because everybody knows that my husband works for city service, but all these years, I have never been in the room for city services. I did call the ethics committee, but I want to clarify from you. Anything that's in front of us tonight, whether it's a cut or whatever, am I allowed to vote on it? I want to clarify for the record, a public view.
For the capital improvement plan, there's no direct financial gain for you personally, so you can vote on the city services capital improvement plan, and you can vote on the whole plan.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for our solicitor? Seeing none, let's move in second. Excuse customary thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If we could, I
Council
guess,
Mangan?
based on what we have here to go by line by line, I guess if we have we have the school, the police in front of us, and we'll take, there's about 5 or 6 things from the police department, and go line by line.
It makes the most sense.
Yeah,
Whatever
I'd
the
make a
will of the
motion. We
body
have,
is.
Chief Macy in front of us.
Okay. It's been moved and second to have Chief Mazie and any other individuals who he feels would be necessary to help with his line item. It's up to the body. It's up to the will of the body. We have a motion to have Chief Mazie and the police department personnel up. It's up to you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Chief Mazie. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Mazie. I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Everett.
Are there any questions for the chief? Counsel Sani.
Thank you. I finally got to speak.
We'll get to you. Don't you worry.
You're requesting vehicles for parking enforcement. How many vehicles for 120,000 you're requesting?
So park enforcement, we would be getting, I believe, 4 vehicles for that, yes.
Also, you have non-administrative vehicle for patrol division. How many is that? For 140?
140,000, that's going to be 4 marked units. 3 of them will be utility, like the Ford Explorer utilities, which is becoming the new workhorse, and one of them will be the sedan.
Now, with the older, are you trading any vehicles in when you,
Yes, we'll kick down, we have a lot of vehicles. A lot of our vehicles are older. They're worn and beaten up. We keep a number of spare vehicles. The reason we don't get rid of them now is we have nothing to replace them with, so we'll hold on to them as long as we can, but they're in and out of the repair shops. So when these new vehicles come in, we'll at least get rid of 4, maybe even more, depending on what we get.
so the 8 vehicles total, are those definitely in need for you to have those vehicles?
New ones?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, too, is we're at 101 sworn officers right now. And, tough winter we had, when vehicles go down, if they're out of service, for example, we had, the last 18 months, we had recruits in the academies. We lose vehicles a week at a time for recruit driver training. Vehicles are in the shop for one reason or another. Vehicles get hit. They hit, officers unfortunately respond to calls, hit things. So at any given time, and we've been in some dire situations over the last few months where, we're doubling up a lot of people, and then and obviously in the nicer weather, it prevents, I'd like to put people out on beats when we can, but when it's sub-zero weather, we don't usually put officers out standing on a street corner when no one's out there.
Your transportation vehicle, how old is that? And I know you need a new one, and I heard it was very old.
Yeah, it's about 12 years old. That's the prisoner transport vehicle. I mean, it doesn't have high miles, but the problem is because it's not going around the clock, that's one of the reasons they start rotting away is what ends up happening.
All right. Anything about motorcycles at all? I know it's not on there, but do you need?
We own 2 Harley-Davidson motorcycles. We're not looking for any more motorcycles.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Counsel Napolitano.
Thank you. Chief, the transport vehicle, and again, I understand that it is an older vehicle.
Yes.
Is that the vehicle that's currently used repeatedly down at the Gateway Mall?
Nope, that's a different vehicle. No, the prisoner
Oh,
yeah, that's a different, that's a van that we have in our fleet, that's used by community services. The prisoner transport vehicle is used, we primarily use that to pick up all arrestees, and we arrest, just under 1,000 people a year on average. So that picks up people, but then it also, that vehicle transports people that are in our custody to Malden District Court on a daily basis, sometimes other jurisdictions, and so on.
Thanks for clarifying. I actually was under the impression it was the same vehicle down Gateway, so thank you for clearing
No,
that up.
that vehicle, though, you mentioned that other vehicle,
It's an older van, too, isn't it?
that's been around for a while, too. That just had officer was driving it, and I think the tie rod just broke off, almost ended up crashing as a result of it. But that's been repaired.
It wasn't traveling on Spring Street by any chance, was it?
No, it was close. I think it was by the Parkway, yeah.
Okay, thank you. No, that was kind of an inside joke
Yep.
myself and the Director of City Services, who I again want to publicly thank for getting a big pothole down there addressed. The question I actually have is regarding the smart meters. Are you informed, are you knowledgeable about the item on here regarding smart meters?
No,
Smart parking meters?
No.
There's an item in here
no.
for 75,000. Okay, but that.
You're talking the new parking meters?
New parking
I don't know a lot about them. I know what you're referring to, but I don't know a lot of detail about them, no.
I actually, Mr. Chairman, I actually have some direct questions for that, and maybe we could have either the Chief of Staff or or the parking clerk here?
Mr. Viskey, maybe.
Or Mr. Viskey?
You
Any
may be
questions for him?
Do you have
Yes.
questions for the chief?
Yes.
I'll hold my question on that as long
Okay.
as I can address that during
Okay.
the police.
Remind me if I
section.
forget.
Okay.
Council McKinnon, you have a question for the chief?
Yes,
We're
Chief.
going to get back to that.
Through
Rich.
you to the chief. Chief, quick question. The parking enforcement vehicles, how many do you currently have now?
So I believe there's 5 parking enforcement vehicles. Four out of the 5 are newer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna reallocate those into the police department and get them 4 new vehicles.
Okay.
So those will be, instead of us purchasing, that's how bad, we need vehicles that bad to integrate into the department.
How many vehicles did you get in last year's plan?
I believe we ended up with 3 marked units last year in 1 admin vehicle.
I
Yeah.
believe so. And those vehicles are currently being used now?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And, let me see. The prisoner transportation vehicle, that's a given, it's,
Yeah, they last, the current one is 12 years old. That's what we get in that ballpark. What ends up happening, they end up developing mechanical problems. They start rotting away, rusting away. They've had this particular prisoner transport we've had has been a number of accidents. Right now, it's at a mystery problem with, it runs, they'll shut it off at a scene, go to start it up, and doesn't start. That's happened to us a few times. We've had no prisoner transport vehicle at times where we're asking the sheriff's department to borrow one of his.
Okay.
As a result of it.
So that's
So it's not
needed.
something you're buying every decade, you're buying maybe a new one.
now, these 4 additional vehicles that you're requesting, they would be also,
Marked units.
those would be the marked.
Marked units, frontline cars, correct. Yeah, the
And-
marked units get beat up.
What
they
did
go
you
20
receive last year for those?
There's 3. Those are the
There was
4.
3 last year, and you're requesting 4 this year?
Three more Ford Explorers. We're trying to see with this money if we can get 3 more Explorers and 1 sedan out of it,
Okay.
which would end up being a supervisor vehicle. But all marked units.
So
And they
they're all
go,
marked.
the point I was gonna make is they go 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, they're driven by a bunch of different drivers. It's city driving. I'd say picture driving your own car under those conditions, and they get,
Beat up.
they unfortunately get abused a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Council Sachetta.
My question was asked by Councilor Napolitano, so
You're all set?
it was on the smart meters.
Okay. Council Della Sola.
Chief, 2 items here. I have an idea what they are. The electrical weapons, is that the tasers?
Correct, yes, sir. That'll
And
finish.
75,000, how many will that buy?
That will buy, I think it's around 63 new tasers with the holsters, extra magazines, basically the ammo for them, some training ammo, regular ammo. That'll outfit the rest of the police department, so every officer from me down to the junior officer in the department will have one.
What do we have now? How many do we have of those now?
We have about 41 deployed.
We use them a lot?
We use them.
Hate to see if we
We
use 'em.
use them, well, we say use them a lot, we use them when we need to use them. On the force continuum, they've become a good tool to gain compliance from people. The other thing is, once people know you have them, you're more likely to, we were finding, word from the officer in the streets is that we're gaining compliance. As soon as you flip that thing on, it makes a noise and it gets people's attention. And the other thing is, when they are deployed, the fight is over very quickly. There is no fight, which is good. So officers are able to go in, move in, put the handcuffs on. I don't have to tell you, you've all seen videos of, what looks like 8, 9 officers on an individual. Why so many officers? It's sometimes very difficult to take someone into custody who doesn't want to go into custody. This helps takes that fight away.
Okay, the other item was portable radios, $100,000. Is that a whole new system just for the guys? or
No,
is that
these are,
just-
these are portable radios. Each officer is issued a portable radio. We're about 7, 8 years into the current portable radios, and we're trying to plan because we're starting to have radios go down. Not a cheap item.
Right.
And what we're looking, that money right there will buy about 25 portable radios. And we're gonna try to plan over the next 5 years to replace the whole radio catch that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Council Napolitano. Are there any other questions for the chief? Counselor Simonelli.
Yes, I just want to comment to the chief. I know we're talking all about, we're gonna pass it anyway. You guys put a lot of time and work into this. Whatever you guys need, you get over 100, police departments, men. So I think whatever you need, I know the questions are good, but I think it really isn't needed, because it's all good for the city to keep this. The world's changing, everything is, you need all this new stuff, and
I appreciate it.
Totally agree with 100%.
It's 101 men and women.
Oh, You're doing
Counselor
a great
Schwab.
job, and I think this stuff is needed, which we all know.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Counselor Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Macy, something I didn't know until you just mentioned it, the electric weapons, you said they have ammo?
Well, yeah, so a projectile shoots out of the front of it. It's basically a small prong that hits the subject, and an electric current is transmitted from the weapon to the individual via that.
Do they have batteries in them?
They do. They're a battery-operated machine, that's correct.
Chargeable?
Current ones we have, no. Replaceable, yes. There's an expense for that. What happens is the weapon has a battery that basically goes with the lifetime of the weapon, and after so many deployments, that battery will expire. I think what'll end up happening is by the time that happens, current ones we have, it'll be 5 years down the road. We probably wouldn't replace it. We'll be going to a new model at that
I
point.
just didn't know that. Thank you
Yep.
very much.
Counselor Napolitano.
Thank you. Could we have could I motion to have Mr. Viskey come up so I can answer some questions regarding the smart?
It's been moved and seconded to have our city auditor before us. Rich, if you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm just looking for
And
some
Counselor
additional
Napolitano.
information
Sorry, I
on
almost
this.
just fell off the chair.
That's okay.
But you gracefully held on. I was impressed.
Thank God for workman's comp, right?
All right.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I've actually gone the other way with this. I mean, originally, my thought process was that, meters, the mechanical meters, though, people will come out house meters that already have time on it. It's a little bit of the city giving some of it back, but I kind of changed my thought process on that. These particular meters, how many meters per parking spot are you looking at? Is it 1 meter governs a space like the present meter system?
When we're talking about the smart meters, there's two types. There's a multi-space meter, which is a unit that you'll see that can cover up to 20 spots, 25 spots, depending on how it's located. Whether, if you're on a street, you don't want 20 spots for 1 meter. But if you're in a parking lot with clustered spots, you can probably use one multi-space meter for about 20 spots. You can either number the spot. You go to the machine, you type in the spot number, how many hours you're gonna be there, it'll spit it out and you can walk away. There's a second kind that actually, you would spit out a ticket and you'd go back and place it on your vehicle. In that case, you won't need a numbered spot. And then the second type of smart meter is the single space smart meter, which they have now, which looks like sits on a regular housing like you see the meters outside, but on the top, it's a digital meter that takes a credit card, and it's just like a regular parking meter. But the days of people having, $2 and $3 worth of change in their pocket, a lot of times they don't have it. So a lot of cities now are going towards these smart meters, credit card. Money goes right in the bank, less maintenance of emptying the meters, better accounting. You can get some nice reporting out of them. So it's been requested that we look to maybe get into the modern technology. So the idea was to get a small appropriation and pick some spots in the city and maybe do a hybrid, maybe a multi-space meter, maybe some single-space smart meters, and see how the public likes them, see how the council and the administration likes it, and go forward.
Have we had any discussions, or have you had any discussions with any other cities that utilize those systems?
Yeah, I mean, I came from Salem, Massachusetts. We put them all over the city. I've done multi-space parking meters. We were one of the first ones that had the single-space ones in the city. I'm pretty well versed in them. They're great. They're a little bit more upfront money to buy, but again, the audit reports that come out of it are great. You can see the average time someone stays in a spot, how many times that spot turns over a day, all kinds of nice data like that. There's some instances where you have a multi-space meter where someone will pay for a spot and they'll leave, and then someone else will come and they won't know that spot's paid for. So there's some revenue generated out of it sometimes too, not by design, but when you're paying for a spot and someone pulls out, there's not time that's on the meter that,
Mr. Chairman, could we ask our colleague to maintain some decorum?
If we could, one meeting at a time,
Thank you.
have the floor.
So that's, again, like I said, I have some pretty vast knowledge of the multi-space and single-space parking.
The reason I asked that is that I noticed over the weekend that Medfit is actually going quite, full into this. And they're using a lot of the multi-space meters for entire blocks. Now, I was very intrigued by these because up until this point, I was under the impression that we were looking at purchasing these as single-space meters. And it seems like a much more cost-effective method. Now, in there, when you buy the time, you put your plate number in. They come by with a handheld, it downloads the information. They know on that block what the plates are, how the duration is, and if the plate's not on that list, it's a violation. They tag it. I'm just thinking that if we're going to spend the money, we should probably be looking to probably get the biggest bang out of our buck by using the multi-space meters in the parking lot. And you've already expressed that that's the intent. This way here, it helps educate our public. But it also allows us to replace one meter, replace maybe 20 meters with 1 meter at a much lower cost. And because they're tracked by the plates, there's no need to number spots or have individual spots. The attendant has the means of being able to verify time left or a violation. And I was wondering if you were familiar with that meter and if you maybe looked at what the costs that Medfit has been expending. These meters I found were right on a main drag, so it wasn't even a parking lot.
Yeah, there's almost all of the multi-space meters now are on the state bid list, so what's nice, you can go right on, they already some specific price that's been procured by the state, so I believe the single-space meters are about $555 a piece. That's not counting the housing, and the multi-space meters go for around $13,000 a piece, so again, if you're looking to do a parking lot, multi-space meters might be great, but up and down the street, you might need 2 multi-space meters for where you maybe need 1 in the parking lot, because I don't know how long you want someone to walk before they get to a meter. If you see in Boston, they're about every 8 to 10 spots, so it's really more about where we looking to put them and then picking the proper type of meter or system for that particular lot. But the amount we're asking for is simply just to get our toe in the water, see how we like them, and luckily the meters that we have in place right now, they're perfectly well-functioning meters. They're fairly new and they work well. So, do you want to overhaul a bunch of great meters, or do you want to try to do some beta sites, or are we looking to add meters in other places? Some of that stuff needs to be vetted out, but there's been some desire to get some of these multi-space meters in to see how they work, and that's the purpose.
Well, how many meters are we looking at for $75,000? And are we
Again, if you're
talking
gonna
right
buy
now,
five-
initially, we're talking about multi-space meters?
If you're talking about the ones that service multiple space, you probably get 5 or 6 multi-space meters out of that appropriation. Again, there's certain things, if you got them hardwired in, or if you run them wireless, if you got heating systems in them or not, there's a little bit more research we have to do, but once the appropriation's there, we'll do a little bit of research, we can come back to the council and talk about where we're proposed to put them, what types we're gonna look to use.
All right, thank you. I have no other.
Council Sachetta.
Yeah, I just want to make, I have no questions for Mr. Escaia, the police chief. I just want to make a comment on these.
If I may, one quick second. Does anyone else have questions for the police chief? Okay, sorry, Counselor.
Counselor, thanks.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you
have
very
a
much.
comment to make on these. I feel that these might be good in large cities like Boston and so on and so forth, but we have 25-cent people that park for an hour or two in Everett Square. We want a credit card for a 25-cent charge. It'll cost us more to collect that 25 cents than what we paid for these meters. It'll take years for us to get that money back. So I'm definitely against these. Thank you.
Okay. Council Mangan.
Thank you. Again, I don't have any questions. I just happen to disagree with Councilor Sachetto. I certainly respect his opinion, but we've always talked about this is about the future going forward. This isn't about what's happening now. This is about setting a tone for the future coming in. And if we attract different people to the city over the next 5 to 10 years, this is what especially with the younger generation, this is what the younger generation is using. They're not using nickels and dimes and stuff like that. Everyone, if you go out, whether it's out to a restaurant, everything else, a lot of the young professional people in the state are using debit cards and, credit cards and stuff like that. So this is about, like, going forward, not about what's currently here, about setting a tone for the future. But, and Mr. President, also, unless anybody else has any recommendations for cuts, I mean, I don't know if we can just,
For the other. Are there any items here that we're looking at definite cuts? Because we do have a lot of department heads in the audience, so. Well, it was already excused, but he wanted to stay.
No, I think, I think
But now you have a question? Okay.
Well, based on the comment that Councilor Sachetta said about the smart meters, and then Councilor Mangan answered, I also have a comment on that myself, and
Yeah.
actually it becomes a question to the auditor,
Absolutely.
unfortunately. So
Absolutely.
the
Okay.
question is that.
But I'm glad you didn't go anywhere. Council DeFlorio.
The question is that, like we said, this is for the future, but there's also a lot of people that will go to Everett Square and they don't have the change, and they'll run into the post office for a half hour and they don't get a ticket. So my question to the auditor is, it could work both ways. I think sometimes people will just take the risk of getting a ticket because they're in a hurry or they don't have the change, and they go in the post office and not pay. Whereas this would make them pay all the time because they don't want to take a chance of getting a ticket. So, do you believe that sometimes the smart meters would make more money or less money? I think we went through this before. I believe you had done something like this in Salem.
the smart meters, they say typically will bring in about 30% more revenue if there's no, one of the benefits, or not benefits, depending on who you are, is that, if you go in and you put a number in for a spot for 3 hours and you leave in an hour, the next guy that pulls in, it doesn't show that there's 2 hours available, so they tend to pay for that spot again. I mean, that's just the nature of how that works. The single space meters actually, you can put sensors in the ground when a car pulls out, it can reset it back to 0. That's, some of those conversations will have to happen once we get an appropriation, once we start doing research. But it's not like there's one particular meter that only functions one way. There's multiple meters that function multiple ways, and once we get the appropriation put in place, we'll research where and what type of meter would suffice for that particular area or areas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other
So,
questions for the
I don't
auditor?
have any further questions.
Excuse the customary thanks.
excuse, and then, unless, I know, Councilor Sachetta might have
Yeah,
had a
Council
suggestion,
Mangan,
but-
it does appear that there is at least an interest in the floor
Well,
with
you,
regards to the meters.
You asked if we wanted to cut anything
Yes.
out of this.
Yep.
Is that on the floor now?
The chair would entertain, with regards to the police department, any items that are on this sheet, if there are any suggestions about cuts. Council Sachetta.
Yes, I want to cut the 75,000 for the meters.
I would second that.
Moved and second to cut $75,000 from the line item regarding meters. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Voice vote.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Okay. Why don't we do a voice vote, because the chair is in doubt. This is to cut $75,000 from the capital improvement.
Council Delasola.
Yes.
Council DeFlorio.
No.
Council Hanlon.
No.
Council Mangan.
No,
Council Marquez.
Yes.
Council McKinney.
Yes.
Council Napolitano.
No.
Council Sachetta.
Yes.
Council Steiny.
No.
Council Simonelli.
No.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Needed 2/3,
No. it's the
5
majority.
yeas, 6 nays, Mr. President.
5 yeas, 6 nays, that matter has failed, it remains in the budget. Are there any other items on the police department budget that anyone would like to suggest a cut to?
seeing none, Mr. President, at this time, can we invite the planning department up?
If I may, from the chair, let me ask, if I may, is there anything here that does not look like it's going to get cut? For example, the engineering department with regards to repavement and street or sidewalk repairs. Are there any concerns or issues with that? I'm thinking, whatever we can do, if there are certain ones where we know we're probably safe with fire department, et cetera, let's move those department heads up here first, move them out, and then we can ask questions of the others. But again, as always, it's up to the will of the body.
Okay, then Mr. President, I'd make a motion that, unless anybody has any recommended cuts or questions, inspectional services, IT, Health Department, and the Fire Department.
Well, yeah, let's
I'd
take
like to
them,
have
let's take
those-
them individually, because that's a lot of territory. From the chair, I would recommend if there are any suggestions for cuts for the engineering department with regards to sidewalk repairs and the repavement program. Are there any suggested cuts with regards to that? That's engineering, it's about 2/3 of the way down.
Chapter 90 money?
There's grant money, yes, for 650, and then there's engineering, there's bonding for 3 million with regard to sidewalk repairs. Are there any concerns or issues with that?
I got a question.
Okay, well, then you know what? I guess let's just run down the list. I apologize. It may be a long night. I do appreciate your patience. We'll just go right down the list. I think that's the only way to do it, because we're
Chairman, can we
bouncing
have-
around all
I'm
over the
sorry,
place.
There's a presentation for the, people are here for a presentation to the high school, I believe, the plan.
Yep.
Is it possible to?
The
take
will of
them?
the council. Is there a motion to have the folks who have a presentation with regards to the high school?
Well, we're already going down this one, we try to finish this, and then have to do it after.
Through the chair, please, everyone.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I do apologize, I know the gentlemen are here and probably want to do it, but
Sure.
we started this process,
Yep.
I think to keep
I think,
bouncing around. I think
yeah,
that's-
from the chair, I think we don't know where our questions are going to be, so the safest bet is just to go down the list and
Right.
unfortunately
I mean,
call it
we
a
got
long
all the
night and do what we got to
department
do.
heads are gonna be up here too, so
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd like to get them out of here as soon as possible.
Okay.
Let's move on them.
So the next group is planning department. Chair will entertain a motion to have whichever members need to be here for the planning department.
Make a motion to invite the planning department?
Second?
Second.
Move and second, have members from the planning department before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have so invited. Thank you, gentlemen. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair and the council. My name is Jamie Erickson. I'm the Director of Planning and Development, and with me, he'll introduce himself, but he's our Senior Planner for the Planning Department.
Good evening, councilors. Tony Sousa, Senior Planner.
Councilors, any questions? Council Del Solo.
Jimmy, on Upper Florence Street, that's where all the snow was, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. No, it's Upper.
Well, there's two, the way we designed the Florence Street project is we have two phases, and in this case, Upper Florence is where the snow is. There is another park that I know is commonly referred to as Upper Florence, that's a pocket park several blocks away. That's not included in this Upper Florence note.
So this is where the snow was, which is.
Correct, yeah. We
it's
just
a mess.
designed, we've broken that big Florence, or the Jacob Scharf Park, into two design processes.
Okay.
One we're calling lower, one we're calling upper. The upper being where the snow is stored in the
Which
ball
is the same
field.
park.
Correct.
Right,
Same park,
okay.
but we just cut it into two phases.
Okay, we're just gonna rip out the loom and resaw that field, is that what the plan is right now?
Yeah, so there's a plan right now to do that for this upcoming season. That's separate from what is being requested here. So we also have a design process underway to do a complete redesign of that section of the park space. It may or may not include a redesign of the field as well, but it's also going to include looking at the rest of the space, not just the field.
This is just for design, 150,000.
Correct.
What about the work itself? We don't know yet.
We have to get
Till
through
we
the design
design what
process.
we're gonna do.
Correct.
Are we gonna go down each item with everybody, or could I ask questions
In
on?
that whole grouping, you have a
In the whole
department head in
grouping.
front of you. Feel free to ask whatever questions you
Okay,
have in
I'm
that
planning on
grouping.
Sacramone Park.
Correct. What is the plan?
Did we get this $3 million? There's no grants, and we only get 400,000 for that, is that correct?
There is a $400,000 grant that actually Tony worked on and received for the city through the park program, which is a state grant funding source. We also have the $50,000 that Senator DiDomenico secured through the state.
Correct.
That's included in that $3 million budget.
Okay, and that'll be used just for baseball, correct? Isn't there a permanent fence going down the middle?
The concept that is currently designed, and you'll notice the next line item, or two line items down, is to purchase the open space at Best Buy.
Yes.
So that will the purchase price is not included in the $3 million, but the new park space will include new ball fields, new tot lot, actually two separate tot lots for two different ages, a new basketball court, because the current basketball court out there right now is got tripping hazards in it, and
Correct.
it's not in great shape. We've designed a new splash pad in there as well, a spray park. and then a new concession stand. So a good chunk of that is a brand-new concession stand with restrooms and storage facilities for the baseball and football programs.
Okay, last question on that. Do you know what we paid for the land of Best Buy?
Well, we have an appraisal on the property, and so the $350,000 that's in the purchase for Best Buy is based on that appraisal.
Okay.
We have not purchased it yet because we need to have the funding.
And just the last item, Glendale Park.
Yes.
Swings, are we adding something to the park down there? Is that what's going on?
Correct. So once the park opened, we received a lot of calls regarding swings in the park for kids and toddlers and things along those lines. So what we've done is we've designed a new space. As you enter the park off of the Ferry Street entrance, on the right is the existing tot lot that was built as part of the project. There's a similar size space on the left, whereby we've designed for swings to go in at that location. It'll look and feel the same. We're using the same details, same coloring of the surface, same type of equipment as what's on the right-hand side, but put on the left-hand side, so that it feels consistent.
That was 150,000, correct?
Yep, we have that actually designed and ready to go. We just need the funding to then bid it out, and you know, our current cost estimates are at that $150,000 range.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Napolitano.
Thank you. Well, you answered my question regarding the land near Best Buy. That's going to be added to and an additional tot lot?
Well, that's going to be incorporated into the full redesign of that entire space. Right now, I believe the plan shows the new concession building with bathrooms and storage facilities at that location.
Is that going to push the perimeter fence out to encompass that area? Because I know right now the slab where the land is on is outside of the park area.
Correct, because it's not owned by the city.
Right.
So yes, the ball fields, the baseball fields will be reoriented, and some of them will overlap with that land.
Okay. And regarding the $1 million for other purchases, I mean, is there anything on the horizon at this point that the city is specifically looking at?
Not
availability, have the money?
It's really to have the ability to come back and get the funding to go forward. For example, the Best Buy lot, we've had to wait until this process gets going, and we've been sitting on coming in front of the council for this process to go for several months now. If we had an appropriation, it would give us the flexibility to move that forward more expeditiously. You know, we could have been prepared 6 months ago, for example, with the Best Buy acquisition if we had some funding available.
Wouldn't there have been some other resources, though, to pull funding for that?
Well, no, for the purchase?
Yes.
No, we don't have any other.
Free cash, stabilization, none of that?
I suppose that's up to the council at that point. And
No, I'm just
I'm not
curious
familiar.
what the process is, that's all.
I mean, obviously, with any acquisition of property, there's certain steps that would have to go forward, and allocation of funding is one of those. I leave it up to the people who manage the money to tell me how best to do that.
Okay. All right, and what's the process right now? So right now, there is no process if there isn't funding for that, so something else comes up. I know during the committee meeting, there was a discussion regarding the property next door to one of the firehouses. I believe one of the firehouses we're now looking at replacing.
Correct.
But there was no, so it had the city wanted to aggressively go after that property, what would have been the process to acquire funding for that? There would have been an appropriation, right?
I believe so, yes, and I believe with any acquisition of property, I believe this city council would have to approve even that acquisition.
But
So.
this is the first time that we're actually trying to put money aside for that purpose, is that correct?
Correct, mainly because over the last couple, probably year or two, there's been some properties like the one by the Hancock Fire Station. There's also a parcel near the DPW yard that, it would be nice to consider an acquisition there if we had the funding, at least known to be available. It could have at least started just discussions with the property owners, even though ultimately the approval process would still have to go through this board,
All right,
through
thank
this
you.
council.
Council DeFlorio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jamie, in regards to the last meeting that we had, as far as the purchase of the utility poles.
Correct.
It says 650,000. They said that we were getting a grant for 270,000, I believe.
Yes, so the city received, when we became a green community, you recall voting on the adoption of the stretch code and a couple other programs with the green communities grant. The city received that status in January. With that came funding that is allocated towards this purchase because that's one of the biggest savers of energy that a city could do. The idea is you purchase the electric poles, and these are just streetlight poles, not the poles where wires hang on them. It's just the streetlights. The lights themselves can be converted to LED, which is a similar illumination, but much less in energy costs. So we have upwards of $270,000 to $300,000 in grant funding for that, with a savings for an overall project of the 1.1 million, but we receive a savings of over $200,000 annually just in electricity costs alone.
Right. No, I understand that, but that was
Okay.
all explained to us.
Yes.
My question is, so it's gonna cost us literally $370,000, not the $650, because we have a $270,000 grant. But how much is it gonna cost for us to maintain?
Good
the
question.
poles, every year? Like if something
Right.
goes wrong, if something goes wrong with a pole, if it gets knocked down, I know the insurance company would pay if
Right.
there was an accident. But uninsured vehicle, if it hits it, how much is it gonna cost us at the end of the year?
That's a very good question, and fortunately, Everett is not the first to do this type of program, so we have a lot of examples that we can draw from other communities that have purchased their streetlights. And based on the number of streetlights that we have, and we've been working with MAPC, which is the Regional Planning Commission, to help us estimate these figures, we estimate that, one, that type of maintenance work can be contracted out, so it wouldn't be a burden on existing city services. And two, the cost would be about $27,000 to $30,000 annually for that type of contract.
To change the light bulb, so basically you're gonna
To do
pay a
maintenance.
contract for $30,000, a flat rate, just to do the maintenance?
No, that's just an estimate. I mean, obviously, if you have more light poles hit in one year, you might charge more than that, but some years you might have fewer light poles hit. That's just the estimate based on the number of poles that we have and the number of streets that we have, and based on how much other communities have spent on average on annual maintenance costs. That's the typical cost. That's approximately what is estimated for the city of Everett to spend on maintenance for the streetlights in the city.
So basically, we're gonna save $200,000 a year on the electricity, and we're gonna pay, say, approximately $30,000 for maintenance. So we would
That's-
still save $170,000 a year.
Yeah,
Now,
and
my
those are
next
very
question,
conservative estimates, too.
I believe Counselor Hanlon asked this question the last time, and I don't know if he has his hands up, because in regards to, do you have the information on the tax? The polls, I believe Counselor Hanlon said that we get tax revenues from that.
That's an excellent question.
So, I'm sorry, maybe I should leave that up to Counselor Hanlon to ask, I don't know. Because that's gonna make my decision on how
It's here.
to cut it or not to cut it.
Sorry. Did you want someone before us, Counselor?
I don't know if
Did you want someone before
Well,
us?
whoever has the information.
Well, all right, from the chair, could we have the chief of staff before us? If there's a second on that? So, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much.
problem.
Chief of staff, please introduce yourself and.
Melissa Murphy, Mayor DeMaria's Chief of Staff, and Pam Davis is here in the audience as well, if you'd like her. She spoke with DOR. We currently get $180,000 in tax revenue from the poles and the wiring. We would continue to get tax revenue on the wiring. We would no longer get tax revenue on the poles. So currently, we get $180,000. If we bought the poles, we would get $170,000. So we would lose $10,883 worth of revenue.
So we would lose $10,883
$883 worth of revenue a year.
worth of revenue, but we would still save $200,000 a year.
Correct.
Minus the 10,000 and then minus the maintenance.
Correct.
So approximately, say, 100,000.
In the MAPC report that we sent to you stated that the maintenance would cost $12,000 a year in supplies, and then we'd have to either sub it out or hire an additional electrician.
But we really don't know how much that is gonna cost. We don't have a figure.
We don't know how much, well, what do you mean, the actual manual labor?
Well, if a light bulb breaks, you have to go out and you have to change a light bulb. Now
They
you're saying maybe
yeah.
city services can do that?
They
have-
projected that the cost for the maintenance, so not the man hours, but the cost for the actual supplies is $12,000. The cost for the manpower, we would have to see personally, I think it would take us a year to kind of figure out what the volume is like. Like we said, these lights last more like 20 years instead of what we see now, which is them burning out fairly constantly. So you know, it would kind of be a cyclical thing, which is why it may make more sense to be something that we put out to bid, and have a subcontractor do, because it would be something that they'd come in and do every 20 years. But then our own people would deal with ones that maybe got hit by a car or, a ball thrown at, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilman
Mr.
McKinney.
Chairman. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank
Do we have Jamie Erickson before us?
Sure.
Sorry for that. I wasn't sure on the answer to the tax
Councilman McKinnon,
question.
you have the floor.
Thank you. To Mr. Erickson, you went over the ground, you said that there was a $400,000 grant that we received for Sacramento Park?
Correct.
Okay, but it's also in here as well, the 400,000.
That's allocated in the total price that you see there. So the funding source, it says grant and bonding.
So
So-
there's 400,000 there for construction, it says construction of Sacramento Park, and then it says another 2.6 million
Correct. So the
So
overall
it'll be
cost
three-
estimate right
3
now
million?
is 3 million.
for the park to be constructed.
Full reconstruction of the park, yes.
And my other question would be, the Glendale Park, you're going to be adding on to the equipment that's already there?
Right, so it's, there's space, as I mentioned, as you come in off Ferry Street, there's grass space right now on the left, where the existing tot lot is on the right. The idea is to take that left-hand side and put swings in there.
Okay.
Similar and
We're gonna be
consistent.
adding on, correct, to that?
It's where existing grass space is, so yes. It's not physical new park space, though.
And let's see here. Also, now, Glendale, all right, that's Glendale, and then you have, what else? Let's see here. Sorry, I'm flipping through, but I'm going back and forth on these pages. And I know I have it right here, but I like doing it on this one. The design of Upper Florence Street Park, that was discussed, but what are they planning on doing there? Are they planning any type of lighting or anything like that?
So the intent for that Upper Florence Park design, and it's really more of a phase two of the big Florence, is to look at the ball field. I mean, if it gets resided this year, it might take a different approach. But the idea was to maybe have a better reorientation of the ball field to make it more consistent with league standards.
Yeah.
Look at the lawn area, not the lawn area, but the hillside, which has a lot of ledge coming out, and is there a way that you can better utilize that for terrace seating, for example? And then look at where can you put in additional resources for like a walking track. We've had a lot of requests from the neighborhood for a way to walk around and through that park, especially from seniors who like to go out for a walk. You know, they use Glendale Park a lot as a walking track. Can we do something similar at that big Florence Street Park? There was also some pedestrian improvements at the sidewalk or street level of Florence Street, and then a better design for, there's some community gardens up there as well. And so we're going to be looking at, can you better design some of those community gardens?
Okay. And that's all going to be in the design phase for the 150,000?
It's just design phase, correct.
Okay. And then we have, let's see, design and construction of new city hall. $3 million.
Yes, that's for continuation of the design work that's currently going on.
So that 3 million would just get the design?
Continued moving forward, correct.
And then move forward.
Then a full, I think future years, it shows coming back for additional funding for that project.
To the tune of $50 million?
Potentially. I mean, very, very rough estimates right now. The design engineers are in the process of potentially getting a estimator on board to help us better understand what the cost estimates will be for a project like this. And this scale and this size, it's complicated, but.
Now, let me switch to the recreation center now. OPM and design, that's $350,000 that you're asking?
Correct.
And what phase would that be? That would just be the beginning steps of it?
Similar to what we're doing right now with the old high school, we have to secure an OPM, owner's project manager, for that project, and then an architect to get going on that project, and that would allow us to do a good chunk of that work.
Okay. So once that's done, then you could start anything that you wanted to do come before us for bonding or whatever?
Obviously, yeah, anything beyond what you give us appropriation funding for would have to come back in front of this board for a continuation of funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Counsel Sani.
On the utility poles, how many are we getting? Is it all the utility poles, or just 20, 30?
No, it's the light poles in the city, so it's all the light poles in the city.
All the light poles?
That's the current cost estimate. We can choose not to purchase all of them, but the estimates that you have and the cost that is shown there is to purchase all of them.
Okay.
Except for the ones that we already own, obviously.
Okay, and I did read the information that we save over 200,000 annually. So in the 10 years, we more or less make back the money that we put up, the 1.1 million, which some of it's a grant.
Correct. You actually make it back in a 2 to 4 year time frame.
Oh, 2 to 4 years.
Correct. And then right then you're making money off of it, really.
And that's because we want to go green in the city. Is that what the
Well, it helps us with our Green Communities grant and our Green Communities status, because we, in the end, save energy by putting in these new LEDs. But I think the bigger intent is we want to save money.
Are we changing the poles we have there now, the light poles? Are we keeping what we have and just changing the bulbs?
The program that we have outlined here is just changing the bulbs. Yep. There might be some lights that need some additional work, but the intent for this is really just to change the bulbs.
Okay, all right. And do they need to change wiring too while they're changing?
I don't believe so unless something's out of code, but I think it's more just a change in the bulb.
And then are we going to be owing the electric company, we pay for electric bill now, right? Is that correct?
Correct. So the electric company owns the lights, and then they charge us for the electricity that's used on those lights.
And then we're saving the 200,000.
Right.
Anyway.
So if we own it, then we can, they can charge, they charge us both electricity and maintenance fees. That's why it's so costly.
Can we go out and look for energy source, like you know how on the regular people's national grid, and you can go out and get different people bringing in the source of energy, like lowering the price? Some people get paid 20 cents.
Like for
people
solar
get-
energy and things along those lines?
No, like I went out and looked for energy from my national grid, for my electricity to come in. I was paying,
Right, the supplier?
yeah, the supplier. Can we do that with the city?
We currently do that, yes.
We do.
And we're continuing to explore all those options as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm all set.
Counsel Marchese.
One quick question. I'm Mr. Erickson. How many square feet was that piece of property we purchased?
Are you talking about the Best Buy property?
Yes.
It hasn't been purchased yet because we would need to come back in
Yeah.
front of this council to get the
What is it,
authorization
maybe
to do that.
5,000, 10,000?
I want to say it's about 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, about that.
Maybe a little bit over.
And the second one is, on the new parks, are we gonna turf these parks? Are we gonna go back with the grass? I mean, seeing the issues we had this year with the snow, would it be smart to maybe turf all our parks, even if it's a little extra from now on?
Yep, the current design cost for Sacramone includes turf.
Turf, and how about the upper field at Florence?
We haven't fully designed that yet, but we can certainly consider that.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a little extra, because even I was a big advocate of having Glendale Park turfed also, and I
Right.
think would have been appropriate this year. The kids would have had some fields to use. Well, muddy enough. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Counsel Sachetta.
On that $1 million for the purchase open space property for future use, if we vote for it today, we don't take the bond out until we see the property we want to buy. And at that time, we take the bond out for that, whatever amount it is. Is that correct?
That can certainly be how the process works, yes.
Okay. In other words, no one's gonna take a bond out for $1 million until we know what we get to buy. Then they come to us and ask us.
Right, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at I have a problem with all planning anyway, but I'm looking at the planning for the Glendale Park swings and so forth.
Yes.
That's a brand-new park. We put a lot of swings and things in there for the kids. I see.
There's
I
currently,
see-
there's currently no swings in that park right now.
Okay, but I see a lot of kids are down there.
Correct.
They do a lot, there used to be swings down there.
There used to be, yes.
Okay, but anyway, I see a lot of people down there and a lot of kids down there, and I'm sure that place is a little bit overcrowded, so I'm gonna go down and talk to a couple of neighbors and people down there and say, what do you think? 12 swings, I'll get 18. Think we need a clubhouse for the guys, you know, one of those structures that they put up? We'll get one of those. We'll put a nice big slide in, we'll put a water cooler in, and we'll fence the whole thing off. That's what I call planning. Is there anything else to do? If you can spend spend $150,000. Did I just save $150,000 or what? Tell me what's different than what I just did as to oppose what planning is gonna do for it.
I'm confused as to the question. This is a proposal to put swings in the park.
Yes,
We have-
$150,000 worth of
right.
swings. Okay, it's a plan. You're gonna make a plan up.
No, that we have the plan. We can bid that project tomorrow if you give us the authorization for the
It just says
150,000.
planning, Glendale Park swings. and
Right,
so
it's
forth.
under the planning department, so we'd be managing that project.
Okay, so there's no planning involved in this?
We already have the plans done, and we're ready to go to construction for that. The $150,000 is construction.
Okay, it didn't say that there, but okay, I agree with you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Seeing none,
Seeing none,
excuse me,
I
testimony
actually
again?
do have a couple from the chair, if I may. With regard to the light poles, what is, I know we've talked about grants and funding and this, that, and the other thing, and bulbs and poles, and what's the net cost to the city after we account for grants and all that? Not talking about electricity savings, just actual out-of-pocket purchase of equipment.
I believe it's in the $650,000 range.
Okay. And now, the question is, is that accurate? Okay.
Yes, it is,
And
sorry.
the question is whether or not we maintain it in-house, or we're gonna get a contract outside.
Correct, and you can always take year one as one way, year two as another way,
Sure.
and then figure out what the best way is.
Now, do we have a bucket truck that can access these poles at this time, or is that gonna be an additional expenditure we need to
No, I
worry
believe we
about?
have an existing bucket truck. I'll defer
Do
to
we?
Jerry.
Okay.
There's 2 bucket
Good.
trucks.
What do we have for electricians with the city? And would it be a formal electrician that would need to handle this?
Yeah, we have 1 electrician down in city services, according to
Okay.
what Jerry mentioned.
All right, so if we, and I think the cost that was said, 2 numbers were bounced around. I think one was 12,000 and one was 30,000. I think they guessed.
Yeah, so I think so Melissa mentioned the cost of just supplies is 12,000.
Okay,
I
that's the
was
bulbs,
doubling that roughly for labor.
Okay, and what do we think it would cost to bid out this kind of work?
That's where I was thinking it'd be in that $30,000 range, but
Okay.
again, we'd have to go through the process and figure out exactly
and
how
see
that would
how it
work.
goes from there. Okay.
Right.
All right,
The
so-
1.1 million does include all of the replacement of the existing bulbs, though.
Okay.
So as Melinda.
So that brings you current with equipment.
Right.
And
So
it's just a
we
matter
would
of how
not
do you get them in
rely
there.
on our electrician to do all that replacement. It's really just maintenance after that.
Okay.
And as Melissa mentioned, these new bulbs have a 20-year lifespan.
Sure.
So in theory, for the first 10, 15 years, there might be limited maintenance except for ones that get knocked out or hit with a rock or something along those lines.
Okay. And with regards to the open space at Best Buy, you said it's about 10,000 square feet there?
It's a little bit over that, but
Okay.
about that.
And what's the intended use for that space? I know it's a design of the park, but what specifically are you looking in that leg of it?
So that portion largely includes a portion of the ball field. So the ball field right now is not the optimal orientation. So that, like, for example, the backstop of the one baseball field gets shifted over, partially onto that property. A part of it is just sort of sitting space or green space, and then part of it will house a new concession / bathroom / storage building.
Okay. And I realize I think it's commercially zoned property? Is it
That
commercial
property is commercially zoned, correct.
Okay, so that'll affect the price.
Right.
Now, is that a private owner, or is that a corporate owner?
The
Do you
owner
know?
is National Development, which
Okay.
owns the rest of the entire Best Buy property.
Okay.
They're based out of Newton, I believe.
All right. Has there been any, I know you haven't even started the process, so we're a step removed from that, but you know the area, I know the area very well, I know the history of the area very well. What's the potential of contamination? What's our responsibility as a community with regards to any remediation of that property?
Good question. It is contaminated.
Okay.
And much of the entire project, part of the reason why the price is, $3 million is because there's quite a bit of cost, not because of the Best Buy property, but because of even the rest of the site. There's quite a bit of cost to make sure that the entire site has a what's called a cap on it that then prevents any exposure to contamination. It's safe today, but once you start digging it, that's when you get into challenges with contamination. Really, anywhere you stick a shovel in the ground in a city like Everett, it happened in my past experience in Lowell, you're going to hit something. So it just elevates the cost of doing any type of work.
And what do you think the cost of remediating the 10,000 square foot parcel would be?
That right now is actually considered remediated because it has a cap on it. So the intent of the project is not to remove any soils or any of the contaminated soils. It's to really raise the field
Build up on
up
top of it?
and put clean fill on top of it.
Okay, and now who is the branch of the city that would be doing the negotiation with regards to acquisition of that parcel, or any parcel?
It would likely be a combination of planning, working with the city solicitor department and through the mayor's office as well.
Okay, and the only suggestion I would have there is that the land to Best Buy and that group has limited use. It has use to the city, but has limited use to them, and I'm sure everyone has used their best efforts, but given the potential contamination issues and things of that nature, it might not be a bad shot to talk to them about a donation to the community. Put a nice little plaque up there for them to give them acknowledgement.
Right.
Be a good way to save some money.
One thing to note is we have been in constant conversations with them, and we did take that approach initially. We asked them if they were willing to donate that to the city, noting
I'm
the
sure they said no.
contamination. They said no. They actually came back with a lease offer of, I believe it was, they wanted to charge us $10,000 a month to use the field, and we could enter into a 99-year lease or so. And when we did the math, we figured it'd be best just to outright
Yeah,
purchase
that's
it.
definitely not.
They were not willing to sell. They were not willing to donate.
Yep,
We
okay.
have had extensive conversations with them to do
Okay.
that.
And I guess they could let it sit, vacant.
That's exactly
If
our
that's-
concern, that they'll
if-
just
yeah,
let us sit vacant.
yeah. Well, they may enjoy paying taxes on vacant property, I don't know. With regards to the recreation wellness, we talked about that. There was talk about the equipment that's over at the field house at the high school. How much was put into, I know we briefly spoke about this before, about, I guess that equipment is leased?
The existing facility, you mean?
That's,
I
exactly.
am not the expert on that. I'd have to defer.
Okay. Who would we want to speak to about that?
I apologize.
Okay.
I don't know the
All
answer
right.
to those. I wasn't,
Who is it that we would want to speak to about what kind of cost has gone into that and how long we're looking to do that? Because obviously, we're looking to move to the rec center at some
Right.
point. I'm just trying to figure out how much money we're putting into the field house with regard to the wellness, what kind of duration we're looking at with that, and where'd the money come from?
that's a good question. I unfortunately am not the right
Okay.
person to answer that
All right,
question.
so why don't we put a pin in that until we find who we need to,
Okay.
do we, is it Rich?
Let's make a motion and invite the mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and second to have Rich and the mayor?
Yeah.
That's,
Do you want to know the amount we spent at the wellness center at the old high
Yeah,
school?
the question that I had, just for your benefit, is I know that we're talking about eventually getting everything over to the
Right.
rec center. And I know we've spoken about the equipment. That was one of the things that we talked about. I think it's least at this point. How much has been spent at the field house? How much of that is actually something we can bring? And what kind of a time frame are we looking at having the field house in that position, especially where we're looking at trying to, take care of that property with regard to the city hall? So I don't know what's been spent, what the lifespan on it is,
Yeah.
and I'm still confused about where the money came from.
Okay, money came from the city budget, so there was no additional monies. It was monies that we were able to take from different line items, like in facilities maintenance, or parks account, or maybe some money from the mayor's reserve account. So it was monies that you all appropriated for the city budget.
Okay.
So it was no additional money.
How much was put in it to prep it versus equipment? Because I know the equipment's going to be able to slide.
Sure. I would say about 150,000 total.
Okay.
Between the floor and the bathrooms. We looked at doing the bathrooms over down the rec center, it would have been about 50 grand. So we built them ourselves from scratch, it was about 30,000. Richard, 23,000 in the bathrooms? About 23,000, our guys did most of the work. The floor, we had come in, I think, was it about 90? 90 for the floor, and that was probably the biggest of things. The rest of the equipment was all leased. We're gonna bring that over to the other side. A lot of the work is all our own manpower.
Okay. And what's the useful life on that? What do we think the lifespan's gonna be on that before we
You
move
know,
to the next phase?
2, 3 years, hopefully, we'll get this new facility designed. You guys would, yes, I'm sorry, you guys. Hopefully, you will approve the bond authorization to construct a new facility there. I think right now, we're gonna be hopefully designing it. That would be a public process, of course. We wanna get some input from you and from the community, but that, you know, we're looking at, that could be, a couple phase project for the new wellness center. You know, first would be exactly what we have at the old high school, a place where people can work out and do classes, and additional would be additional space for the Boys and Girls Club. So the kids will have, state-of-the-art computer rooms, music labs, all the things that they want in the city, pretty much in that facility. I think the second phase would be where the police station is now. I mean, hopefully, you're looking at some sort of maybe indoor pool with a track, but this is a phase project. And so we're gonna come before, first it's gonna be pretty much a rec center with a Boys and Girls Club in it. That's the first phase. That's what we're designing now, and we hope that you'll approve a bond. Once that is designed, and we come to you with an amount of money, hopefully you'll approve that.
The wellness center itself looks phenomenal.
Thank
And the work that the crew did is amazing. My only concern was trying to figure out, it clearly was a short-term
Right.
solution, and just trying to figure out what we spent for that. And so, in addition to labor and man hours, we're talking about 150,000?
Yeah, give or take.
And we're looking at 2 or 3 year window.
Right.
So, all right. I don't have any other questions about that, but while we have you here, the last question I have is with regards to moving this building to the high school. Because this, I didn't know if this was something that was talked about before I got back in the office, but I didn't know anything about it. So,
Moving,
City Hall up
Yes.
to the high school.
okay.
And just why is it necessary? What do you have for information we can look at? Because it's a big move. It's a lot of money. It's a huge project.
Right.
And it kind of like news to me.
Right, so you look at it, we own both buildings. We own the old high school, and we own City Hall. Which one you want to renovate?
And what are you looking at for costs? I know that you said we've got all kinds of items here.
Right.
The layout is what the layout is. What are you looking at? I guess the best thing is probably square footage, cost per square foot, versus retrofitting this building and doing construction over there. And
I think it's about $225. Is that the number? Yeah, what you?
is this a good time to bring
Yeah,
the gentleman
it's
up?
a great time to bring up the team, if you'd like.
The will of the council.
You know,
Get some pictures?
we have pictures, we have a presentation.
If we-
I'd love to show you what it looks like.
I make a motion to invite the guests.
The second on that?
Second.
Moved and second to invite the architects?
Yeah, Gregor Smith and Mark Pelletier are our owners, project managers. They are in charge of the project. They also helped us select the architect team, Rebecca and Mo.
So
They're here
who-
with Tony
whoever-
and.
Yeah, whoever is
Montel and-
necessary for the presentation, please come forward. And
They're our
We need to take a
architects.
vote on that.
Is it all loaded up
Wait,
there,
I
Michael?
was gonna vote no.
Mr. Clerk?
Did
Is
not.
that good to fly?
So who's in favor? Vote second? Never-
Gentlemen, thank you very much for being patient. I know it's been a long night.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them sit down and do this.
And I would imagine, probably the best thing to do is just let you give us an overview before we end up peppering you with with questions. And you could just give us an overview of what you see, what the vision is, why that building instead of this building, what the cost benefit would be, and, anything else that you think would be helpful to us.
Right.
Councilor Marquez, you have a quick question?
Yes, to any one of you gentlemen, my issue is that the way the city is developing is that Lower Broadway, from the Circle down, is probably gonna be our tallest buildings, that on the Parkway. And we're going to be moving a facility which we have that has access to the Circle and obviously to the line, and moving up here. Will it be a problem if there's a fire down the line I thought if we were going to build another station, it would have been in proximity of the newer development, which I thought was Lower Broadway and the Parkway, which would have our tallest buildings.
May I start?
Sure.
First of all, I suppose, my name is Mark Pelletier, and my colleague here, Gregor Smith. We have architects here, Mo Feingold of Feingold Alexander, Tony Chow of Feingold Alexander, and Rebecca Berry of Feingold Alexander. We were engaged, Gregor and I were engaged as owners project managers several months ago. We started the project under the direction that we got from the planning department and from the mayor's office to potentially realize a new home for City Hall and to set in motion a number of projects that were described to us as new improvements for the future of Everett. Regarding the, Councilor Marchese, I believe, is it Marchese?
Yes.
To answer your question, the fire department is the latest iteration, the latest addition to the project. You won't see anything here regarding the fire department, but we are looking at it as a chain of events. One of the key issues was the relocation of the rec center to the other rec center. We call that a critical path item. It's in the way of doing all the rest of the work. I think we can explain to you what would happen very simply in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, when the entire capital improvements program, this program, would be completed. Without further ado, I'd like to ask the architects to show you the vision. We looked at this, and somebody asked the question, why are we moving all of these buildings, and what is the value? Well, you have a building that was probably approved by this city council nearly 100 years ago, because I think they laid the groundwork. I think they set the first stone in 1923, I think, or maybe they finished it in 1923. So about 100 years ago, your predecessors decided to invest in the city of Everett and build this fabulous facility. I mean, it's just a perfect high school at the time. Obviously, you have a modern high school now. So what do you do with a building like this? The mayor's vision was, let's see if we can create a new city hall here. We need a new police station. We looked at the police station. The city needs a new police station. I think many people would agree with that. And you have older fire stations that don't really accommodate 21st century technologies. And so how could you put all these pieces in place? So to answer the one question you asked, Councilor Marchese, this building right here would likely be the location of a new fire department, consolidated fire headquarters. The police department and City Hall would be located at the old high school building, and the recreation center would move to the other rec center down where the existing police department is. I would like to ask the architects to show you the vision at this point, unless you have a question before that moment. And if they're really technical questions, my colleague, Gregor, is a lot better at them than I am.
From the chair, I think it'd probably be beneficial for us to see an overview, and if there are any questions, we'll open to the floor, and you can ask all the questions you like, if that's the will of the body. So if we could, it sounds good if we could have the presentation, you could put your personnel in the proper locations, and we'll let it run.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here to speak to you about what we consider really a wonderful project.
You have to identify yourself.
Yes, I will.
You're taking my job from me.
I'm sorry.
If you could, please.
Yes. I'm Maurice Feingold. I'm president of Feingold Alexander Architects of Boston. I'm a resident of Boston as well. My two colleagues are with me. They'll introduce themselves. They're both residents of Cambridge. The point is that we live in urban environments surrounded by wonderful existing buildings. Throughout the 54-year history of my firm, we have been renovating, adapting, restoring, preserving, and adding to the most extraordinary host of wonderful existing buildings, from national monuments like Ellis Island in New York Harbor to humble local libraries in small communities. We have this prodigious experience in working with existing buildings. None of them intimidate us, so that we can get beyond perceived limitations to understand the value and realize the potential of revitalizing really an historic resource in your community. This is really a wonderful project. When we came to the orientation a few months ago, we were really excited by it. We couldn't stop talking about it on the way back to the office. When we got to the office, we started sketching before we knew what we were going to do, so that we could write an exciting proposal. And of course, during the due process, we were honored to be selected to do this study. We've been having a really terrific time understanding the program developed by the OPM with the mayor and his staff, and with the chief of police and his staff, and understanding that in both facilities there is the need for additional space and to create quality space of a different nature, which speaks to the future of Everett, but within these historic hallowed halls. Essentially, looking at this site diagram, we're looking at, on the right, the existing building in the dark outline, and in the dotted line to the left is the profile of the gymnasium addition, which was built at a later time, which we propose to remove. Therefore, what we have left is the original 1923 building, and what we've given back by doing this is an extraordinary amount of open space to the neighborhood. Neighborhood is now, as you know, encroached by this massive building facing it. They'll have all this open space, and underneath the green space, which will be created in a park, will be underground parking. And under the underground parking, we will not only have place for the public, but for the police vehicles and the Sally Port as well. Because the building faces Broadway, as you know, there's an entrance from Broadway. There'll be an entrance from the rear. So we see this building coming at us from front and rear, and how do you create, therefore, a whole out of that idea of how people come to this building? Here's the diagram of the movement. So we have a public entrance at the front. We plan to, you will see in the sketches in a moment, to tilt the plane of the lawn so that we'll make a universal access. We will remove those steps so that you can gain access to the front of the building without changing the historic facade. Just the steps will be relocated. The historic facade around the building will be restored and maintained. We hope to replace the windows in their original muntin pattern. The interior will receive a different kind of treatment relevant to the excitement of the departments and their adjacencies that are necessary. What we see in this diagram, front to back, with the front part of the high school being reused for City Hall, and with the new police headquarters on the back side in new construction, together with a community room and the communications facilities. One moves through the yellow line coming front to back. You can move through into an atrium-like space, through the auditorium, and from the back the same way. If the auditorium were being used, you see in the yellow dotted line, you could move an alternative way around to find the central atrium space. It's a way which represents what we've been asked to do, not just to provide functional space, but to provide space which has a different quality about it, a quality in which everyone is open and can interact with one another more collegially and see each other and work together. Not only, we've heard that both from the police department and from all the departments in City Hall who want that kind of environment, and that's what we're proposing. Here we are. So I'm going to ask Rebecca Berry, who's a senior associate of the firm, to introduce the concept of the floor plans. After she finishes, Tony will present some sketches of conceptual ideas. But I've laying the groundwork for this, I introduce Rebecca.
For the record, I am Rebecca Berry, resident of Cambridge and senior associate at Feingold Alexander. Thank you. So I'm going to try to do this relatively quickly because what we really want to do is show you what we believe are some very interesting concepts for this building and how it can be adapted. As Mo noted, the plan for the building relies upon two major public entries, one off of Broadway, one off of the rear of the site, which I think we would refer to as a second entrance to the site. The City Hall uses, the departments, we have engaged in programming together with the owner's project manager, Smith St. John, to understand the departmental needs and then to begin to lay those needs into the existing footprint of the building. This is always a very interesting exercise to see what we have as potential in an existing building versus what's needed as far as program. So we worked on adjacencies, we work on what departments would best lay out where, because this is of course a multi-story building, much as the one you are in now, and that has certain implications for how you use the space. At the first floor of the existing high school building, which as you see in the diagram, rings around a central light court, as it does now, we would have the major uses with which the public interacts: the city clerk, financial services, communications, retirement services. How many of you, I imagine all of you are very familiar with this building. As noted that many of you graduated from there. So that central light court at the moment, of course, is only 2 stories. We proposed to make it 3 to bring it down to the first floor. It was actually infilled in 1975 when the addition was put on, when the gymnasium that was in the lower portion was converted into a cafeteria. So we are essentially restoring, if you will, somewhat the condition that was there. You come into this central atrium gathering court. This orients you. We propose to re-envision the auditorium. Tony will talk a little bit more about that. And then at the rear of the building is where we propose a new addition of a new modern police headquarters station for the city of Everett. Also at the rear of the building, you can see there are 2 squares, if you will, in plan, smaller towards the top, one of which is envisioned as the new major studio for the Everett Community Television, and the other of which is a large community room for shared use between both City Hall and police. At the second floor, one continues quite simply with the departments of the City Hall. Health and Human Services, Inspectional Services occupies a large portion of the front of the building, for instance, because it's a portion with which the public very much interacts. I should note that they are one of the most underserved departments currently as far as the program goes. We are looking at about a 25% to 30% increase in program area from what is currently in this building, from what we understand to be the program needs of the various city departments. And again, at the rear, you can see in the blue area, in this sort of square, large square addition, that is again more program for the police department. When you come to the 3rd floor of the building, we envision this as the major floor for the mayor's office and the city council, as well as other public hearing rooms such as the Bavarian Room would be located on the 3rd floor, much as you see yourself now in a way in terms of this sort of hierarchy of the major public interaction areas at the first floor, and then as you move through the building, coming to other functions. Another reason why we envisage the mayor's office and the city council at the 3rd floor is because of a found space, which happens to be a very large space between the ceiling and the roof at the high school, which we can then use to create the proper height to a space such as this room, because when a room gets large, such as this, one needs more height. And you can see here at the top of the plan, actually on the right. So if you were to come into the building, if you can imagine that you come up to that 3rd floor, and the city council chamber we currently envision located at the sort of northern corner of that building overlooking the city of Everett, with plans for, of course, additional spaces, for instance, for counselors, possibly even some small spaces that could be used for offices. This is one of the things that this building affords, is a bit more space to have these kinds of uses. And of course, finally, the 3rd floor of the police station, which would be the office of the chief, among others, and the Emergency Operations Center, which would also be located such that you could have easy access, let's say, between the mayor's office, yourselves, the chief of police, in the event of an emergency or a similar crisis in the city. The lower level of the building, which is what we call the ground floor because it does daylight significantly, again, becomes used because of advantageous issues with grading on the site for large amount of public parking. We're currently looking at about 75 to 80 spaces, which is considerably more than you have here on this site. Appropriate parking, garage parking for the police department, Sallyport detainees, et cetera, again at that lower level. And then there is some unprogrammed space at this level which could be potentially available for eventual city use, public uses, not-for-profits, et cetera. So You can see here in this concept section, this is if you took a slice through the building from Broadway back toward the rear of the site. You can see here the concept laid out of moving through these series of public spaces and how the public interacts. They come into the building, they come into the central light well. One can orient oneself, which is something which actually is very much missing from this facility as a way of sensing how you move through the building and come to the various departments, public auditorium, police entry. And I'm going to turn over now to Tony Shao to show some of our concepts for the building.
Thanks, Rebecca. My name is Tony Shao. I'm a principal and director of design at Feingold Alexander Associates, and the architects, and Mo and Rebecca have stated, we're very honored to be here before you today. So this, I think everyone knows, and you've seen this. So when we think about entry, one of the key things about a civic building and a building for the city is we have to create universal access. We need to not deny anybody the right to come at the building. We need to make it available to all. And doing so means that coming at this building, we have to avoid issues of steps and other things that prevent ways people can arrive. So other examples that we have done this, for example, this is the Fall River Justice Center. And in this instance here, we created a universal access coming to a significant courthouse. Some of you might know this is currently where the Hernandez trial is being held. So this is a courthouse that was built and designed by us within the past several years. But this is one of the issues of creating a civic presence and being open and welcoming to all. And therefore, in the thinking about this high school site is the simple act of allowing us to regrade the front lawn with a series of curved, gently sloping sidewalk walkways. And by shifting where the existing steps are currently coming to the building forward, allows us to gain universal access that will permit anyone to come at the building through the front door without having to encumbered by steps and other things. It's a very significant message because it allows that whole perception of entry, arrival for all. We talked about the other side of the site. There really is no front and back in a way. The fact of the matter is that when one looks at this existing building with this later addition, and it's a rather large addition, which we've lived with for many, many years in the neighborhood, the ability that we can transform this particular end of it, I think, is a real opportunity for us. This is another project we did recently at Holyoke. This is a public library, historic front on one side, a very contemporary addition on the back side. And we melded these two together, again, to allow universal access on the side that's shown here in the classy addition, but we also married an old and new, which spoke to the way that libraries function today. We think the same thing will occur here with the ability to unify a civic building of police and City Hall as a single entity that allows also a way to reimagine the rear. So if one does this and we remove the field house and a large gymnasium, we not only do we capture the opportunity for a major park, which is a neighborhood asset for the community, but it also enables us to create a new arrival for the police department as a way for others to get at the building and creating, as Rebecca outlined in this particular idea, the celebration of a common meeting space, the celebration of the studios, these things that are very public in nature, and creating a sort of a way for the public to engage, creating a park that can have all sorts of amenities that the city can imagine. Basketball courts, tot lots, community gardens, a park, the ability to really reframe the neighborhood sense of a real park within the middle of this area, just by the simple act of transforming this particular side of the site. The auditorium. So the auditorium is a very significant and interesting opportunity. We know that particularly for many of you and for many residents of Everett, it's an important space. Many of you have memories here. And we think this is a significant asset to the building. But we also think that the way buildings function and city halls function, there's an opportunity to also transform this as well, in some ways to reflect more current ways that auditoriums can be utilized, even beyond just the way traditional auditoriums are done. So examples that we begin to address is in auditoriums like this, not only do we create the opportunity for abilities to have seating and doing in functions for public events, but we can actually transform the way the auditorium itself is used. It can be done in ways that allow more activities, different ways of showcasing, not just having a stage with traditional seats and flanked in this way, but actually to open it up. We can also allow more universal access within the auditorium And if we reimagine this, this can do some other things for us. So for instance, in an auditorium space like this, we could recapture a way to reposition this auditorium to have more use and more flexibility. The idea that it not only functions for events, but we could actually open up a larger floor area that can be reestablished as a way to organize the auditorium for other use. And the third part is the court itself. So this light court, which, as Rebecca identified, which currently stops at the second floor, we propose to lower it down to the first floor to basically create a major arrival heart to the building. So the idea of capturing a courtyard, transforming it, even taking things and opening it up, emitting daylight, emitting public ways of moving through it, I think are ways that we could begin to think about transforming this particular side of the building. So in this instance, that same space could in fact be captured in creating a central heart to the building, which is a celebration of the way the civic engagement of a city hall is for the community at large. And we can therefore create an opportunity to do this for the city of Everett, which is therefore the public's space. It's the public meeting room, it's the community space. And allowing us to do this allows us to therefore open up this building in ways that I think none of us could have initially thought when we started the project. But because the building has such rich history and such also good bones, we have the ability to really transform. And finally, as we come to issues within even rooms like this, for instance, the idea that how you organize yourselves, and we really would understand how this really works for you. There's an opportunity to also reimagine. And when we think about spaces like council chambers, how one deals with light, with materials, with the import of what goes on in terms of city business here. And so the ability, again, that even taking simple classrooms and things like that, as Rebecca said, the virtue of taking the third floor location is that we can allow the ceilings to open up. We can begin to remove walls within classrooms. We can create spaces that are of this magnitude and scale, but begins to transform the ability for capturing space within the existing high school to become a modern day city council chamber that can also be applied with all the sort of needs and interests, technology, and other things that really service the community. And then finally, with respect to the environment itself, you know this, you've seen this is the existing high school, but yet the bones are here. The opportunity exists. So when one views this sort of existing spaces, the ability to think about when you have the city departments and agencies, the idea of openness, the expression of government as being a place for all citizens, the idea that when you come into these spaces, you want to have the ability to see, not just sort of isolated in individual departments, but actually open up the building and allow the operations of the city to be really manifest and to be open. So this notion of creating openness allows us to even take the idea that within those existing hallways that line the school now, which are basically getting into classrooms, if we begin to reimagine how those areas can move around the central court, and the idea that within those departments that we open up a lot more transparency to each department, and the ability for everyone to organize themselves around the central gathering court, it's therefore an expression again of the civic sort of notion of what a city hall is, a civic institution, speaking of democracy, and it allows us to really frame this building and transform it. So with that, I think this just allows us to conclude.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to present our study in progress. We do believe, as you see with our enthusiasm, we believe this is an extraordinary example of a good adaptive use project which has the potential to serve the city for the next many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilor Sachetta.
It looks very nice.
Thank you.
How much would this cost? Approximately.
I'm Gregor Smith with Smith & St. John. The budget as we currently laid it out for City Hall would be about $56 million. Police on top of that another 25, and site work, parking, the park behind the building, we're projecting at about $8 million more. These are very rough numbers. I want to stress that because this is a conceptual stage that we are in right now. So a lot of assumptions went into these numbers. As I think you've already heard the comment made that we're engaging a cost estimator who will look at the work that Feingold Alexander has done so far and delve in a little more detail to come up with a more accurate estimate. But right now, we're basically looking at about $96 million, I'm sorry, $88 million for all three of these components, the site, the police, and the city hall.
Council McKinnon.
Could we have the mayor before us, please?
Do we have any other questions for the architects?
I don't,
The pro-
with them.
Yes.
Why don't we do that first? and
Okay,
then-
I'll yield.
But I'll
I will
keep
yield.
your spot. Are there any other questions for the invited guests? Council Hamlin.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. Could I get a copy of what you showed us this evening?
Absolutely.
And my questions are, I didn't see the front of the building as being handicap access ability.
I can answer that. One of the first slides that was shown by, I believe, Tony, did you do it? It was, we referred to it as universal access, which means you don't need handicapped access because everybody gets to use exactly the same travel path to get into the building. You show these
Right.
two long arced elevated walkways that elevate up to the site. It's not really a ramp, it's just a,
That's what I was zoning in on because it looked kind of steep,
well, it can't be more than 5%.
1 in 12.
No, 1 in 20.
1 in
1 in 12 is a ramp, 1 in 20 is universal access. So it's a very gentle
Okay.
ramping. You know, the sidewalk as it travels up Broadway, maybe even close to that 5%, might be 3.5%, 4%. So the idea is that everybody has equal access. You don't make special accommodations for anybody. Everybody is exactly the same.
Okay, I understand that.
Good.
The other thing was is that I didn't notice a tremendous amount of parking. And the reason for that, what I'm thinking of is that, you know, we all have vehicles that have to get in there at some time. We have city workers that have to get in there. You'll have the police department that has to get in there with not only their vehicles, but their own personal properties. And we have vehicles, lots of vehicles, that have been taken by the police department, and they're
Sure.
parked. If you look in, I know you've probably been at the back of the police department
Oh,
now,
certainly have.
but there's loads of cars down there.
Sure.
And I don't know where those cars are gonna fit with everybody else, plus the public.
Sure. I can, first off, I think you have 39 spaces available right here
Yes.
today. As the building is currently laid out, without changing the structural system below the existing field house, below the gymnasium, there's room for 75 spaces, which is almost double what you have currently, and there's also additional parking for police vehicles. I can't remember the exact number of police vehicles, and we will have some surface parking for additional police vehicles tucked in on the side of the building. If we reconfigure, if we decide that we're not going to take down, if we decide to take down to the foundation, the existing field house, then the inefficiency that's built into the column layouts, et cetera, if you turn around, you'll see it right on the screen there. If you look to the left, you see that gray area that has 75 spaces in it. Mo is pointing to it. And then next to it in the blue, there's another sliver, and that's police parking. Overall, the over 100 parking spaces there, we could probably increase that by 20% with a more efficient layout. So there would be a lot of parking compared to what there is now.
I'll look at it more, I don't want to take up too much time. And the last
That's great.
question that I have.
It's a good
not
question.
It's a request, and maybe you can get to talk with the mayor, and you guys can get together, but something I've always wanted to see in this city hall, which we don't have, but maybe up in a new business, is a city museum. Maybe
Yes.
something like half the
Yes.
size of this room.
We have thought about this.
We can fill it. I mean, I know we can fill it, and I know just the guy
We-
who put in
There's a
charge
great
of it,
deal of
too.
material you have here for that.
So you
Yes.
have.
Well, there's good material. The other thing we looked at, we went to the police department, and they have a lot of, plaques and photographs and things and cases, et cetera. Believe me, these architects would create fabulous, containers, so to speak, for all the departments. I think you have a lot of photographs of former mayors here, really creating a mayoral center, and I'm sure there's a place for city councilor photographs as well, et cetera, and a lot of other.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I think you'd like to speak with the mayor?
Excuse me, catch my
Before we do, if I may, from the chair.
Sure.
So the combined project you're looking at between the police station, city hall, and the park in the back, you're looking at about $88 million.
That is a conservative preliminary estimate.
Conservative
Absent-
as it's on the high side?
As it's on the high side. No, we've been told, don't come back looking
Sure.
for monies again.
Yeah, okay.
We all understand that.
And what kind of square footage do you have there? What are you looking at cost per square foot in that building?
Sure, go ahead.
It varies depending on the component, but City Hall is $445 a square foot in this budget, and police is $638 per square foot.
This is not just construction, these are project costs.
Yeah. Sure.
That's
in.
all in.
It's everything.
Design,
That's everything.
construction, furniture,
Okay.
fixtures, equipment.
So now, with regards to, you've looked at the police department, you looked at the building that's over there, you've seen this building. I don't know how much time, if any, you've looked at the structures and said, geez, what we can do. Apples and oranges, clearly. You can do a lot more with new construction than you can with the existing building. But what, and you wouldn't get the same final product. It's as simple as that. But $88 million is a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
So with that said, is it even a candidate, this building, in the existing police department? What could we expect to obviously not get to the same state and not address the same issues in that structure, the proposed structure, but in terms of dollars and cents, because at the end of the day, we're watching the taxpayers' pocketbooks, and we need to be aware of this. So explain to me what, if you can, what kind of costs we'd be looking at in the existing buildings, what you might be looking at for square footage costs, and then why it's not a good idea, or why maybe we're throwing money away if we were to pursue that.
Well, one of the first things we ever looked at was that we came to this building, and we found that while a lot of people work in really tight quarters, the I call it sort of the forecourt, or when you walk into a lot of offices, there's a lot of wasted space. It's a very inefficient building. It has wide hallways. It has inefficient space and people wrapped around the corners and at the perimeter walls. You know, the building's fairly solid, but it's I wouldn't call it a paragon of high design by any stretch. But it has served its purpose for 50 some odd years. If you were to completely renovate this building, that means all of the city has to move out as well in order to do that. So where do you go then? You put temporary quarters in the old high school? And if so, then what are we really accomplishing? The building has issues, has environmental issues. It has hazardous material issues, as does any building built at this time. And so does the high school, by the way. And you have very inefficient heating, ventilating, air conditioning. I've been around here. I've seen people with fans in their offices running at the same time. Somebody's got a heater at the next desk. You all have lived in this building. You understand the building. You know, the windows don't work well. I opened the window earlier because it was getting kind of warm here, but I think it's the only one that operates in this room.
I think that, though, to answer your question directly, we haven't actually priced it up, but you're easily going to spend in this building an equivalent amount per square foot.
But
to
fewer
renovate this
square feet.
building
And how about
but-
the police department?
I'm sorry?
How about the police department, that building? What would we be paying per square foot there? I know this is equivalent, but you have a lot, I would imagine you have more square footage there than you do here.
Well, that's right. That's another issue, that this building, if you were to renovate this building for City Hall purposes, it won't be enough space. It is just, what is this, 68,000 square feet?
This is a total gross, this building is a total gross square foot, meaning like to the outside of the walls, of 80,000 square feet. The amount of program space that we have for City Hall in program for the new high school is about 110. So that's a significant, as I mentioned, increase. And just to jump to the same question applies to the police station as well. There's also, again, about a 25 to 30% program increase from where they are now. So there's two issues. There's lack of space. And then if I could just add one quick thing about the era of the buildings, which does make a significant difference actually, is that this building, because of the era it was built, the skin of the building is really hit its complete useful lifespan, meaning not just, say, the windows, which would be an item to be replaced at the old high school. But frankly, the entire facade of the building, all that silver and blue that you see, is essentially done with its useful lifespan. So there is potential in a building of this era that the per square foot cost could be even higher to renovate than in a building of the era of the old high school.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all I have. Are there any other questions from the floor?
I'd like to excuse him with a, more than the customary thanks, it was a
Okay.
very good thing to
Thank
get to
you,
know.
thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a very good presentation. Counsel McKinnon, you wanted to...
We have the mayor before us, please.
If we could please have his honor the mayor before us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counsel McKinnon?
Through you, Mr. President, to the mayor. In theory, this sounds great, sounds wonderful. I know you've been working on it for a couple of years, and it's a good plan. When did they stated that with the addition of the fire department as well, where are they gonna be going? In this building here?
Right here.
Okay. Like I said, in theory, it sounds great, but for, fiscal responsibility, at the end of the day, I'm worried now about what the taxpayer is gonna look at and say, 88 million, why are we doing this? Do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, sure. Right now, we're running inefficiently, from our utilities. We're running inefficiently regarding the way we're programmed here in the city, in this building and in the police station. The two fire stations, just to rehab them, to bring them up to existing standards, I think it was about $20 million in total dollars. And that would just give us the same exact fire stations without the ability to order equipment, that we have to get special ordered equipment. We can't even fit a ladder truck in the stations. Same with the police station. The technology demands on cities and towns these days, with so many different threats that we don't have the capabilities. The amount of infrastructure we need to build there. They have locker rooms in the hallways. They really don't have a great training facility. They share office space. It's not built for 101 police officers. What I say to the taxpayers is that, I negotiated a mitigation amount in the wind deal to be about $5 million a year. If you think about $90 million over 30 years, the payment's about $3 million, especially at a low interest rate, maybe a little more than 3. But that's what you'll be incurring. And then you still have $2 million left to build the fire station and pay that debt off. So, and you know what? We have the ability to go out and bond this whole project without even that coming online. We have the bond capacity. I like to always say we're definitely the richest poor city I know. I know we talk about taxes and the commercial tax rate and all that nice stuff, but I can show you again what I pay myself in a like building in Revere, that what they pay here in Everett regarding water and taxes, and I'm sure paying a lot more in Revere. So we can spell that out for you. I know at one time we did that. We showed you, apples for apples. Rates are rates and assessments are assessments. So we have to take in what you're actually paying out every year. We're very cognizant of taxpayers, but we also know taxpayers want their firefighters to be in a great facility, their police officers with the right facilities and training, and when they go to City Hall, they actually want to feel like it's actually a nice building. I mean, this place is, this is like a dirty shoe. You can definitely get it clean, but it's still going to be a dirty shoe that you just cleaned. I mean, you can't make this place better. The old high school, I love the building. I love the architecture, and you saw it, the auditorium, the amount of flex space, let's call it. I forget the term. The amount of space we have. I have on a daily basis, different church groups, different, I think yourself. I think you directed the Boy Scouts to me at one time, the Cub Scouts. We have so many people looking for spaces, public space to use, all the time, calling us all the time. And we open the doors to the old high school for them. We open the doors here at City Hall to them, to the Conley Center, to the rec center. Now they'll have a place to hold their meetings if it's whatever group it is.
I know I was seeming a little critical on it, but,
No, that's not.
I mean, I think there's room for being critical. We have not seen, with all due respect, we haven't seen any monies generated from the wind project as of yet. When will that be coming in?
That comes, that's, a question, one is when they begin construction, is that when they dig the foundation to put the steel in? Is that when we get our first?
I think it was like 3 segments. One was
Yeah,
supposed to be
yeah,
the
like
5
5 million, then
5
12
million
and
coming,
12,
then
prior-
12,
Yeah,
then
right,
another 12.
right,
when
prior
it
to
goes
opening,
over.
we get collect out 30 million.
Mhm.
And then we begin taxing them at 26 million. And then we begin receiving, I guarantee your meals and hotel taxes from that facility will in itself pay the debt on this project. And if you want to hold me to that. 615 rooms, you think about what the meals tax and hotel, the meals and hotel taxes will be coming out of that facility. It'll pay, if not a good amount of the share of the debt for this facility. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, is it a lot of money? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money.
$88 million.
It's a lot of money, yeah, but is it needed? Do you have deplorable fire stations? Yeah. Do you have a deplorable police station? Not deplorable, but, I mean, the city hall building, it's probably in all city hall buildings throughout the Commonwealth, and I've been to a lot of them, just with mayor's meetings. I'd say it's the worst building in the Commonwealth. I really would.
The dirty shoe, we'll call it from now on.
The dirty shoe.
For that analogy.
Yeah, you like that analogy? I think I'm wrong with the way I said it, but I forget how the saying, but I know someone back there will correct me. But, I wish I had the opportunity to make this vote. I definitely would be voting in favor of it. I think when it's all said and done, I'll give you an analogy. I was down at Glendale Park one time, honest to God truth. And I'm down there, and it was before we were gonna build a new high school. And there was a couple, and they were like, so adamant with not voting for Dave Ragucci because he was building the old high school. Fast forward like 3 years later, 4 years later, Dave's out of office, May Hanlon's the mayor. The same couple who were so opposed to building this high school said to me, isn't this a beautiful high school? Isn't this a beautiful area? You know what I mean? So you're gonna get, we're gonna get, people are gonna say, maybe say things or at first or be upset, but when it's all done, I think we're gonna have some really state-of-the-art facilities that we don't have to keep. I mean, I couldn't tell you the amount of dollars we spend in facilities maintenance. Maybe Rich O'Donnell can, maybe DPW can put that together, the cost of just maintaining these buildings that we have, police, city hall, fire. But you bet, we're spending a lot more money than we would spend if we had newer buildings on maintenance and heat and costs. And, is the return, gonna pay you back right away? No, there's probably a longer return on the investment. But I'm sure in the long run, you got a state-of-the-art building, that you can all be proud of.
Well, I mean, we have to look at it both ways. We have to take this in this presentation and say, we have to make the tough decision now, whether or not to put this forward or not. So I'm glad that you gave your input on this and everyone could hear that. I know that many people are probably going to be questioning it, whether or not we're fiscally able to do this, 88 million, but I mean, I would like to put some of these people that are questioning, some of the stuff that's going out tonight, ease in their minds.
And you can say to people, think about what it cost you to renovate your home 5 years ago. Now what is it costing you with building materials and cost of labor? So when we come to a point in 20 years, if it's 20, or if it's in 10, 15, whenever we have to make these decisions, this building and those buildings, the cost will be probably double. The longer we wait, it's inevitable, the lot more we'll pay, like we have in this city with a lot of other things. Keep passing the buck back down the line. I'm taking a tough vote. If it costs me my election, I think it's the right thing. I know it's the right thing to do. And I don't really believe if you as a collective group of 11 vote this in favor, that any one of you are in jeopardy of anything due to the voting for this. I really feel that you're actually being proactive, like myself, in resolving some of the structural deficits that we talk about, the structural deficits, the cost of heating, cost of maintenance. That's all, it all adds up. Trust me, it all adds up. And that will all be reduced, especially when you're building LEED certified silver buildings. So I'd love to, I know this is, a vote you have to take, and, but again, this is not gonna be all this year. It's all gonna be all next year. It's it's 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. Power plant comes on in 2020. Right now, we're in a slight, let's say, conversation with them regarding the TIF agreement that we believe was incorrectly done. So that's all I can say about that. We're also, in 2017, I'm gonna be receiving a lot of money. That doesn't, and again, it's the mitigation, that money no one even talks about, is the money that I'm gonna use to build these police and fire stations. It's not going for raises, it's gonna go to their facilities. I've told them all that. I've told the unions that. It's not going to, it's going to go to these facilities.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Council Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Mayor, I actually love the design. I think it's great. The actual old Masonic building next door to it, is this talk about potentially maybe trying to get that building incorporated, whether it's through parking or just to add on to it? Is there any talk in that for future plans?
I would love to. I'll engage that with you if you, approve this and going forward. If, that's, yeah, I love the building. I just, I don't know what reuse, what could happen there. I think, yeah, I would love to, but we don't have it included in our plan now, to answer your
Right, the
question.
only reason I only ask is that, especially if we're gonna spend, we do approve it, and we put a lot of money, whether it's $50 or $60 million into doing that building over, and then all of a sudden, someone decides, whoever the owners of that building are, decide that they wanna put something there that we don't feel is really desirable. Does that take away from the whole, because it's gonna sit right next door to it? That's my concern, and, because right now, it's really sitting vacant, there's not a lot going on there.
True. If this plan would be approved and everything would go forward, and it's something you guys, would send me in a resolution that you want to look at that as maybe additional parking or reuse or a park, or I would definitely look at it. But we do have better oversight these days on projects. I think we're actually working on a lot of that, the stricter zoning, especially going through planning, and so I think we'll be able to prevent something.
Okay.
If we're not in favor of the reuse there.
Okay. And just you touched on, you said if we were gonna remodel, say for instance, Hancock Street, and then the Central down in Everett Square, just to get them, like I said, not even to where they would be able to hold the equipment, you said around $20 million?
I forget exact, Chief, do you remember the exact numbers for both those stations? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So certainly, instead of, putting,
Right, now operationally, you have one facility rather than two facilities that you have to maintain. Both those facilities are in, deplorable condition, I'll say it. They're in deplorable condition. They weren't made for firefighters to work 24-hour shifts. They weren't made for fire trucks. They were actually made for, I think, horse-drawn carriages, or whatever that is. So we're having a tough time. Every time we order vehicles, we're special ordering the vehicles. We can't put a ladder truck in the facility right now. We have no space for a ladder truck. We have a dilemma. We need a ladder truck, and we have nowhere to put it. So that's something that we're actually, it was part of our staff meeting this morning. Where can we find in the industrial area, maybe put a trailer for the guys and a ladder truck in some sort of building, so we have it in service.
and just any idea what the real estate, if we were to, again, approve the plan to move the fire department to this current location?
2 stations, what we take in for money?
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta add that to this too, because you're right, take in the expenses we're using on utilities, take in the surplus properties that we could sell, and use that also to pay off your debt. Use the savings in the energy costs that you're spending now and the maintenance costs every year towards paying your debt. You know, and I'd like to be able to give you a hard number. Well, I'm gonna work on giving you some numbers on those, you know, exact figures. What we project that the new utility cost would be, let's say, in the new city hall, compared to what the utility costs and the maintenance costs are in this building today. I mean, there is a savings there also. You know, so it's not all like, well, I don't even say it's not all bad, because it's not even bad. It's actually, I think it's something that the city deserves. The city deserves state-of-the-art facilities. We're not, you know, a second-class city. I mean, we're not. If we keep saying we are, we're gonna be that, I think. I think we have the money. I mean, I know we have the money. We have the capacity. We have a good revenue stream come in, and we have, you know, 2020, let me let you know, the power plant comes on full valuation. That's an additional, you know, Pam in the back room, if you want her to come up and just kind of talk to you what's going on with that. Mike Matarazzo will say, no, not right now. It's 10 o'clock at night. But, you know, I mean, I know there's probably been lack of communication from my office to you people, you know, and I think I think I said this to you before. I gotta do a better job of communicating things to you. I think, you know, with the wind stuff, even with the CIP stuff, getting you guys in my office, I think was good, to talk, but, I'd like to continue that, if I could.
Thank you.
Council DeFlorio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the $80 million that was thrown out there, this isn't something that we're spending today or tomorrow.
No,
We're
no,
not going for $80 million out to bond tomorrow.
correct,
Okay, so I just want to clarify that.
right. But with all that Marchese said, I mean, Councilman, you know, once you begin the process, you know, you can't just, you know, once we appropriate X amount of dollars to, whatever.
I
You know what I mean?
understand that. I mean, once we appropriate, you're gonna
Yeah.
get going. You're
We're
gonna
gonna
get
get
rolling
going,
on it.
you know what I mean?
And hopefully,
But I'm gonna assure all of you that this is gonna be fully paid for and no impact on the community.
well, that's the question.
Right.
In other words, you're saying, Mr. Mayor, that we can afford this without a high impact on the community. Am I reading that right?
Yes, absolutely. We have a lot of good things happening in the city.
Okay.
Um,
I trust your judgment.
Thank you.
Council Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you to the mayor. Was the 9/11 building, what's gonna happen with that building?
That's also, thank you, that also is gonna be relocated into the, new city hall, either, I believe it's on the, I don't know, the police side or city hall
Are
side,
you
but
saying-
it's being relocated into our building.
The old city hall?
It's
I
gonna.
mean, the old high school.
Right,
Okay.
correct.
And what is gonna happen to that building?
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to, you know, I kind of talked to you about it a little while ago regarding the two-phased recreational center. You know, I think it's just a great, you know, next to the Glendale Park, next to the high school, next to the pool, the skating rink. And, you know, I think kind of like we're in an area where most of the activities will happen. So right away, you know, nothing. But it, you know, it would be, you know, unless you appropriate the money, unless you allow me to go with the second phase and add the addition of a track, a pool, whatever we think we need in this community. You know, our swim team uses a pool in Malden. Our tennis team can't even hold a tennis meet in the city of Everett. You know, these are issues that we have to address, and I want to address.
I mean, I'd like to say, nothing, but I've been in that 9/11 building, and all due respect to the director in there, the place is, it's disgusting
We
in there,
resol-
with working conditions
Yeah,
in
we
there.
resolved that.
Wow,
We do apologize. We, you know, we got caught up with the snowstorms and,
But
no excuses
it
though.
needs some dire repair right away. I mean,
Yeah.
the employees are complaining, and their working conditions, the toilets are filthy, the kitchen's filthy.
Well, if they're filthy, I mean, I'll make sure that they're not. I'm pretty sure we've gone down there and cleaned them after
Wow.
a couple of
Maybe
the
you
other
haven't cleaned them
councilors.
enough.
A couple of the other but we'll make sure that, that stays
Maybe we
on.
should have a janitor down there to do it.
We do. I mean, like I said, I think that was during the, snowstorms, we kind of lost track of those buildings. We kind of concentrated on that big, all that white stuff that
It's
was
a
on the
very
streets.
important department. I mean,
Yes, I agree.
So,
I
I think
agree.
they just deserve a little more respect.
I will make sure that it's clean.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of the mayor? If I may, from the chair, I know that we talked about the cost for that project. What do we anticipate the cost for knocking, because I would imagine it's knocking this building down completely and then creating a new fire station for the two. What are we guessing that to be, the expense on that?
Yeah, I think the chief, what, you got some estimates on a new facility? We didn't get an estimate, right.
So we don't know.
We don't know, yeah, we don't know.
Okay.
But it's probably not more than 20.
Now, the other thing too is as far as a timeframe,
Yes.
what are we looking at? Because we already have a dilemma. I see on the paperwork, we're looking for a new truck. Chances are, I don't know if does that truck fit in the station?
No,
So we have an appropriation for a truck, we have nowhere to house it.
Well, that's why we're gonna be, maybe, send you pulling that out and maybe send you
Okay.
down a different truck.
Okay. And now, the problem we have is we have like leapfrog effect, where we gotta get that building going so we can get out of here to go there. Fire department will come here. What kind of time frame are you looking at with that? What are we looking at for staggering the project? And what's the
I would say
overall
in the next
timeframe?
5 years, you'll have pretty much the whole project completed. 5, 6 years, I'd say.
Did you want to speak to it?
Is Mark behind me?
Uh,
Jamie? Oh, here's, okay, thank you.
It's a very easy, simple
Okay,
chart.
good.
Just copies, sure.
So what are we looking at in terms of staggering the costs, general timeframes for both, and how do we do both? It's in
Yeah,
there?
why don't you grab,
Okay.
yeah, because
Thank you. That's okay. And while we're looking at this, let me ask you a question. God forbid, the unthinkable happens. I know life has to move on. We have to continue to restructure as a city. In the event that the wind project does not happen, let's just put a pin in that for now.
Sure.
The problems with the building are going to exist. The problem with the fire station is going to exist. We
Right.
still need to do what we need to do. Do we have the revenues to address all of this in a responsible manner without having to go back to the taxpayer?
With new growth numbers that we expect to come in the next 5 to 10 years, and our ability now to bond, I can't honestly answer that question right now, to say that there won't be an impact to taxpayers. I don't want to be George Bush and say no more taxes and I'll vote it out here. But I feel confident that looking at the forecast in the future, what's happening, for property sales right now on different buildings in the city, commercial buildings, the taxes that we'll be receiving from a lot of these new commercial buildings coming online. I told you about the one hotel that's coming in. There are others that are coming in. There are parcels being changing hands right now that are going to be assessed and taxed a lot more than they are currently because of the use. So, we can afford it right now if we wanted to. Could that $2 or $3 million interest payment, principal interest payment we're making on the money we're bonding, could it be a zero impact to taxpayers? I could probably make it work with my budget.
From looking at this master schedule, it looks like from start of construction to occupying the building, it's about a 5-year window. And it looks like starting construction is 2016. With the permitting issue going on with the state and with WIN, I think they stated that their original, I don't know if completion date or whatever it is, they think it's probably going to get pushed back a year. What are you hearing from WIN with regards to when they're going to actually dig into the ground, when they're actually going to be putting money online with the community?
They hope to be shovel in the ground, still, early summer.
Okay,
They did, they probably received a 30-day setback, but we didn't think we were gonna get the secretary's signature, right away. We figured that there would be issues to address, so they'll take the next, time to work those through. And then once that's resolved, they'll be going for the Chapter 91 license, and that's gonna take a process. I mean, Dave and Jamie probably could speak to it a little more, but, there'll be a groundbreaking this summer.
okay.
There is no shot of it not being built.
Okay.
Especially my conversations with Mr. Nguyen and his attorneys.
Okay. And when do we see significant cash flow?
So we do get a $30 million upfront gift, which is spread over 3 payments, which I think I could negotiate getting that in a lump sum from him. I've talked to him about it. It's not a problem. That could change. And then once the doors open, it's a $20 million tax bill, $5 million mitigation, and the revenues will start coming in.
Sure. What do you think realistically we're looking at in terms of starting to get that cash flow that we could, pin onto this project?
Well, the $30 million that you would get before 2017.
Even if it's broken down?
Yeah,
Just,
I
when are we
think
gonna
by
start seeing?
2017, we'll have the entire $30 million. 2018, they'll be occupying the facility.
Okay. And I realize he's a businessman, he's here for profit, not to beautify our city.
Yeah.
But it would be in his best interest to help out with a state-of-the-art fire station, because he wouldn't want anything to happen to his beautiful new building. So maybe there's something we could do there to help influence him along those lines.
There's been a few conversations.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
there has. Hopefully the wellness center or something that he may take interest in sponsoring, so.
Good. Thank you very much. I don't
You're
have any
welcome.
other questions. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
attention to it.
Thank you
Any
very
other
much.
questions? Excuse
Mr.
the
President,
customary
seeing
thanks?
none, if we could excuse the mayor and then,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
maybe take a vote, unless anybody has cuts in planning. Any more
So
questions?
I would guess what we would do is, let's take a look at this section, and we can run line by line, see if there's anything to cut. Council Napolitano?
Thank you. What I'm proposing is is addressing the open air amount of $1 million. I'd like to cut that by $800,000 to a $200,000 line item. That still gives the planning department money to be able to, seed money to be able to open a dialogue, secure property as it comes up. But I feel more comfortable with that amount of money than $1 million with no direct purpose. So I'm proposing that we cut that million by $800,000.
I'll second that.
Any other motions on that particular line item?
Oh, any other issues?
Well, on that particular line item, is that, are there any other motions, or we're reducing, if I have it correctly, Council, reducing 1 million, or just the 1.3, down to 800?
No, I'm all in favor of the money that needed to buy the Best Buy property. I think
Okay.
that's a great idea, it's a great project.
Okay.
And I fully encourage we move forward on that. It's the remaining $1 million, and,
Okay.
I've had this conversation with the administration, that's how I feel about it. I just don't think it's
And
without a
what is the
specific
amount?
project.
I'm sorry, I just want to
Right
understand the
now,
amount.
it's an
It's an
line
additional
item
million.
is $1 million for property purchase for open space.
And you want to reduce
I
that?
want to reduce it down to $200,000.
To 200,000,
So I want to
okay.
cut it by $800,000.
Okay. All right, so it's been moved and second for the line item dealing with open space property purchases. Currently, it is a line item for $1 million. The motion on the floor is to reduce that number to $200,000.
Second.
We got a second.
You second.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So moved. Are there any other items in this section? Council
I have
Marchese?
one. I'm very nervous about bonding this $3 million to start this ball rolling on this school. I mean, anybody can vote for it if you want, but I look at the numbers between the new schools and everything we need, not knowing when the additional funds will come in to provide for this. This maybe is 2 years from now, it comes before me, I can support it. My motion right here City Hall moves, fire stations, police stations, recreation centers, schools. You could look at $150 to $200 million. And I'm not going to vote for this. It's a beautiful building, but we can do better. We'll put a multi-million-dollar City Hall that's open 4 days a week. So it can't be that, we're not gonna save that much money on energy. I mean, so I mean, let's be realistic. So we're gonna put this beautiful building that no one's gonna be able to use for other than 4 days a week, except for the police department. It's nice to have a neighborhood, put some green space in back there, which is great, and we can do the same thing if we wanted to, without spending all this money. So my motion, or whether anybody seconds it, will be to subtract the $3 million for the bonding, from the move to the plan, to the moves to the old high school. That's just the start of it. That's what concerns me. It's not the idea of, it's nice to have a design, but it's just the start of getting that ball rolling, which is gonna run through money. And who knows when we have this, this plant, when this TIF agreement comes down Lower Broadway, who knows if it's even gonna reopen? It's the old part of the power plant. It may just change over to the new plant, which I've heard rumors of it, so that's my motion.
So your motion is to remove the 3 million completely on that line? The high school design, move the old over, correct? Counselor? Counselor Marchese?
What, yes,
That's
it is to
remove the 3 million. Is there a second on that?
I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote on this one. Clerk, call the roll. If you're voting in favor, you are voting to remove the 3 million completely.
Counsel Delasola.
No.
Counsel DeFlorio.
No.
Counsel Hanlon.
No.
Counsel Mangan.
No.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
No.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
Six.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
5 yeas, 6 nays, that has failed. Are there any other line item cuts in this section? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next section. We've got inspectional services vehicles.
Yes, I'd like to invite the director up, please.
If we could please have representatives from inspectional services before us, please. Thank you, Frank. Thank you for being patient. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Is this on? Frank Nuzzo, Director of Code Enforcement.
Counsel Simonelli.
Thank you to the director.
Yes.
I see here that you're looking for $60,000 for, how many vehicles are you looking for? Is that,
2 vehicles.
how many do you have now?
Right now, we have 11, but out of that 11, 2 are completely out of service. And the other 2, we have a 2001 Ford Expedition that has 165,000 miles on it that is breaking down every other week. And then we have a 2002 Jeep that has 194,000 miles on it that is in the same condition, breaking down. We're spending money, on a weekly, bi-weekly basis.
But what are we talking, the 60,000? Is that for just the
60,000
2 new cars?
Yes, it would be 2 new vehicles.
I-
We're talking about losing 4 vehicles, though. The list, I think they forwarded to you, I don't know if you have it, but we have a total of 11 vehicles, 4 of which, 2 we're using right now, but again, are very undependable.
Are these the cars, those black sports cars with dark windows?
We have 4 of the Fusions. Those are the ones that the inspectors use.
Guys have the cheap sunglasses on, riding around the city. I don't know what they're doing.
No, they're good vehicles, but when we had this winter that we just went through, they were no good in the snow. We had to actually put them aside. We couldn't even use them.
Yeah. I think I'd like to make a motion, if I could like to. I think 1 would be sufficient now. I don't think you need 2 more of those sports cars riding around the city.
No, I don't think it would be that type of car. They're talking about with the going green situation, that these vehicles would be escapes.
Escapes.
The small SUVs that we use.
I'd like to cut one of them out. It says, two vehicles, I'd like to,
Okay. And we'll come back to motions after, Counselor. I will definitely get back to you. Right now, do you have any other questions, Counselor?
no,
Are there any other questions? None? If I may, unfortunately, I'm going to drag this whole night out, I guess. Frank, how many folks do you have down in the department that actually need vehicles?
Right now, I broke it down for you, and again, I'm remiss in saying that Inspector, the ISD Inspector, Mr. Soper, had a personal commitment tonight that he couldn't be here. But code enforcement is 6 inspectors plus myself. Then the building department, which I will put Mr. Soper in, and 2 inspectors, so there's 3 there. Then we have a wire inspector, and we have a plumbing inspector that uses his own vehicle. So that's a total of 12 people in the department.
Okay. And you're looking for 11 out of the 12 to have vehicles?
Well, right now, we have 12 vehicles, but as I explained, 4 of
2
them
are on their way
very-
out, yeah.
2 we don't have.
Yep. So
available
you've
to
got
us.
7,
Yes, we're actually at 7.
and you're looking for 2 more?
Yes.
Okay, so you're looking to get to 9?
Right.
Okay.
There's sharing of vehicles going on right now, and, you know, it's something that, from a day-to-day basis, you don't know what's gonna happen.
Sure. And then I guess with individual vehicles, if you're using your own, you're getting wear and tear mileage, something like that from the city anyway, so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Are there any other questions?
Customary thanks, Mr. President.
Second.
Excuse the customary thanks. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you.
What's your pleasure, councilors? Councilor Simonelli?
Mr. President. I think the fact is that they say you get 11 of those cars going around the city. So I'd like to make a motion to cut it by, I'll give them a benefit of doubt, I'd cut them by $20,000 off the vehicle out of the 60,000. So cut them by 20,000. I think they got enough vehicles there and.
The vehicles cost 30 apiece.
Yeah, I think the
I get
30,
one and a
yeah,
half.
Counselor, so you've
Well,
got
I
2
cut it down to
vehicles.
one.
Yeah, Counselor, you have 2 vehicles slotted in that line at 60,000.
Right.
So if you're looking to get rid of one of the vehicles,
Right.
you would be cutting it in half to 30,000.
All right, I'm gonna make it 30,000.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
It's moved and second to reduce that line item to $30,000. All those in favor? All
Aye.
those opposed?
Aye.
That line item has failed. Next
course,
line
it
item.
always fails.
Next item we have is IT replacement of city technology systems. What's the pleasure of council?
I second the motion. No, there's no favorable action, there's only cuts.
Well, so we're good. Are there any cuts on that? Any questions? Okay, we'll move on.
To Health
Yes.
Department.
We're at the Health Department for vehicle for the food inspector. Any questions of the department? Council Sachetta,
Yes.
would you like to have someone before us? If we could please have the chief of staff before us?
So moved,
So
Mr.
moved, yeah,
President.
second.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
apologize,
Melissa.
Alba could not be here tonight.
Council Sachetta, you've got the floor.
Yeah. How many vehicles do they have in the health department now?
They currently don't have any vehicles, they're using their own vehicles. The food and milk inspector occasionally has a vehicle that she borrows from another department. And the nurse that does, the public health nurse does the visits, uses her own vehicle. So currently, they have no vehicles assigned to that department.
Thank you.
Council Sani.
Do they do reimbursement on their miles?
We allow them to put in for mileage. Laureen, the budget director, calculates it based on the federal criteria.
And they really need a car where it's only local in the city, that they would have to buy one, and they,
We prefer them to use a city vehicle for liability purposes, especially the food and milk inspector and the public health nurse, because they're going to people's homes. So when they come in their own vehicle, they don't really have anything that says that they're coming from the city of Everett. For safety reasons, we prefer if they had vehicles, especially visiting people's homes.
and will they take the vehicle home?
No,
No?
no.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Any other questions?
Excuse the customary.
Thank
Seeing
you.
none? Thank you very much, Melissa. Are there any suggested changes to that line item? Seeing none,
Move on
we'll
to
move down to the next one, Fire Department. Council Sani.
Can we invite the chief from the fire department?
A second? Moved and second to invite the chief before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chief, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for being patient. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Chief Butler from the Fire Department.
Council Sani.
So you have down the replacement for 1.2 for the ladder. How many miles on that ladder truck?
I can't tell you how many miles are on it. I can tell you there's several thousand hours on it.
Is it, how old is it? Do you know?
1995,
1995, okay.
so it's 20 years old.
20 years old. The other question is, if we end up building a new fire station, they were talking about this ladder had to be specially built. Are we still gonna go forward with this being specially built, or are we gonna wait?
No, we've had to have trucks specially built in the past to fit into that station. This truck was specifically built for that station. They can't do that for us anymore. We can't have a truck built that will fit in that station.
Okay, so this won't interrupt anything down the road with the, moving forward, if we don't get the new fire station, you'll be able to put this in the fire station now?
No,
No?
no.
Okay, that's the question.
We're looking for alternate quarters for it until we can do that. Or if we can't do that, then we're gonna have to look to make an adjustment in our apparatus replacement plan.
The fire prevention vehicle, what's going on with the one you have now?
It's been sent to car heaven. It's gone.
It's gone, okay. All right, I'm all set, thank you.
Any other questions?
Excuse me, the customary things.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any suggested cuts in the fire department? Seeing none, we'll move down to the engineering department. Any questions here? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, Counsel Hanlon?
Do we have someone from the engineering department here?
Is there anyone from the engineering department in the audience, or anyone who could speak to the issues regarding engineering? Counsel Hanlon, would you like to have?
Yes.
Jerry? Thank you very much, Jerry.
Jerry Navarra.
Counsel Hanlon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. We're getting a grant of $650,000. Is that, we're getting that?
Correct.
Where is that coming from?
Chapter 90.
Chapter 90?
Does it right on
Oh,
the
I
page.
got it, okay. Now, that's the Chapter 90 based on the $100 million that the governor put in?
I believe so. That's what it is.
Okay. Have you heard anything on the Chapter 90, $200 million that he's trying to have passed?
Not of yet.
Okay, it's gonna be passed pretty soon, next month maybe, or we would buy the house. So, do you have any idea if you're gonna be getting any of that money?
I haven't had any negotiations with that yet.
Okay, the $650,000 that you asked for that?
Through the administration, yes.
Okay, so if there's another $200 million available to the state, and we should be getting some of that, would there be more streets to be repaired? I mean, do you have enough that you can ask for more money?
That would be our plan, yes.
Okay, so, and then in answer to that then, there's also one coming for $30 million. I'm sorry, $200 million, $30 million for potholes. Would you be also asking for money for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then the $650 million that we have now will not cover the city.
I wish it was 650 million.
650,000.
Huh, what did I say?
650,000.
Yeah, 650, that's what I said? Oh, 6 million? Oh, wow.
Couple extra zeros, that's all.
A couple zeros.
Okay, the 650,000 will not cover the city then?
Not I believe so, no.
Okay, what is it, like half the city maybe?
I don't have those figures in front of me right now.
Okay, could you get me something like that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Counsel Sechetta?
As I stated before, on the dump trucks, to,
It's the, right now, we're dealing with
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
Chapter 90 for the repavement in the sidewalks. All set? Okay, we've got Counsel Delasola.
Jerry, on the streets, we did a few streets the last couple of years, which I'm not sure was in Chapter 90, but some of the streets that we redid, National Grid has gone down and dug on the streets that we just repaired. We just did over. Are we chasing them down to maybe
Ye-
grind
yes, we are.
sections there?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Jerry.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, yeah, next one's all you. All right. Any suggestions with line items on that? Seeing none, we'll move down to, let's say, the main event. Counselor Sechetta.
yes, on the dump truck.
Let Kevin do it up.
Second motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kevin. If you could just identify yourself for the record.
Kevin Noonan, Operations Manager for DPW.
Thank you very much. Council Sechetta.
Yeah, I can't see having two 10-wheel dump trucks and having to buy one for $230,000 when we have one. And on the dump trucks, I could probably go for one dump truck and one pickup truck. I don't know why we need two new pickups and two new dump trucks.
No, which one you refer, you want to go right down the line, or do we?
Well, I'm talking about this whole bit here. You got a $230,000 price for a dump truck, a 10-wheeler.
Right.
And you already have one.
We have one currently, and we want to add an additional one, which we utilize more for hauling, not just for snow purposes, for other purposes throughout the city in the entire year.
And I don't see that, but anyway, the other thing is you got dump trucks now, and you want two new dump trucks. I could probably see one and two pickups. Again, I could see one with the sander. That's the only comment
We would be
I have.
replacing, actually, the top two lines, the city service, the F-450 dump trucks. We'll be replacing one of them, the CS-27, which would be put out to auction. And then also on the F-350 pickups, we're replacing CS-9 and 10, which were roughly about 16 years old. So
You're replacing two dump trucks?
those pickup dump trucks, actually.
All right, I'd say that then one pickup, leave the two dump trucks alone, but I don't see the 10-wheel dump truck. That's my,
Council Marquez.
Yes, how are you, Mr. Noonan? Regarding your street sweeper, do you want to buy a new one, it says here?
Correct.
Now, you have a couple that aren't working?
Not working.
Now, what are your plans with those? You can't salvage one out of the two?
We try to do that. We just got an estimate for the 2008 that we have.
Yep.
It's 48,000 to fix it.
Okay.
And the 2005 that we have is 51,000 to fix it. That's
Okay.
right from CN Wood.
Okay, so what we have here is we actually have less than half to fix both of them. Now, they weren't used from last November. Why aren't they fixed now?
Because of the cost to fix them.
All right, so we're gonna spend 210 for one. Now, we're gonna do our own street sweep with one?
We're gonna do the main drags on Tuesdays and Fridays, and the weekends, we're gonna still do the main drags.
Okay, with our one.
Correct.
Now, who's gonna do the rest of them? We're gonna have our one, plus we're also gonna go up the contract?
It's out to bid now.
And what would a bid be roughly, you think, for the 8 months?
Honestly, we don't have a,
I mean, is it worth us fixing one of these? I mean, I believe when Mr. Hamlin was here, we fixed one of them, and we bought one, at least we did our own work. So there's gotta be someplace in line here. If it costs 100 to fix two of them and 210 for one, there's gotta be something that's worth our while to at least fix one of these.
well, they would give us money towards purchasing a brand new one.
With the two bad ones, but is one gonna do it? Then we have one for, say, 100, 140, and then we're gonna still put out the bid.
Correct.
Do we need a new one? Can we just fix one of these?
If we
And,
want to.
well, I mean, and then, I mean, if we're gonna go out to bid, I mean, it doesn't make sense to do both. I mean, that's just my
We
opinion.
would always want one on hand,
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
'Cause we'd
We're gonna
always
fix
have to-
one of these on top of it.
but we're gonna run into the same situation probably 6 months from now, repairing it again for
Yeah.
another $60,000, so we'll double spend the money there.
All right, thank you.
Council Del Solo.
Couple of items here. The lights for the stadium, is that for the back ends of the field, not the field
We've been
itself?
receiving complaints, not only just from our teams, from opposing teams, referees, about some blighted spots on the field. I've noticed it as well over the past few years. The 40-yard line on the visitor side is kind of not greatly illuminated over there, so it's needed.
Right, also back where the hill is and all that.
Correct.
Lit up also. Another question's here, the backhoe, it's 120,000. Is that coming with a plow also?
The city service one or the cemetery one, which?
Street and highway. With attachments, is that a plow and?
Correct, that would have a
Correct.
plow. We just put a blade on one of ours this past year. We used it every storm for the main drags.
Okay, down the bottom, an excavator, 95,000. Is that, are we getting excavator or is that?
No, we'd use that for, utilize for the planting of trees, taking out trees, sidewalk repairs.
Okay.
We currently rent one now twice a year, beginning of the season, end of the season.
And how much is that, you recall?
About 15,000 for the year.
For the year? I know the front end loader is definitely needed. 4-ton roller, we do a lot of our own hot top?
We currently have a 1.5-ton roller, which does the potholes. It doesn't do large area patches, which are 4-ton, and it also has a vibrator, which would compact the pothole and probably last longer than our 1.5-ton roller does.
Okay, I'm just looking down the list here quick. That's it for me right now. Thank you.
Counsel McKinnon.
Through you, Mr. President, to the gentleman. Why do we have a cemetery backhoe and a highway backhoe?
One is needed cemetery and one is needed city services.
Can we use one for both?
No.
Why not?
It's cost effective by driving back and forth, utilizing it for different tasks throughout the day and throughout the entire year.
Also, the cemetery one we have now is a little smaller, fits down the roads down at the cemetery,
So
and
it'll
it's 20 years old.
Okay.
We still, this past winter, had a jackhammer on about 6 occasions because it didn't have enough power to go through the topsoil.
And that one for the cemetery, because it's smaller, is 10,000 less?
Correct.
Okay. The enhanced crosswalks, you got it for 100,000, what's that all about?
Repeat, doing the crosswalks over, talk about that?
Is that the brick looking
Yes.
crosswalks, or is that just the white line crosswalk?
The poly,
Yeah, it would be the brick.
the brick,
It would be the
right.
brick? Okay. And that 100,000, is that enough, or, what are we using that for? I thought these were insured.
They up and showed up to 3-year warranty,
Okay.
yes.
So this would be to put new ones in?
Yes, we've received information from Chief Butler and Chief Mazie that there's been about 38 pedestrians hit this past year.
Mhm.
So we need to update our crosswalks and make them more visible to create some more safety areas around throughout the city.
And that would, this 100,000 would produce 38?
38 more accidents?
No, 38 more crosswalks?
No.
Throughout the city, is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
What are you saying, Jenny? Tell us.
I said there was 38 pedestrians that got hit during the past year.
Different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, so is it 38 different locations, or is it?
No, there was actually a couple of them that had multiple.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if you need all this to get that 38 number down, so. I think, 10 truck compared to the 6?
Obviously, it's capacity.
Okay. And which one do you need more?
Primarily, in a perfect world, I like both of them, but I would say the 10-wheel dump would probably be sufficient.
Okay. Could utilize that for snow removal and stuff?
Correct, but it's not just for snow removal.
It's everything?
Correct.
Multi-purpose, okay. Two backhoes?
Yes.
Where would that be utilized? Would that be utilized at the cemetery as well, or just at?
One would be housed at cemetery, one at city services.
Okay. Thank you.
Counsel Hanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly back to the sidewalks, the enhanced sidewalks.
You mean crosswalks, right? Crosswalks?
Crosswalks, I'm sorry, yes. And Councilman McKinnon was just talking about them, and I agree with the fact that they're not standing up. And those that are, if you look around the city, that those that are, they're about to collapse. I'm looking like where McKinnon's Market is. If you look at the highway, it's zoop, zoop, and those two are gonna go down another 6 inches, they're gonna be gone. Those things are what, a half an inch thick, those bricks, those whatever they are?
Roughly.
Something like that, you know? Compared with that, and compared with the crosswalks that we had, what's the difference in putting crosswalks? Crosswalks must be much cheaper, the painted ones.
They are much, the thermoplastic, you talking about the paint or just regular?
Painted.
Painted?
Painted ones, you know.
The painted one are not that much visible as the thermoplastic are. And obviously that red brick kind of gives it a little more light.
Okay, okay. Is there a better grade that you can get?
I don't know if that off the top of my head, but I mean, we are holding the contractor accountable for it. We have a 3-year warranty on these, and we have all pictures and photos throughout the entire city of all the crosswalks that we did over the last summer.
Is that the ones that are damaged now?
Correct.
Okay, I no further questions on that. The street sweeper. It's $210,000 for one,
Correct.
so it wouldn't be viable to take two of them, ones that we have, and put it together to make an extra one in case you need it? Is that
Put them both together?
Yeah. Different models, different what?
It's just cost effective because over the last few years, I would say probably put over $100,000 in one of them at least.
Okay.
In maintenance alone. So that's why we decided to outsource it.
Okay, okay.
They typically last 5 years, and
That's
then
it.
most towns get a new one.
Okay.
Like I said, ours are 2008 and 2005.
Okay, you had mentioned, one of you had mentioned that the schedule for the street sweeping now will be, I think you said weekends?
No, that's for ours on hand. We're gonna outsource, forbid the contract.
Okay.
But we want one on hand for us because we still maintain to do the Tuesday and Friday main drag runs and the weekends and also any city special events. And God forbid there's a traffic accident, we'd have to clean up the debris.
Okay. My problems with the weekends is that we don't have the parking allowable for that now. Because our parking, you know, we can park anywhere we want on weekends. And so now if we're gonna have to change our ordinances, I mean, if there's gonna be no parking during the weekend, I mean, during the weeks, we could probably get away with those things, but what about the weekends? If we're gonna have to
We don't enforce parking on the weekends, it's just.
I know,
right,
I know, but where are they gonna clean the streets then if there's cars parked all over the place?
Wherever is needed. I mean, we do have backpack blowers that we blow stuff out to the street to capture the debris and trash and leaves and et cetera, so.
Well, I hope it works. And the other one I had was the Bombardier sidewalks. That's $160,000 for one?
Correct, that's
For
with
one?
with the snow blower attachment.
Okay. You know, I'm not happy with what they've done this year. I see a lot of damage that they've caused. I haven't reported to anybody because no one has said it to me, so as far as I'm concerned, what they don't report, I don't say. But do we have courses on how to drive those, how to handle them, how to watch out for barrels and mailboxes and posts and hydrants and so on and so forth?
Courses, I haven't seen any courses, but I mean, I would take safety, precautionary, and clear sidewalks over a dented barrel or a bent sign any day of the week to allow pedestrians to walk the sidewalks.
So are these going to be straight, I mean, I see a lot of the poles have been, I mean, the traffic meters have been knocked over, too, you know? I don't know if the plows did that or who did that, but somebody did that. But are we going to be using trucks anymore, pickup trucks on the sidewalks?
Excuse me?
Are you going to be using pickup trucks on the sidewalks anymore?
What do you mean use pickups on the sidewalks?
Well, you had a pickup truck that comes in front of my house with a plow.
They shouldn't be going on the sidewalks, no.
I'll take a picture next time to show you. 'Cause
Please do, because I
this
would like
year,
to suspend that guy.
I had a red and white pickup truck came by and my house and plowed right up the street.
Oh, I
Well,
think I know who that guy is, actually.
May not be a city worker, but
Yeah,
it was definitely a pickup
We don't
truck.
have any red and white pickups with the city.
I know you don't,
Oh, yeah.
but I know that you hire outside people.
That red and white pickup is not one of our contractors, I assure you.
Well, you owe them. If you didn't pay them yet, you owe 'em. All right, thank you.
Counselor DeFlorio.
The question with the utility, what's this utility post, 450,000? Is that the same as,
The ones that they talked about earlier that they'd be buying.
so we have 450,000 and 650,000?
Where's the?
Where are you?
The purchase the utility poles is 650,000, that's in the front page. Then the second page, down the bottom, second half of the bottom, it says city
Oh,
services.
I think one of
utility
those might be a grant. I'm not sure.
It was a grant.
It says 450,000.
Yeah, I think that might have been in that. I think we got a 650 grant. I'm not- Yeah.
No, we got a $270,000 grant. It was 650 minus 270 grant.
I thought it was 575 is what we were gonna bond.
I apologize, Counselor.
It's 450 to,
That's-
so why would you
the
put it on
ones
here
on the
twice?
green- The ones on the green, the bond.
No, it's on here twice. Wait a minute.
The net amount bonded, I was just told.
You're gonna bond 450,000.
Correct.
Okay, because but it's on this sheet twice. In the capital improvement, it's on here twice. I'm looking at the book, I'm not looking at this. So,
I'm sure Mr. Viskey can answer that question.
yes,
Would you like to have Mr. Viskey before us?
Please.
Is there a
I'm
second?
sorry, I just want to clarify
There a
that.
second?
Second.
Move
What's the
second to have
page?
Mr. Viskey before us. All in favor?
There's no
Opposed?
page
Thank you.
numbers. So if you go to the capital improvement, where there's a list, it says police, school, and all that.
What tab?
What tab at the bottom? Which one of these?
It's the summary, the executive summary. See how the first page on the executive summary, it has city services, all the trucks and everything, Everett High School Stadium lighting. Then you go on to the next page, it's got planning purchases of utility poles of 650,000. Now, we were told out of that 650, we were getting 270,000 grant. Are you seeing the same thing I'm seeing, or am I just delusional here?
Yeah.
Okay, that has 650,000, right? For
Yes.
your purchase of utility poles.
Yes.
Now go to the next page, halfway down,
Yep.
city services utility poles. What's that?
Yeah, the total cost is $1,100,000, $650,000 will be funded from a grant, and then $450,000 will be funded from a bond. So I understand why it's a little confusing, but
So the cost isn't 650,000 minus 270.
the cost is really
$1 million.
1.1 million, and
1.1
$650,000 is funded through a grant, and $450,000 will be funded through a bond.
So to go back to that question, then it's really, we don't have the right figures in front of us. We asked that question on 650,000. We were told that you have a $270,000 grant, and then.
You have
we would-
$650,000 worth of grants. You have grants from NSTAR, and you have grants from Green Communities. They sum $650,000.
But it's still, so it's basically gonna cost us $450,000.
Net, yeah.
Net.
$650,000 will be funded through a grant, which will cost us essentially zero, and then $450,000 would be the bond authorization. I know I understand why it's a little confusing, but I'm trying to show in the executive summary the entire $25 million. Some of it's funded through grants, some of it's funded through appropriations. But on the spreadsheet, on the projection in the spreadsheet, it shows the 1.1 million and then the net.
I
out
need
of it.
magnifying glasses to see this, so I'm going by this book, I'm
We're always
sorry.
trying to get better, Counselor. I
So could you
I
please make it
understand.
a little bit, next time, until I change my glasses, please, a little bit.
Understood.
bigger.
No
Thank you,
problem.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
That's it, thank you.
Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the sidewalks. Sure. Okay. 100,000,
Can you see this?
how many sidewalks how many intersections are we looking at?
Are we going back to crosswalks or sidewalks?
I apologize, yeah, it's hard to make this.
I understand
It's
that.
getting late, you know, just like you, we've been working all day,
No,
too.
but only 16 hours, that's all.
Crosswalks, enhanced crosswalks, thank you. Approximately how many intersections is that 100,000 going to cover?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, how many crosswalks it's gonna be, intersections.
Okay. Said that both chiefs reported about 38
38
pedestrian
pedestrian
accidents?
accidents, correct.
Okay. How much does the city spend each year on maintaining the non-enhanced crosswalks?
Non-enhanced crosswalks, do you have any specific
Previous
ones?
administrations, I don't know about, I didn't serve under, Councilman Hanlon's administration, but I did serve under the previous one.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that every year that we rented equipment to paint the sidewalk, the crosswalks.
Mm-hmm.
It was a special paint, it was raised, it had a plastic type
The
format to it.
thermoplastic?
Is it thermoplastic?
Correct, that's
Okay.
what we're looking, leaning towards to using again.
What I'm concerned with is that we're focusing all our attentions on the enhanced crosswalks, and we're not maintaining the non-enhanced crosswalks. You know, I know the city doesn't own the equipment, we used to lease the equipment annually, and I don't remember seeing a line item for an appropriation for the lease of that equipment in quite some time. Now, are we spending any money, are we doing anything to keep those sidewalks safe?
Our plan is to redo all the crosswalks in the entire city. That's, I mean, obviously starting with the main drags, schools, churches, et cetera, but we plan on doing,
Enhanced?
not all with the red brick, with the thermoplastic.
Right. But what I'm getting at, yeah, but this has to do with the brick, right? The enhanced crosswalks here?
Yes, I mean, we'll try to do the brick as well, but we're looking at other options later on down the road that might be more cost-effective, but obviously more durable and long-lasting.
I just, I mean, my main concern is, first of all, not a big fan, I mean, I think the brick sidewalks are great, but I'm not a big fan of them because I've spoken with people who've worked with those in the past, and they told me we're selecting the wrong grade. Our grade is not capable of handling the type of heavy traffic that Route 1 or Broadway sustains. The condition of those crosswalks, I think, tends to, bear that out, but that's not my place, I'm not an engineer. I'm just looking at the economics of it. So while we're focusing so much money in that area, I'm concerned that crosswalks in the side streets and the minor intersections, the areas where these hits are more than likely occurring, is not being maintained because we're focusing so much on the high-profile crosswalks, we're neglecting the lesser crosswalks. And that's the thing, is annually before, there was a plan that always maintained painting those sidewalks, at least ways right up until Governor Romney cut money, and that's a whole nother story. But some of us were here during that and know how the city had to pull the belt tight. But that's my concern there, is that those intersections still be maintained, even over a long-term cycle of replacing our sidewalks with these enhanced. It'll be years, if not at least a decade, before we're capable of having all of our sidewalks transitioned over. And I'm concerned about the amount of time it's going to take to do that and the safety factor of those sidewalks as they continue to get worn away and are no longer visible.
Well, I've been speaking with community development and the mayor's office. The mayor basically told me, get all the crosswalks done throughout the entire city, not the enhanced ones, but at least the thermoplastic ones throughout the entire city. So that's our goal.
Now, is that special equipment to maintain?
We wouldn't rent the equipment, we'd probably bid that out as well, which we have an existing contract already.
Okay, thank you.
Council Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President, to the city services directors. I see here the cemetery design, is that just in a planning board right now?
That's with the planning.
And is it going to be bid on contract, or is it going to be city in-house? It says
That-
200,000.
The plan, that would be going on Jamie Erickson. I wouldn't be able to actually handle that.
Okay, I just want to say, okay, but I think it's good anyway, but there's the gazebo's down there in really deplorable condition. So, that's one of my things. I still don't. I got one more thing.
Sure.
Maybe it's not on here, but the tree stumps in this city. Was there any money appropriated to get rid of those tree stumps?
We actually just got, last year, you guys appropriated, everyone appropriated money for our new Bobcat. We have a brand-new attachment. We're actually getting a demo on it. I think it's next week. We're waiting for them to come down and do a demo on taking all the tree stumps out, grinding them down.
You gonna get rid of them all at one time?
Well, we're gonna do them
I mean,
daily.
some of them have been there like a couple of years. But either that, if you don't do that, maybe you can use them as a chair or something, you know? So, all right, I'd like to see that get done. Thank you.
That's the mayor's plan, overhaul, we want to overhaul Glenwood Cemetery, bring it more up to date, a little bit more landscaping, better, like the traveled roads, we're gonna update the roads, maybe see if there's any more space, additional space to house, obviously, God forbid anyone else passes, but more space for us to house the deceased.
Will they be excused? Please discuss with me, thanks.
The enhanced crosswalk,
Just a little.
I actually got that on the calendar this evening, and we've had questions raised at one of our prior meetings and this one. I'm glad to hear my main concerns. I wanted to know what kind of warranty, if anything, we had. You said a 3-year
3-year warranty, correct.
Now, there are a lot of crosswalks that have that pattern where there are chunks actually removed. Do you anticipate that they're going to say, well, that's plow drive pulling off versus falling
We-
trod?
We do anticipate them saying that it was the winter season that caused most of the damage to these crosswalks, but we have photos of all the crosswalks they've done over the last summer. Majority of them were done in August and September. We have all the invoices, we have the contract, it's 3-year warranty, we're gonna hold them accountable.
Yeah, a lot of them are saying that in different areas. As far as the brick pattern, what's the life expectancy that we should get? I know we have a 3-year warranty, but what do we expect we should be getting an average life out of that?
I really don't have that in front of me right now.
3 years and 1 month.
10 years?
8 to 10.
8 to 10.
Paint, you have the other way with the spray paint. What do you usually get for life expectancy on that?
Less.
Less.
2 years or less.
2 years? What are you looking at for a difference? Obviously, the brick is a lot less technical than this one. What are you looking at in terms of cost and money?
We're mostly looking at it as a safety concern, because obviously our community is more diverse now. Some people where they come from, they don't have crosswalks, they don't have traffic lights, they're unaware of crosswalks, so we're trying to educate the public and make them more aware of crosswalks, make them more brighter, and hopefully create a safer environment. I don't have that.
Not.
They don't have that
we can
information
get
right
that
now.
for you.
The important thing there is, you just want to know, obviously, you need to address the price point. So it's a line item.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the brickwork looks better. You know, it stands out more, it's better from a public safety aspect as well. But I want to kind of figure out what we're doing with the cost. Because if we could brighten up paint sorry, thank you. We could brighten up the paint and make it more visible that way. So I'm just kind of figuring what we get for a life expectancy. I guess 2 years on the paint, and then we're not really sure what we've got on the brickwork, but we know we've got a 3-year warranty, so we can go with that.
Correct.
All right, thank you. With regards to the sidewalk plow, I think we talked, I know that we're presently renting one, right? Is that what we would do, well, for the season?
Renting 2.
Okay. How much is the seasonal rental for one of those, would you say?
7,000 each machine.
Okay. And
Approximately.
what's the life expectancy for one of those? Would you guess? Sidewalk
Ones that
plow?
we're renting?
No, life expectancy. How long do one of them?
Probably about 15 years, the Bombardiers. We currently have one down the yard, not a Bombardier, the old sidewalk plow that's not usable.
Okay. So the question I have is if we can rent one for about 7,000 a season and the life expectancy is 15 years, the cost would be 105,000 versus 160 to purchase one. So I'm getting shaken head, so I think numbers are wrong. Are numbers wrong?
We utilize it for more things. It's not always gonna be available to us for
Okay,
rent.
so it's
they're
the
hard to
difference
get.
between renting it and ensuring that you've got it.
They're two different machines. The ones we rent now are not Bombardiers.
Okay.
Those basically have just plows on them.
Okay.
They're actually sidewalk plows.
All right.
The Bombardier would have a snow blower attachment to it.
To
actually throw-
redirect the snow somewhere.
With the
Okay.
snow we had this year, the ones that we rented was too much snow to actually push
Okay.
after 2 or 3 storms.
Okay. I think the frustration for most of the councilors is unless you're in the trade, unless you're in the field, you don't really understand, appreciate what each piece of equipment is for. And what would have been great for next time around, if we could get a list of all the equipment that you have, when it was acquired, what the useful life is, what you got remaining life expectancy, and what you need, that would actually make this end of it a little easier to try to help you be able to do your job.
Absolutely.
Now, I know you have a lot of equipment here. I would imagine a 10-wheel dump truck, I know you've got one you're looking to add to it. I would imagine a 10-wheel is tougher to get a hold of and a lot more expensive to get a hold of than a 6, I would imagine.
Correct.
And I know you've got all kinds of equipment here. I know what you want. What do you need? Is there anything here? Obviously, I'm not asking you to cut your arm off, but is there anything here that we could do away with? I mean, what do you absolutely need? If you said, geez, if you're going to give me a handful of items, I want this, 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 this.
I would say everything on here is necessary, except for if you want to take a dump truck away. But right now, we're currently sharing dump trucks with the water department.
Okay. No, I understand. Okay, I don't have any other questions. Any other questions? Seeing none, excuse the customer. Councilor Chiara?
I just want to say the water and sewer budget has a new dump truck for them, so they won't be borrowing that dump truck.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Del Solo.
Quick comment. If you were saying about a list of all the equipment they have, can you put a picture with that, Adam? I mean, I'll know what most of the stuff is, but some people might
Yes.
not. If you say a Bobcat skid, they're not going to know what it is. But you have a picture with it?
We can get you the photos with the vehicle and the life expectancy
Yes.
and the year they were
Yeah.
bought, et cetera. We can
Yeah.
get that
Yes.
information for you, yes.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, we'll excuse customary thanks. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right, councilors, any proposed, Councilor Sachetta?
Yes, I'd like to cut a total of $290,000, $60,000 for one of the two Ford F-50s, and $230,000 for the 10-wheel dump truck. I make a motion to cut $290,000 from the truck.
Okay, so you've got 230 for the 10-wheel, and then what was the other 60? For one of the
$60,000 for
F-450s?
one- They're asking for two F-40 dump trucks, F-450 dump trucks.
Okay.
I'm cutting one.
Any discussion?
On the motion?
Councilor Marchese?
Councilor Sachetta, my only problem I have with the 10-wheel dump truck is I know how important these are when they're doing the hills in the city of Everett, and that, I mean, I agree with you, I don't like seeing, spend a lot of money, but we have a lot of hills that get done. I know the Hospital Hill takes all, one of the best drivers to maintain, and if we only have one, is that what you're saying, we have one? I'd have to defer cutting that from this. But 'cause I live up in that area, and I know how important it is to have a good 10-wheel sander and a plow. That'd be it.
Councilor Mangan?
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could have, if Councilor Sachetta doesn't mind, if we could actually just separate these possibly and take,
Separate.
take a vote
Yep,
on the.
we could do them by line by line?
Yes.
Sure, if that's what, yeah, individually, so, yeah. Clerk advises me that we have to do them individually by charter anyway, so we could go right down the list, so we'll see which the first one we hit, which I guess is the F-450 dump truck.
I rescind the one on $230,000, listening to Mike, Alderman Marchese, as he knows construction better than I do.
Okay.
So I'll rescind the 230 and just go with the 60 on the F-450.
Okay. So we have the F-450 dump truck with the plow. You're looking to cut that in half, so instead of 2, 1. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and second to reduce that to 1. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That has passed. We'll move down to the next one, 2 F-350s at 100. Any questions on this line? Seeing none, street sweeper for 210. Seeing none, stadium lighting, 125. Seeing none, the Skidster Bobcat with attachments for 70. No discussion. The Komatsu front-end loader with plow for 210. The heavy-duty backhoe with attachments for 120. The City Services 4-ton roller for 40. The enhanced crosswalks for 100. Bombardier, Councilor Napolitano. Which item?
The enhanced sidewalks, I'd like to cut it by 20,000.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
Yes, I second that.
Okay. It's been moved and second to reduce the line item for $100,000 at enhanced crosswalks down to $80,000. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Could please have a voice vote? If you are voting in favor, you are voting, because the chair's in doubt, if you're voting in favor, you are voting to reduce this line item by $20,000. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
No.
Counsel DeFlorio.
No.
Counsel Hanlon.
No.
Counsel Mangan.
No.
Counsel Marchese.
No.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
No.
Counsel Simonelli. No.
Counselor Capone.
Yes.
4 yeas, 7 nays, Mr. President.
4 yeas, 7 nays, that has failed. Counsel McKinnon.
Cemetery design services?
Let's see, the next item that we were at, we did the backhoe. There was no discussion on the backhoe. Let's see, 110. You're correct. These are tough. After a
Yeah,
long
they
night,
don't
my
be
eyes are
flipping
killing me.
around.
All right, so let me see. We did the backhoe. We were okay with that. Sidewalk plow for 160, I think is the next thing. Anything on that? All right. The backhoe for the cemetery with attachments for 110. Any questions? The city services administrative vehicles for $90,000. Any discussion? City services 10-wheel dump truck for 230. Any discussion? I'm going to mangle this, Takauchi excavator for $95,000. Any discussion? The 6-wheel dump truck with plow and sander for 160. Any discussion on that? And then I've got handicap accessibility. Any discussion on that? Hey, Counselor, are you looking at the executive summary for that item? Because I went off of the sheet.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the book now. It's cemetery design services. I don't believe it's under this.
It's under planning, perpetual care. That's paid for both from a loan from the perpetual care.
All right, so there's 200 now.
Yeah, could you direct me to that, Counselor? I apologize.
It's,
Oh, it's up in planning?
it's executive
It's-
summary.
Okay.
Second page.
You're looking at it right up here.
Okay, and on this sheet, it's...
Cemetery design.
Okay, and what's, okay, cemetery design, $200,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your pleasure with that, Counselor?
I'd like to cut it by 100,000.
Is there a second? There's no second, that motion? This is cemetery design.
It's, design, for flowers.
Woodlawn
and
Cemetery?
All that stuff at the cemetery. Flowers and
Plots.
plots.
What is it? Plot. It's got to do with plots, right?
Okay. Would you...
What is it?
Would you like to have the mayor before us to talk about this, or no?
Yeah, can we have the mayor up before?
Is there a second?
Sure.
Moved and second to have the mayor before us, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If you
It's
could
nothing to
please
do with
address
flowers.
that, if you could please address that line item.
It's about redesigning the, we able to use a perpetual care account to be able to redesign, renovate the cemetery, take out some of those roads that are not being used, to add more grave sites, possible mausoleum site. It's to upgrade the entire facility, to re-engineer it, irrigate it, to really clean it up. As you know, we've been spending lots of dollars, man-hours to maintain it. We're looking to make it more maintainable in a newer facility. It's where most of our residents, our ancestors are all buried. It's been neglected for hundreds of years. All we've done is really plant flowers and cut grass. So we'd like to really do the wall over, the fence over, the sidewalks over, the entrance over, to really make it a place that people can be happy to visit their family members who have been buried there for years.
Any questions of the mayor? Or does that satisfy?
I'm satisfied now.
Any other questions of the councilors?
Excuse me, the customer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Counselor, on that piece,
Let's not take 100,000 out of that. Let's just leave it alone.
okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I think, unless there's anything else that we missed, is there anything on the capital improvement that anyone wants to address? Okay, so. Mike, is that a voice? Well, there's a couple of little, do you want to do a roll call on this? Roll call I'm just looking for clarification because under the charter, we have to do every line item amended. So accept the plan as amended, voice vote? And that'll be a voice vote. For that?
Roll call.
Okay.
We're accepting the plan
The
as
CIP
amended.
plan
As amended.
Okay. We
Okay.
have a second?
Clerk, it's been moved and second to accept the plan as amended. Clerk is going to call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon. Yes. Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. President.
11 yeas, 0 nays. You have accepted as amended. That leaves us with the other item that's on the table right now, which is the water and sewer enterprise budget.
Take us-
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor
in
DeFlorio.
regards to the water and sewer enterprise, we've already been through it. So my recommendation is, we've already asked this question when we had the budget as a whole.
Budget as a whole, yep.
Okay, so my recommendation is, if you have the cuts, let's just make them. I can't see asking 5 hours of the same questions that have already been answered. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude in any way, but
Nope.
like I said, if there's a question that someone has that has not been answered, obviously, the department heads are here, please, I mean, we gotta ask it, that's what we're here for. But to ask the same questions over and over again, I think is a little bit too much now. Like I said, the water enterprise, we've already asked all the questions. Unless there's new questions to be asked, let's just vote on it and do the cuts if you wanna make the cuts, or move forward. That's my recommendation.
Point well taken. Are there any questions from the floor? If there are no questions, are there any cuts to entertain? We could look at the enterprise budget, which is, I think it's the tab that says fiscal 16 operational budget. Are there any suggested line items there?
Make a motion for favorable action as presented.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second to accept the enterprise budget as presented. Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Yes. Counsel Hanlon. Yes. Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon. Yes. Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay, Mr. President.
10 yeas, 1 nay. You have accepted the enterprise budget.
Mr. Chairman.
Counselor DeFlorio?
I have a sign-in sheet, hopefully some people are still here. but
When we
because
get
this-
our employees home here
Well-
that are still here.
Yeah, let's see what we have.
Human Resources Director.
Yeah, the poor Human Resources Director has gotten to see so many folks all night long. He's gotten to know all of us very well, the anticipated. It's item number 1. From the chair, I'd recommend we let this poor gentleman go home.
Take
It's
item
the
one.
pleasure of the council.
Take item 1.
Clerk will read item number 1.
I know on such confirmation by the Honorable City Council in accordance with the new city charter, Section 3-3, hereby appoint Kevin O'Donnell as the Human Resources Director.
Favorable action on the order.
Gentleman present,
He is?
please have a stand.
Would you like to have him before us, Counselor? Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Move for favorable action.
It's been moved and second for favorable action. Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President.
11 yeas, 0 nays. You have confirmed. Congratulations. I hope every day on the job isn't like this for you, but congratulations. Welcome to the city.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Okay. Clerk will read the next item of business.
Mr. Chairman, item number 26, please.
Do we have a motion to suspend the rules, take item
Suspend
number
the rule,
26?
takes item 26.
Is it seconded?
Second.
Moved and second to suspend the rules and take item number 26. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? You have so moved. Clerk will read item number 26.
Item number 26, order sponsored by Council Marquez, President, ordinance further amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Everett by changing the zoning district designation from apartment to business district at 1739 Revere Beach Parkway.
Public hearing held, re-enrolled, is before us for ordainment.
Favorable action.
Second.
Moved and second for arraignment. Clerk, call the roll.
That'll be it for me to slow things down.
Oh, I don't think it matters at this point.
I don't know.
Counselor Simonelli.
It's that single house that's being remodeled near our Master Colas.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been down there. Okay. And what are they gonna use it for?
Business.
It's going to be, I think it's being converted to business use, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And who's buying it? The city buying it?
No.
No,
we
it's
just
private,
rezoned it.
private individual, and it's just being zoned to fit in with the rest of the neighborhood.
City should have bought it.
I mean, well, okay, that's good.
Clerk will call
All
the
right,
roll.
Thank you.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Yes. Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays. President.
11 yeas, 0 nays, you have ordained.
Please suspend the rules, take items 5 and 32.
Second.
Motion made second, motion made second, right, Fields? Motion-
Close.
It's been moved and second to suspend the rules and take items number 5 and 32. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Clerk will read items number 5 and 32.
Item number 5 is an order sponsored by Counsel Capone as president, transferred $200,000 from the assessor's overlay surplus account to the following account for professional services. This transfer will fund professional services, including review of the power plant agreement, appraisals for ATB cases, and economic development, personal property audits.
And I think we had a second piece, but
32?
are those connected?
No.
No.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we move to that one afterwards? Okay,
What's the transfer?
okay. Yeah, where they're not related in any way, manner, shape whatsoever, I think we should do them individually. So we've got number 5 in front of us at this point. What's the pleasure of the council?
We have to
Favorable
suspend the
action
rule,
on
Mr. Chairman? We
Council?
have to suspend the rule on this?
We did,
Whether or not you
it depends on if we're going to entertain a vote. If we do, then we have to spend 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's routine. I think so. Yeah. What's the pleasure of the council?
What rule?
Well, if you, this one, if you're looking at this as a charter issue and you're saying that it's not routine, is that the question, or is it a
We on number
financial
5?
matter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our orders,
money
what do our orders say? Don't we have to suspend anything that's on, in
17?
money?
If
has to
you're gonna
be-
vote on it.
Yeah.
If it's financial, if you're going to vote on it, yes.
Is this what, we do this all the time, is this considered routine?
Yeah.
Is this something that we do?
Yes.
From the chair, I would suggest this as routine, however, I would defer to the body. If the body does not think it's routine, I've got no issue with it, but
Suspend
I
Rule
do.
13.
It's Rule
No, it's
13 for
13.
finances.
Finance is
13. So if we're going to vote for it,
Just suspend Rule 13.
moved and second to suspend Rule 13. All in favor?
Aye.
Item
Favorable
5
action
is in
on
front
the
of you.
Second.
It's been moved and second favorable action on item number 5. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays, President.
11 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed the order. The other motion we had was to suspend the rules and take item number 32, I believe it was, Counselor? It's already been moved and second. Item 32, clerk will read item number 32.
Item number 32, Mr. President, it's a resolution sponsored by Counsel Michael K. Marquez and Counsel John Leo McKinnon to find out what is the Wind Corporation's obligation tax-wise on all newly acquired land, and what will the tax obligation be to the city.
Who would like to speak to that?
I'd like to.
Counselor
make a
Marchese?
Motion before us, yes, please. Motion to have Ms. Davis come before us.
If we could please
Ms. Davis,
have-
I'm sorry to keep you here all night.
Please have Ms. Davis. All in favor?
It is a pleasure.
Everyone's in favor of that?
Yes.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your patience. Counselor Marchese.
Ms. Davis, my concern was, knowing that we designated a certain part of Lower Broadway as the casino zone, I wasn't sure because of an earlier meeting we had where I asked a question at one time, any property acquired by the casino, would it be taxed additionally? And the answer I got that night was no. Now, before you, I know there's probably about $20 million worth of acquisitions gonna be hopefully, done on the right side, probably the west side, I guess, of Lower Broadway. You know, maybe the hamburger place, maybe the Old Nuts and Bolt place, plus hopefully the Tea Land. And my question was, will they be taxed extra on that, taxed like a regular, like $44?
They're gonna be taxed just like everybody
Okay,
else.
so I don't know if they zoned that and they weren't going to be taxed, if that one TIF agreement they made was enough, was going to be their only payment. That was my concern.
They're not paying it, they're not gonna pay on the TIF. The casino site itself is gonna be on what's called a Chapter 121A, which is through the state and the city.
Okay,
And we already know what his payments are gonna be annually, and that's gonna be based on that site.
that site itself, yeah,
Right.
but all acquisitions will be additional.
The other acquisitions are gonna be taxed, just like everybody else.
All right, I thank you. If anybody has any questions, you answered my question. I just terribly had to be here for 4 hours, 5 minutes of my answering. If anybody has any questions.
Any other questions?
Excuse with the customary
Seeing none,
thanks.
thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you very much.
What's your pleasure in the peace, Counselor?
Just refer back to sponsor.
Second.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, refer item number 32 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've so referred. Clerk, revert back to regular order of business.
Could we please suspend the rule and take item number 20?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, suspend the rules and take item number 20. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You've so moved. Item number 20, clerk will read item 20.
Item number 20, Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety and Service, report on police enforced no littering ordinance throughout the city of Everett, with a recommendation refer to Chief of Police, with request report back to the second council meeting in April.
Motion to have the chief of
Councilman
police
Marchese?
before us.
It's moved, is there a second? It's moved and seconded to have the chief before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, chief. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Council
No problem.
Marchese?
Chief, how are you tonight?
Good, thank you. How are
Chief,
you?
now, I'm getting a little lost where we were on this no loitering ordinance. I don't know if you
So,
were gonna work on something
well,
before us.
A
or
number of
me-
years back, the issue of no loitering, it's a sensitive issue
Yep.
because the courts frown upon it. In the climate we're in right now, we have to be extremely careful about engaging people on the streets who are doing nothing, basically. So it's been ruled unconstitutional at a number of levels. And, for example, a lot of people we'd be affecting if we went to go push this on the streets in any urban area. You get a lot of people with mental illness, hanging out on the streets. Those are the very same people who engage in panhandling and so on. The courts really don't want us bringing them into the criminal justice system, for example, on a loitering issue. As a matter of fact, we're going the opposite. We're trying to train up our people to divert people with mental illness who might be on the streets to get help, not to bring them into the system for what we consider lower, lesser crimes. So something that had been passed ordinance-wise a number of years back to try to go after panhandlers and find them. The problem is, it's kind of counterintuitive. The panhandler's panhandling because he doesn't have money. And they give him a $100 ticket when it's trying to get blood out of a stone.
But
So-
if they stand in front of a business, I mean, is there something we can prevent them from?
Well, I was gonna say,
being in front of
there's ways.
Walgreens? It's
Correct,
ridiculous
yeah,
down there.
there's ways for us to deal with those kind of issues, and we usually do. For example, more specifically, the courts don't mind examples like our school safety zone. So the school safety zone is a defined area. It's for a specific purpose. It's to prevent non-students from hanging around schools. It's to prevent gangs from trying to intimidate or recruit kids around schools. So those are easy, and we utilize tools like that. It's just, individuals, if a guy wants to hang in Glendale Square and smoke a cigarette, just because we don't, to move them along or to use law enforcement,
Yeah.
we have to be extremely careful, especially today, in today's environment that we're in.
Chief, what do we have as a definition as a loiterer? What would be a loiterer? I mean, if somebody's
It's a good question.
shaking down money, asking you for money without not from an
Well,
organization?
courts have ruled that people have a right to ask for money.
All right.
That's not, it's a constitutional right it's under free speech to panhandle, basically.
Could we do a business safety zone, maybe? Enforce it
I don't know.
within-
I'm
is
not
there
an
such?
attorney. I'm not an attorney. I don't know
Yeah.
what will stand up, but I'm giving you examples of what I do know, on the courts. But there's other ways to deal with some of the issues you're bringing up and the concerns you have. They're the same concerns that we get from, people in neighborhoods or around businesses. We're able to move people along, gain their cooperation. We just have to be careful how we do it. But I wouldn't be a fan of trying to use a city ordinance on loitering to, especially if it had an arrest component, and it involved, for example, minorities and immigrants. It just wouldn't be good for any of us. And like I said, in the climate that we've been in.
Well, more or less, it seems like, no matter what you are, you're faced with a lower quality of living with some of these people around. I feel bad for some of them, but I don't feel bad for all of them. That's
Well,
that's my take on it. I'm sure a lot of people get intimidated by some of these people coming up to them, someone's wife or their daughter, and
Sure.
and some guy comes up to them and is trying to.
Well, and some are, as calm, and hey, do you have a few percent spare change, and some are aggressive. The aggressive people are the ones we try to address. We try to address all of them. It's just how we treat them and how we do it. We just have to be careful.
What would you suggest on this? Asking you.
Well, I don't think we need anything additional. I just think we have tools now. It's a matter of us, we've done training with our officers. We're increased, for example, our training on dealing with mental illness. Those are a lot of the people you're talking about, dealing with people with substance abuse issues. We have the means to move them along, talk to them, try to gain compliance, try to make them understand why they shouldn't be hanging around or
If a
asking
store
people.
has like no loitering in front of a no trespassing, what can be enforced there? Would they have to enforce it themselves?
Well, in a business, for example, if a business has people hanging in them, which we sometimes get, we'll ask them, do you want him hanging at your business or your doorway? No. Okay, off you go.
All right.
So, yeah, we can do that. And we do
I
that.
appreciate that, because I have a couple of people have asked me, and I don't know what to do,
Well, the specific businesses, that are having problems that people you speak to, have them give us a jingle, and we'll definitely address those kind of issues.
So, thank you, I'm through. If anybody
Any other
else-
questions to the chief?
Excuse with the customary thanks.
Seeing none, thank you very much, chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your pleasure with the peace,
I
Counselor?
refer back to sponsor.
Second.
Move second to refer item number 20 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred number 20
Please
back to
suspend the
sponsor.
rules and take items number 28, 33, and 35, and have Mr. Navarro before us.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to take items number 28,
33
33,
and 35.
and 35. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have suspended the rules. Clerk will read items 28, 33, and 35.
20 is a resolution sponsored by Council Richard Delasola Jr. to request information on the effect of snow melting at Florence Street Park from the Director of City Services. 33, resolution sponsored by Council Michael Marquez and Council John Leo McKinnon, City Services Inter-City Auditor. Submit a breakdown on individual snow removal contracts and overtime paid for April 13th meeting. Well, they weren't paid overtime for the April 13th. They wanted it by the April 13th.
Sure.
Item number 35 is a resolution sponsored by Councilor Fred Capone, a representative from City Services and a representative from the City Solicitor's Office. Appear at this council meeting to discuss any warranty or other avenue of recourse available against the contract that recently painted the crosswalks throughout the city as the same are faded and in poor condition.
Council McKinnon?
Could we have?
I'm at 28.
28. 28. Well, let's start with 28. I'm sorry. Council Delasola.
I'm all set with this. I'm refer it back to sponsor. The snow was gone from Florence Street Park. I just had concerns about it melting with the neighbors, and I
Sure.
did talk to them, and I'm just going to refer this back to sponsor.
Second.
Moved and second, refer number 28 back to sponsor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred number 28 back to sponsor. Number 33. Councilor Marchese or McKinnon? Who wants this
Yes,
one?
we have.
Council Marchese?
I believe, Mr. Navarro before us. A motion made to have Mr. Navarro before us.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes.
Moved and second to have Mr. Navarro in front of us. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Thank you very much for your patience.
No problem.
Council Marchese.
Mr. Navarro, what are we looking at for monies paid out this year for the snow removal?
Now we talking contractors, overtime,
Like
combined.
contractors and overtime, if we could.
I want to say roughly around 2.5.
2.5 million?
Mm-hmm.
We get any money back from the state at all?
We're looking for 75% back.
75% back? Wow. Is that in line with most of the cities of what they spent?
No, a lot less.
A lot less?
We did an extraordinary amount of snow removal. To break it down for you, we had roughly about 250 loads a night at 25 yards, equaling 6,250 yards of snow per night, times 20 nights, comes out to 125,000 yards of snow, which is equivalently of 5,000 dump truck loads of snow removed from the city. Which I would say, hands down, best around.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. I mean, I think he's did a more than adequate job. I think he's did a great job. Except the end of Elsie Street, I have all the dirt from on the whole hill down there, but other than that.
We'll send the sweeper by.
Yeah, I don't think the sweeper won't be able to do it.
You
That's
got a new
why-
one now.
That's why you broke it, using that. I'm good with that. I just wanted to just get some numbers up here together. I'm just,
Sure.
sorry I'd be here so late.
Any other questions?
All set for anybody?
If there are no other questions, excuse customary thanks.
You throw back to sponsor.
Thank you very much. It's been moved to, and second, to refer item number 33 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred item 33 back to sponsor. Chair will entertain a motion to refer number 35 back to sponsor.
moved.
Been moved and second to refer item 35 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have referred item 35 back to sponsor. Clerk will revert back to the regular order of business. Item number 2.
We're up there already? All the way up to 2?
How about you, Sue?
Wait a minute, hold on. Jamie? 14 and 15? Suspend the rules.
Let's suspend the rules, take items 14 and 15 collectively.
It's been moved and second to take items number
14 and 15 collectively.
14 and 15 collectively. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Clerk will read items number 14 and 15.
Item number 14, petition for a permanent awning from Tashik Fashion at 449 Broadway, and a petition for a permanent awning from Dollar Plus Variety at 456 Broadway.
Mr. Clerk, are these new?
Mr. Chairman, I haven't, Jamie Erickson will explain.
Yeah.
Okay. If we, okay. Motion to have Jamie Erickson before us.
Please,
Is there a
I'm
second?
sorry.
Second.
It's moved and second to have Jamie before
All
us.
in favor?
Jamie, thank you very much for your patience. Counsel DeFlorio.
What happened is the people that were here a long time, over 3 hours, and we asked them that they could leave because Jamie could explain. One of them is, I believe, they're both awnings, right?
Correct. So Jamie Erickson, Planning and Development Director. Both of these are proposed awnings for 2 businesses in Everett Square. Tashik, you might have seen it. It's next to Cristella's
Yeah,
Pizza.
the old pizza place.
It's a new clothing store in there. It's actually doing very well. And the Dollar Plus Variety has been there for a while. You know, the Dollar Plus Variety store further down in the square. Both of them have been working with Marzi Galaska in the Planning and Development Office on various economic development programs that we have, including the Sign and Awning program, to try to just spruce up the storefronts. In both cases, they've been willing to do some improvements. I think Dollar Variety still has some additional improvements to do on their storefront before we were able to do any additional work with them, including cleaning up their storefront and their glass space to make it more attractive and more appealing for people to walk by and maybe even go into the store. Tashik has actually got a pretty decent storefront. Both of these are awnings though, correct?
Okay, but one of them, I believe, I want the board to know, because I did see it, and that's not fair to the rest of them. One is believed to be close to the Crimson Tide color. The other one is black. Am I
Correct. So Dollar Plus Variety is proposing to do a red awning. The exact color, because they had, the printer was hard to print the exact color, but it's a crimson red-ish color or a maroonish reddish color, similar to what has been approved in the past for awnings in the square. Tashik is the black awning, and we were working with them on that color. It's the color of their store, it's the color of their sign, to be consistent with what their store brand is, so we figured that would actually make sense for that storefront to have that black awning. And it blends in nicely with the building and with other colors that are in that block as well.
Well, I believe what we were trying to do, Jamie, is for years, we've been trying to get everything a little more uniform, because who's doing yellow, who's doing orange, who's doing red, who's doing green. So that's why we came up with a color of Crimson Tide. And now it's something new. Now we're allowing this guy to go black. What happens if the next guy wants to go green, or the next guy wants to go yellow?
There-
Or orange. I think we're opening up something that we really don't want to do. We want to try to keep the city as
Um,
uniform as possible.
That's,
So-
yep, I can certainly agree with that.
And I mean, I do feel bad that the guy has done everything according to the black, which is not really a bright color. But what happens if someone comes in and wants to put a bright green in, and now we tell them no?
Well, yeah, I understand, and that's by no means the intent of what we were trying to do as a planning department. We were trying to keep the tones of the colors in a similar hue, not go with the bright colors. Black is definitely a color that blends in, so we figured that kept in keeping with the idea of keeping things uniform. Keeping things the exact same color can lead to some monotony as well, so there could be a negative side of keeping all the same color. So we were just trying to keep in keeping with the intent of what was the policy in the past, but we weren't trying to deviate that
Well,
greatly.
The other reason is, I mean, I came up here with a friend of mine that had everything in blue and white. The whole store was blue and white. Everything was, and they denied it.
Okay.
You know, they denied the blue. So now we're gonna turn around and give somebody black. What is this person gonna come up and say? I mean, I'm not in favor of the black, I'm being honest. Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't know what we can do about it unless we change the whole city and say everybody can do black and red. Change the colors. But I'm just afraid that if we do it, it's just gonna open up that can of worm that I'm not gonna be able to say no on the next one either, because we're gonna do, you know, what's good for one is good for another, and I'm a firm believer in that. So, like I said, if someone comes up next week and wants orange, I'm not giving it to them, so why?
Yeah, I don't think there would be a recommendation from planning for an orange or a yellow or really outlandish colors.
But the whole idea was that the plan and the community development, if it wasn't Crimson Tide, they weren't supposed to give them any money or any money to allow them to do it unless it was Crimson Tide. I believe that was the rule.
I'm not familiar of any written rule that says that.
I do recall something along the lines of going with the crimson.
Yeah, there's an
And-
ordinance.
but-
So community development
Did
is
it
not
finally make it
supposed to
to
be
an ordinance,
approved.
Mike?
I don't have anything in writing that notes that. If there's an ordinance, we can absolutely, we have no problem enforcing that.
Just an audience.
If we could, perhaps our clerk could illuminate us.
Under colors, under the city council rules, it's not an ordinance.
Not an
rule.
ordinance, it's a rule.
Rule 74, subsection 7, colors. All awnings located on the same building must be the same color. All awnings shall be crimson red in color unless otherwise approved by the city council.
Right.
The city council has the right to approve any colors.
So the building where Tashika is located, if you look at the other awnings, there's about 4 or 5 different other colors of awnings on that block. One's a green, one is a yellow, although
Bright yellow, yeah.
I'm not sure that would be something that should be approved or promoted. The corner is the Everett Supply Company, which I believe is a maroon I'm not sure if that's the crimson red you're talking about. But given that there are variations in awning colors, you know, black by no means is bright like an orange or a yellow. It's more in keeping with some of the other coloring along that block. In reading the intent, we were trying to keep in the intent of that
Yeah, the
rule.
black will blend in better with the yellow and the
Exactly.
orange instead of the Crimson Tide. I get that, but,
That's really where we were coming from. We weren't
I
trying
understand.
to deviate from that rule. We were trying to really actually keep with what we thought was the intent. If that's not the intent, we can certainly start directing everybody to go with the crimson and go from there. It's just we were trying to keep with the intent of that rule.
well, no, that's not fair to the guy either. I mean, he waited 3 hours
Well,
over here tonight.
let's not cross debate. Do you have any other questions?
I don't, I'm sorry. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
And just before we go to the next individual, okay, let's see, I've got Counselor Sani. Before you make any comments, the clerk has shown me a picture of it. There is no writing on this awning. It's just a black awning. Counselor Sani?
Thank you. Have they had an awning there before in the past?
An awning there?
Yes.
There is not one there now. There might have been, I'm sure there's awnings on that building sometime in the past.
If I
Michael,
may,
do you-
yeah, there was a yellow Sprint one there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
See,
So-
we would certainly by no means recommend that.
So Tashika's not had an awning there.
Correct, they have not.
All right. I do agree that we cannot start changing colors and passing other people in the past come up here and we kept them with, keeping them with crimson red, start changing the colors for other people. if it's out invisible out in Broadway or Main Street, and everybody's starting to try to be uniform, I think we need to move forward in keeping everybody uniform. If it was something hidden back and not being out, I can see something a little different, but if they're willing to change it from black to red, I have no problem changing, going with red, but I cannot support it being black on that one. On the other one, I have no problem with. Thank you.
Counselor Hanlon.
Just one quick question, those other awnings that you said were green and yellow, whatever?
Yeah, they're right
you
next
have-
to the pizza place that has a
It's okay.
green awning.
You have any idea when those awnings went up?
I do not know.
A long time ago, a year ago? You have no idea?
Michael probably has, Mike, do you?
Yeah, Crucilla's has changed theirs. Theirs is no longer green, it's now red. It shows green in this paper right here. The one at the corner was yellow, he's now red.
Okay, okay.
So for the most part, the building has lived up with it. If I may real quick, the time we had the problem was with Century 21, for instance. They had a corporate identity,
That's different.
and certainly wasn't red, it's brown, because of their corporate identity, so.
It's a potential issue, but it's up to this body to vote whatever they want to do. We've got Counselor Simonelli.
Oh, yes. I'm gonna put this back on. Yes, I agree. I think it's, what it says in that rule, it's your, whatever you, discretion. So if it makes it look good, you're not gonna make it look stupid, so whatever, it's your discretion that the black looks good there, and every awning is different. I mean, but it should be, maybe it should be crimson red, but in your opinion, discretion, I think you have the right to say it with that law, with that rule. So I agree with keeping it the same color. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, excuse the customary thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. What's, Counselor Napolitano, this is number 14.
I mean, first of all, I understand and I support the sentiments behind this rule, but the bottom line is that a lot of businesses go to great lengths to create an identity, and sometimes matching color up is part of that identity. Okay, if we had Starbucks wanting to open up in Everett Square, would you tell them they couldn't put up their signs? If you had would you want to go up to Dunkin' Donuts and tell them, get rid of the pink and the white and the brown, you have to do crimson? Now, I understand that there needs to be some discretion here, but we also don't want to go to the ridiculous either. So corporate identity, business identity is just as prevalent whether it's Century 21 or whether it's Joe's Pop's comic book store. It's as long as it matches and blends within the theme of the existing building, I'm fine with that. And the thing is, you really do need to understand, especially in this day and age, businesses need to maintain competition, and business identity and image is just as big a part of that. So I will be supporting. I'll vote in favor of this. I don't think that the judgment of the planning director has been ill-advised. It matches in. He's comfortable with it, and I think that it's important that we support our businesses in all capacities. We have a vested interest in their survival. They have a vested interest in the community.
What's the motion before us, number 4?
Action.
On both of them, on one?
Counselor, we have number 14 in front of us now. Counselor
Favorable
Hanlon.
action, then I move.
Counselor Hanlon.
Sorry.
Counselor Hanlon has the floor, ladies and gentlemen. It is. It's number 14 is the black awning.
At 460 Main Street, someone put up a beautiful blue awning. City made him take it down and put up a blue one. I read it. So I think if they're making one person do it, and the city did it, then I think we should all stick with that.
The clerk just advised me that he did that out on his own without any interaction with the city. So technically, he put it up illegally. But
We talk about corporate identity, and I understand what we're talking about when you say that. Oh, sorry. When we talk about corporate identity, I understand what we're saying, such as Dunkin' Donuts and such as whoever has them, 7021. But has anyone gone into any other city or town and seen that Dunkin' Donuts has not got a blue and white sign, or Century 21 doesn't have their color sign? And they appear to the Woburn, for instance, is all the same. I think Arlington is all the same, So I don't know if it's in every city like that, but at least over here, I know I'm going to vote on this matter.
Counselor Napolitano.
Just to the chair, in answer to that question, City of Medford has a very strict, very stringent policy. I know 4 business owners that have moved out of the City of Medford to other cities where they were less stringent. That's the problem and the risk and the danger of being that restrictive.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. right, the piece before us has been moved and second favorable action. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Del Sol.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Yes. Counsel Hamlin.
No.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
No.
Counsel McKinnon.
No.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Simon.
No.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
7 yeas, 4 nays, you have granted the petition. We have item number 15 before us.
All the papers in order?
Yes,
The city and everything?
everything's fine.
Favorable action.
It's been moved and second favorable action. Item number 15, clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, do they have a red awning?
They do.
Yes,
This
thank
one's a
you.
maroon one, maroonish.
Thank you very much.
Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Del Sol.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hamlin.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Simon.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, you have granted the petition. Clerk will revert back to the regular item, order of business, item number 2.
Item number 2, subject to confirmation by the Honorable City Council, hereby appoint Wendy Post and Annette LeRae to the Agricultural Council to a 3-year term ending 2018.
Moved and second favorable action, clerk call the roll.
Counsel Del Sol.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Yes. Counsel Hanlon. Yes. Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel
Yes.
McKinnon. Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President.
11 yeas, 0 nays, you have confirmed. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 3.
And number 3 is an order sponsored by Counsel Fred Capone as president to accept the provisions of Chapter 43D of the Mass General Laws as amended pursuant to Section 11 of the Charter, Section 11 of Chapter 205F, the Acts of, I think that's supposed to be of, the Acts of 2006, and approve the filing of an application with the Interagency Permitting Board for the designation of land located at 1 Horizon Way, Everett, Mass., known as the Monsanto Chemical Site, as shown on Assessors Map H6 Parcel 191 as a priority development site, would take any other action in relation thereto.
From the chair, I would just say that I would not see this as a routine matter, but it's up to the board, do what they want to do.
Laid over, refer it.
Lay it over.
Counsel Cheddar?
Yeah, I was wondering if someone could explain this whole thing to
Can't
me.
vote on it tonight, Ed.
I don't understand
Yeah,
it
we
at
couldn't
all.
vote on it in its final form. You could have an explanation tonight. We just couldn't vote favorably on it tonight because it's the first time it's before us.
Okay.
Would you like to have the chief of staff before us?
Yes.
Move and second to have chief of staff before us. All in favor? Opposed? You have so moved.
I have
Thank
sad
you,
news,
Melissa.
and Thursday's actually Jamie's last day with us. So if you want to get an explanation from Jamie, you got to do it tonight.
Oh.
And Tony Souza, who is our senior planner, is going to be taking over as the acting director of planning and development. So,
Jamie, that's it. Jamie, Jamie, that's a huge loss to the city. And I thank you on behalf of all of us for all of your service.
So we don't have an
Do you want to refer this committee? Do you want to?
Let him explain it.
Second.
Moved and second to have Jamie before us. All in favor? Opposed? Jamie, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jamie Erickson, Director
I'm
of
going to try to
Planning.
hold back the tears.
I'll be brief. So this is in relation to, one of the requirements under the state gaming legislation is to have the proposed site where a gaming establishment will be located as a 43D site. Chapter 43D is a Mass General law that's designed to promote economic development by promoting expedited permitting. So the city has already adopted this for the old high school site, for the Berkeley Green site, the former GE site. So it's something that the city has already done many years, or a few years ago. And really, this is just to make sure that the casino site is compliant with that requirement under the State Gaming Act. That's pretty much the gist of it.
Any questions? Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
It's moved and second. It's been moved and seconded to lay this over to our next meeting All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? You have laid item number 3 over to our next meeting.
Mr. President, can we suspend the rules and take number 25, please?
It's been moved and second to suspend the rules and take item number, was it 20? I'm sorry, Counsel? 25. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Item number 25. Clerk will read that, please.
Item number 25 is an ordinance sponsored by Council Rosa DeFlorio in accordance with provisions of Article 3, Executive Branch, Section 3-1 of the Everett City Charter and Chapter 7, Section 7-163 of the revised ordinances of the City of Everett. The salary for the position of mayor shall be as follows. Effective January 2016, the salary for the position of mayor shall be $126,252 thereafter and on January 1st of each ensuing year. The salary for the position of mayor shall be adjusted by applying the most recently reported 3-year average of the unadjusted consumer price index. Said calculation shall be based on applying the aforementioned 3-year average to the salary in effect as of December 31st of the immediately preceding calendar year. All ordinances, parts of ordinance in conflict with the foregoing are hereby repealed with a favorable recommendation from Ways and Means Committee on the compensation package for the position of mayor at 126,252.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that, you know, things are bad, things are tough, this is what we hear, we have to watch our money, we have to watch this. This is, I hope nobody makes this personal. This isn't about the mayor, it's about the position. This is a position that we had said 4 years ago that that's what this amount should have been. So, it's not a $26,000 raise, it's not an $80,000 raise, it's an $18,000 raise. If you take the average of what anybody has made in the last 20 years, because don't forget that for 20 years, the mayor's pay never came with an increase. So if you take the average of the city worker or a union worker that gets a 2% a year and add it to for 20 years, you're gonna come up with a lot more than this. So, you know, we're gonna take the hit no matter when the raise goes up. Whether it goes up this year, whether it goes up 2 years from now, whether it goes up 4 years from now. Unfortunately, that's our job. Our job is to make this decision. We're the only ones that can make this decision. Nobody else can make it. So I'm asking for favorable recommendation.
Counsel Simonelli.
Thank you, President. I'd like to agree with Councilor DeFlorio, which I don't do very often. But the same sentiments that she said, I'm really for it. And for a $20,000 raise is really what it comes down to. He makes 106 now, and that's 20,000. I don't know where people are getting 40,000 from. And anyway, that 126, I think, he's the mayor, okay? If you look around the surrounding cities, I'm sure he's one of the lowest paid. So he's up a par with everybody else. And one more thing, I mean, I'll say this, you know, the school committee, on their payroll, they have over, I don't think it's over 10 or maybe 15 that's getting over $100,000 and nothing is said about it. So let's just think it that way. And the mayor's, you know, he's trying to do the best he can. I'm not for the mayor, I'm not against him. But I think the right thing to do is, I gave my word and I'm voting for him.
Counsel Della Sola.
I want to voice the same thing with my colleagues. If you look at the surrounding cities, like they just said, even with his raise, he's still average of a mayor. If you look at the other cities, what they're doing and what their future is, there's a lot going on from now for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And it all started with my colleagues here and the mayor and his staff. So I want to just voice the same opinion as my two colleagues.
Counsel Sani.
They all said the same thing I was about to say, that I'm voting on the position because I didn't do, I know the committee did do their homework and presented, you know, the salary, but I also called myself and double-checked, and I also know that the other mayors also get a very good expense account. So I feel this is you know, a position that we should be voting on is for the position, not that the mayor itself, but is for the position. Thank
Counsel Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, I mean, I'm just going to take it a little bit further. I certainly do agree with my fellow colleagues that spoke before me about it. It really is about the position, but, I mean, what we've had here, I think in the last couple of years, with the possible, you know, whole really transformation of the city, and I think that whether it's the wind development coming in, you know, different things maybe going to be happening on the Parkway, talking about moving into different buildings and stuff like that. It's really about someone with a vision and taking us into the future and stuff. Because like as Mayor Di Maria said earlier today, in a couple of years, he may not be here. Maybe somebody that's on this board, or it could be some other person that's not here. And certainly, I think they should be paid accordingly. And I think where he's brought us over the last couple of years, I certainly think he's certainly more entitled to, and especially considering what, some other cities and towns are making around us. Like I said, I think it's more than fair. So I definitely will be voting in support of this.
Any other discussion? Council Sachetta.
Yes, this is not a personal thing. The fact of the matter is, there are 2 pay raises on this calendar. There was one last week on the school committee. I and Councilor Simonelli were the only 2 that voted against that. How could we possibly raise our pay and raise the mayor's pay when we increase taxes each and every year that I've been here, and raise now water bills each and every year? I would say that we're not entitled to a pay raise. As a councilor, we got a pay raise last year, and I don't think the mayor is going to get a pay raise because he got a pay raise last year. So I'm definitely against this. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Council Hanlon.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment. Taxes in this city will always go up. The water sewer will always go up. And salaries for employees will always go up. We have a budget, I don't know what the budget will be, but I'm just going to say $140 million for this year. So the 2 things that are on the calendar tonight will total about $335,000 for the 2 increases. And if you figure out what that is, as opposed to $141 million, that's .00167. I think the city can afford to pay .00167. So I would be in favor of these things.
Call for the question.
Moved and second, call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Clerk, calling for the question. Just calling for the question. The clerk, it's been moved and second, favorable action. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
No.
Counsel McKinnon.
No.
Counsel Napolitano.
No.
Counsel Sachetta.
No.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
No.
Six yeas, 5 nays, Mr. President.
6 yeas, 5 nays, the matter has failed. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number, anything through yet? 4.
Mr. President, could,
Counselor?
I didn't really get the vote.
6 yeas, 5 nays.
Yeah, it did not pass, it failed.
It was not getting over it.
Yes, it
Right,
failed.
It takes 2/3.
You need 8 votes. Counselor
Could
Sachetta?
we take the councilor's pay raise now?
It's up to the
I
council.
forget what item that is.
What item is that, Counselor?
I'm trying to figure out what item it is.
Item 37.
37.
It's been moved and second, suspend the rules and take item number 37. All in favor? All opposed? Clerk will read item number 37.
Item number 37 is ordinance sponsored by Council Rose DeFlorio. Members of this council shall receive an annual salary of $90,000 to take effect upon the organization of the city government following the 2015 municipal election.
Counselor DeFlorio.
On a note, is in regards to the school committee, 11 people voted to give the school committee a raise, which was a total of $66,000. So not to get off the subject. But in regards,
37.
this was a study that was done, okay, to bring everybody up to the same pay as the other cities and towns. In regards to my colleague from Ward 6, we did not get an increase. The city council did not get an increase, they got a decrease. The city council do not have health benefits anymore. Well, health benefits is not offered anymore. That was removed from the package, so if you took the health benefits of $18,000 and the $5,500 that the city councils were getting paid all those years, adds up to a lot more than $19,000.
Life insurance, no life insurance.
Okay? And there's also no life insurance. The life insurance has been taken away. So this body never got an increase. And this increase, don't take this increase for yourself, because we don't know if we're gonna be here next year. This is for the future of the city, for the people that do a lot of work, like it's 11:45 right now, and we're still here. So if you feel that you work hard and you do your homework and you do your research and you spend the time, then you should be paid 50 cents an hour.
Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you. You know, I've been in city politics for 20 years, been elected official majority of that time. You know, the thing is, I never once ran for office based on the salary. I mean, as a common councilor, $5,500 a year was just a stipend. $15,000 a year is just a stipend. The bottom line is that, yes, this body has never gotten a raise, but this is also the very first session of the unicameral city council. And I would hate to think that the first year that the first unicameral city council is in office, one of the things they do in their session is vote themselves a raise. Now, there's been an argument made that $4,000 increase is going to offset the expense account. Now, the city charter allows us to have an expense account, and for the public, that means a reimbursement. That means we're only reimbursed on what we spend out of our pocket to do our job as city councilors. That means at the end of the year, what we don't spend goes back to the taxpayers. We take that $4,000, put it in our pockets as a salary, it's now not, none of it's going back to the taxpayers. And because the charter allows us to have a expense account, there's nothing to stop an expense account from being funded in the future. So we end up with the best of both worlds. Now, you know, the thing is that the question came up that, you know, we're voting for this because we might not be here next year. Well, my feeling is we vote for this, we won't be here next year. You know, if we're going to spend 3.5 hours going over the capital improvement account to make sure that the taxpayers are getting the biggest bang for their buck, then I personally find any discussion of an increase for us on the same evening deplorable. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not trying to project that on anyone in this room. But I honestly do not feel that that's what we're here for. And we're most definitely not here to do this during the first session of the newly formed city council. You want to take that discussion up a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, I'll be a little more open-minded to it. Not this session. I will be voting against this.
Councilor Sachetta.
Yes, I have to agree with a lot of what Councilor Napolitano said, but beyond that, what Councilor DeFlorio said, when we were councilors and aldermen, we got life insurance and health insurance. They don't remember the fact that we had a charter reform committee voted for, the entire city voted for it. The charter commission then took that away, and I was happy they did, because no part-time employee should have ever gotten health insurance and life insurance. Therefore, I'm definitely against this pay raise, and the charter reform people, the people that voted for charter reform, asked for this to happen, and I'm not going to give myself a pay raise. Thank you.
Councilor Simonelli.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also against it. I have a couple of good reasons why. Well, first of all, 10 years ago, when I worked for the city, and I worked 3 terms for nothing, and so, you know, they said you couldn't get 2 paychecks. So I understand, to me, the money wasn't a big thing, but the idea was to help the community out, and I just did it for nothing, to help the people. I didn't care what the pay scale was anyway. It didn't matter to me. But the thing is now, I kind of agree with everybody saying here. The 15,000, we just got this raise now. Let's see what happens in 2 years, next election, and bring it up again. And, you know, we got a lot of, you know, casinos coming in. And, you know, I think the main problem now, we got a lot of votes to do here right now. So let's just see how we do in the voting, and then go on from there and bring it up again next year. Thank you.
Councilor Marchese.
I'm fine.
Councilor DeFlorio. Oh, Councilor Hanlon.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to point out 2 things. One is that we are not granting ourselves a pay raise in this year that comes up in the next term. And this is not, as far as I'm concerned, a part-time job. Part-time job is when you go to work at 8 in the morning, you come home at noontime, or something like that. We have no hours. We work many, many hours. It's not a part-time job.
Counselor DeFlorio.
And, Mr. Chairman, we also donate most of our money back. Some of us do anyways, and some of us don't. So it's not about the pay raise. It's not about getting the pay raise. But one thing I do want to do, and that will be on the next agenda, regardless if this passes or not, okay? The cell phones and, the cell phone and the internet that we are allowed to take every month will be, I want to remove that. I want to remove it because it's too much work for everybody else to do. To do work, why should the auditor spend his time doing all that work and we just don't want to pay? So if we want to save the taxpayers' money, we're going to take that off, okay? The other recommendation I would like to see we can divide this. You do 2,000 for 2016, which the raise is not for us. It's for the new, whoever comes in. And you can do another 2,000 for 2018. And remove the $1,000, remove the $900-something that you take the telephone and the internet from, and you're basically not getting an increase. So I'll leave this up to the board.
Counselor McKinnon.
I won't be voting in favor of this. I do not take the phone or the internet or anything else as well, so I don't. That's my opinion on it, but I think that we've been more than compensated enough already, so, with the charter, and I'm not gonna be voting for this as well, so, that's it.
Counselor Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, everyone brought up some, great ideas, either for or against it. But, I mean, I was, certainly for it, but, I had some reservations about what Councilor DeFlorio originally said. But, I mean, I think the fact that, she brought it up that, maybe trying to meet people halfway, trying to find a common ground there. So if you mentioned 2,000 next year and then $2,000 in possibly 2018, we heard Councilor Napolitano say he was up for a few years down the road, maybe entertaining an increase. So what I think this does, it really lessens the blow. It's 2,000 next year, and it's 2,000 3 years from now. So I would certainly support something like that, I think that it meets, I think is a common ground.
Counselor Delasola.
I agree with the same thing with my counselor. I think maybe next year is a time when to think about this, or maybe the year after, but I don't think it's the time right now to do something like this. Just want to voice my opinion.
Okay, so unless there's any other discussion, it sounds to me like we're going to hybrid this and.
I'll move for 5-0.
There's the initial piece, and then there was a discussion about the possibility of amending this to reflect 17,000 for next year, and then 19,000 for the second year of the second term. Is that correct, Counselor?
That would be yes, it would take effect. This doesn't take effect for us.
No, it would be the following election.
Okay. It's for the following election. So it would be for 2016, I believe?
It would be 16 and 17, Mr. Clerk?
16.
I'm not sure, I would.
It would take
certainly
effect in
defer to-
January 2016, because that's when the new councils would take office.
I would certainly defer to legal counsel, but
Well, I would make it,
only because it says that it takes a vote of the full 30, you can only receive a pay raise if it's adopted by a 2/3 vote during the first 18 months of a term. So could you do it for the next council years? But I don't believe you could do it for a future council at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's the next, if I have it right, and it may not be the worst thing to have the city solicitor before us, if I have it right, you're increasing to 17 for the first portion of the same session, and then
19.
going to 19 at the second year of the same session.
with the understanding that the expense account will be cut. Not all of it.
Yeah.
We have to have an expense account.
Would the council like to
With
have the city solicitor
understanding
before us?
that the next on the agenda, we would remove that.
Or would you like to vote on the piece? It's up to the council.
The city solicitor, please?
Yeah, all right. Is there a second?
Yes.
Move the second to have our city solicitor before us?
where it's in the same term.
Yeah, I think
might
where it's in the
make a
same term, you
difference.
could probably do it. Colleen, thank you very much.
So it's still
You know, it's been a very long night. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
I don't even know who I am anymore.
You're in the same boat with the rest of us.
Colleen Mejia, City
All right.
Solicitor.
Did you get the question?
Yeah, I think as long as it's within the same term, you should be fine. If
Okay.
you're gonna do it for the term starting in 2018, which I think that's what I heard from the beginning, I think I would agree with the clerk that there might be an issue with that.
If I had, let me just make sure I got clarification. You weren't looking for 2018, you were looking for next session.
16, 17.
16, 17.
Yeah.
So for the next session under the charter, we're within the 18 months. So we could feasibly, because you're in the same session next time around.
Yeah,
You
this-
could do a 2,000 increase for the first year. Second year of the same session, increase it up to the 19,000.
Yeah, I don't
That's
see that
something if the
there's a problem.
council were so inclined they could do, I would imagine.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a problem with that. I
Okay.
don't see an issue.
Any other questions of our city solicitor? Seeing none, thank you, Colleen, appreciate it. The first piece before us, was there a second on the hybrid? 2,000, next year, 2,000, to go 17, 19. It's been moved and second for enrollment on a 2,000 first year, rolling it into, so 17,000 first year of the next term, 19,000 second year of the next term, 19 going forward.
On the motion,
On
Mr.
the piece,
On the
Counselor.
price, I just think that, the price, I mean, there's money there, I just think that it's not gonna be, I don't like to be fixed in at a certain price, because who can know what's gonna happen in 2 years? So I think the 17,000 and 19,000, you know, it could change, so I don't want to be locked, I don't think we should be locked in on these prices, so I'm voting no.
Okay, so it's been moved and second to accept the proposal, the hybrid proposal, that the first year of the next session would be 17,000, second year of the next session would move to 19, leaving the salary at 19. Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
No.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hanlon.
Yes.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
No.
Counsel McKinnon.
No.
Counsel Napolitano.
No.
Counsel Sechetta.
No.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
Counsel Capone.
No.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
4 yeas, 7 nays, that is filled. Next motion before us has been moved and second to enroll us at $19,000. Clerk will call the roll. 19,000.
Counsel Delasola.
No.
Counsel DeFlorio. No. Counsel Hanlon. Counsel Mangan.
No.
Counsel Marchese.
No.
Counsel McKinnon.
No.
Counsel Napolitano.
No.
Counsel Sechetta.
No.
Counsel Sani.
No.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
Counsel Capone.
No.
0 yeas, 11 nays. Mr. President.
0 yeas, 11 nays, that has failed.
Mr.
Clerk
President.
will revert back
Mr.
to
President.
Counsel Simonelli.
Can I vote for reconsideration on number 25? With a hopefully favorable action.
You can't make.
You were in the losing side. You cannot move for reconsideration, Counselor. No.
No.
You have to be on the prevailing side in order to move for reconsideration. Seeing nothing, clerk will
I mean,
read.
Counsel Simonelli was on the prevailing side.
Was he on the, no?
Yeah,
he-
oh, I'm sorry,
no.
you needed 2/3. No, he
Yes.
was not on the
No, I
prevailing
voted
side.
for. I voted
Yes,
yes.
no,
Yes,
it was,
but yes
and it
lost.
failed, so you were not on the prevailing side.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
The,
lost.
Somebody else
the
wants to
clerk
do
will
it?
read item number 4.
Item number 4. Item number 4, an order sponsored by Council Freak Components President to create a tax title collection revolving fund. This revolving fund will allow the city to account separately for the expenses of processing tax title accounts, all of which are fully recoverable upon the redemption of tax titles and sales of real property acquired through foreclosure of tax titles.
On this piece, the chair would not see this as a routine matter, but it's up to the.
To the
It's
next
been-
meeting?
It's been moved and second to lay item number 4 on the table to our next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You've laid item number 4 on the table. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 6.
Item number 6, an order sponsored by Council Freak Components President in accordance with Section 5-1 of the Everett Home Rule Charter, City Council adopts the Everett Administrative Code as most recently amended.
Whereas this.
Chairman, do we
If
plan to-
if I may, from the chair, before we entertain anything, I'd just like, for clarification purposes, I believe where this is amendment, I think the clerk has told me that we need to have a public hearing on this.
That's
So
also recommended.
the proper motion the chair would entertain would be to refer this item to the clerk in order to schedule a public hearing.
Refer this to the clerk on, to schedule a public hearing.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second to refer this item to the clerk to schedule a public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have referred item number 6 to the clerk. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 7.
Item number 7, petition for lodging house license from David A. Molly, DBA Fennels Lodging House at 336 Broadway.
Is all the paperwork in order, Mr.
All
Clerk?
paid, no license appears unless everything's,
Okay. Clerk informs me that all the paperwork is in order. What's the pleasure of the council?
Police?
Hmm?
Police record?
yeah, less than a page? Far less than, previous. If the, a little over a page. If the
What-
council would like to see it?
Mr. President, I'd like,
Councilman
actually
Mangan?
like to see it, before I vote on it, because, being, I know on the Board of Aldermen in the past, being on there, there was some discrepancies, and I honestly personally think that, especially with these rooming houses, I'd like to see these people come in front of us on a yearly basis, but that's just my opinion.
I don't have a
Would you like to refer that to the board license?
Yeah, committee.
Is that the pleasure of the council?
Committee of Business and Community Development.
Second?
It's been moved and second to refer this item to Business Community Development. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? You have so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 8.
Item number 8, petition of junk deal license from Harvey Cop, DBA HHM Metals, 337 Second Street.
Mr. President,
Mr.
if I may,
Councilman.
if it's not too late, unless anybody has any objections, I believe a lot of these are just renewals, so
Let me double, make sure.
if it's possible to take...
We'll just have our clerk double check and make sure.
Except for item number, we already did item number...
12, I think.
12.
Yep.
And item number 13 is,
A new one?
yeah, they're moving across the street, so yes.
Okay.
So 7 through 11.
Excuse me, 8 through...
8 through 11.
8 through 11, Mr.
Sorry.
President, I'd like to make a motion that we take them all as one favorable action.
It's moved and second to suspend the rules and take items number 8 through 11 collectively and vote favorable action. Clerk will read items 8 through 11.
8 is a junk deal license, Harvey Cop, DBA HJM Metals Incorporated, 337 Second Street. A junk deal license, Stephen Strogoff, DBA Second Street Iron and Metal, 285 Second Street. Junk deal license, Colin Kelly, contact for Polarized New England LLC at 69 Rover. Petition for mechanical repair, auto body repair from Rocco Vigoriti, DBA New England Body Works at 41 Mystic.
Second.
Moved and second for favorable action, that the clerk call the roll and record each vote individually. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Del Sol.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Counsel Hanlon. Yes. Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon. Yes. Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sachata.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Nine yeas, one nay.
9 yeas, 1 nay. You have granted the petitions. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 13.
Item number 13, petition for set-class motor deal license from Rumble Agua, DBA Supreme Cars, 152 Ferry.
Motion to send it to license?
Yes.
It's been moved and second to refer item number 13 to Lights Committee. All those in favor? All those opposed? You've referred item number 13. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number
18.
18.
Item number 18, Legislative Affairs Election Committee report, the city government returned 90% of all revenue derived from wind project funds to the taxpayer base, with a recommendation refer back to sponsor.
Accept the committee report?
It's been moved and second to accept the committee report. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? What's the pleasure?
Sponsor.
Moved and second to refer back to sponsor. All in favor? All opposed? You have so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 19.
Item number 19, Legislative Affairs and Election Committee report. Creighton General Court consider establishing a statewide law requiring all fire hydrants be flagged in winter months with fluorescently highly visible reflective 7-foot rods flags to ensure emergency crews can locate them at night or in the snow, and to assist snowplow drivers and highway maintenance personnel to see and avoid damage to the hydrants and or vehicles and their operators. Recommendation refer to the Fire prevention with requested report back to findings of city council in 1
Accept the
month.
committee report and place on file.
Been moved and seconded to accept the committee report. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On the piece itself?
Report, request,
Refer to file.
a 1 month and refer to fire prevention.
It's been moved and seconded to refer to fire prevention and, with a response in 1 month. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 21.
Item number 21, Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety and Service report. The Mayor's Office report to City Council Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety and Service every 3 months on the progress of the casino surrounding areas, construction, and traffic developments. With a recommendation, refer back to sponsor.
Counsel Hanlon? Would you like to hear the committee report, Counsel? We'll have the clerk read the committee report on item number 21.
Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety, and Public Service met on Monday, April 6th. Meeting was audio taped for the record. Members present were Council Sal Sacchetta presiding, Councilors John McKinnon, Richard Delasola, and Michael Mangan. The committee considered resolution offered by Council Richard Delasola. The Mayor's Office report to the City Council's Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety, and Service every 3 months on the progress of the casino and surrounding areas, construction, and traffic developments. City Solicitor Colleen Mahir, Assistant City Solicitor David Rodriguez were also present. Councilor Delasola remarked that this was the biggest thing that happened to the city of Everett and wanted to make sure that the city council is kept up to date on all ongoings of the project. Mr. Rodriguez explained that once the new Office of Game Accountability and Development is up and running, they would provide updates on a regular basis through the new department website and social media accounts as a means of being completely transparent through the whole process. He noticed that this was going to be a long, complicated process that included teams of people from the local, state, federal levels, as well as consultants and contractors. He assured the committee that there was a lot going on now with regards to environmental, land dealing, and transportation issues. He discussed in detail the recent delay to the project relating to the environmental impact review by the Mass Environmental Protection Agency, and explained that this was the 4th environmental impact filing by Wynn Resorts, and that MEPA was agreeable to 59 things, but still wanted clarity on 3 things which would necessitate another environmental filing by Wynn Resorts addressing those 3 issues. Mr. Rodriguez informed the committee that most of the contaminated soil on site were removed so an underground garage for 3,000-plus vehicles could be constructed, but he assured the committee that no trucks with contaminated soil would be driving through the city of Everett streets under the city's watch. He explained that no construction permits have been pulled as yet, and outlined the city's attempt to develop a budget with the city audit that would cover all city department casino-related expenses to be covered by Wynn Resorts in lieu of permit fees. He welcomed the committee to review thousands of pages of documents related to the project in his office and acknowledged that the city meets weekly with the Wynn people to review all aspects of the project updates. He was agreeable to conducting a monthly informational program on ECTV on the project, so he felt it was important to avoid any miscommunication. He informed the committee of the revenue projected from the host agreement and explained that the city was still working on revenue projections once the casino was in operation. He reminded the committee of the upcoming job trade fair potential construction jobs with preference to City of Everett residents. The committee voted to report back to the City Council the recommendation, refer back to sponsor.
Pleasure of the council. Counsel Hanlon.
I have no idea why that was referred back to sponsor. That's one of the best committee reports I've ever heard. Matter of fact, I think we should keep this in here. This kind of a thing should happen every 3 months in the Committee on Government Operations and Public Service. I think it should stay in there. I don't know why we want to get rid of it. That's a good report that we got.
Yeah.
Why do we have to walk down the street and people ask us, what's happening? We should-
Oh, John, microphone. Counsel Hanlon.
Why should we have to walk down the street and people say, I heard that this was gonna happen, when we have the results over here, we know what's gonna happen every 3 months anyway. So I think,
Why don't we have it delivered here? Instead of going
we can have it delivered to the council.
That would be the recommendation that would make from the chair. Rather than having go into a committee, you might as well have a report to the council of the whole.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make a recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that we refer this, that we recommend to refer this back to a sponsor, hoping it does not prevail. Second.
He wants to speak.
Okay.
Counsel Delasola, yeah.
I agree with Councilor Hanlon. I'm gonna maybe I'm wrong, refer this to our next meeting in second meeting in June, and we get a report from Dave Rodriguez on the casino, and we can make a plan on how many, if it's every 3 months, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm going to refer it to the second meeting in June.
Okay, so you want to refer this to our second meeting in June?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Yeah, as long as you don't refer it back
It's-
to sponsor. Withdraw my motion.
Okay. It's been moved and second to refer this item to our second meeting in June. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have referred the item to our second meeting in June. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 22.
Item number 22, Committee on Governmental Operations, Public Safety, and Service report to have a person from Comcast to come and explain the increase on the Comcast bill with a recommendation to refer back to sponsor.
Accept the committee report and refer back to sponsor, Mr. President.
Second the motion.
I'm sorry, Counselor, what was that
Accept
motion?
the committee report and refer back to sponsor.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to accept the committee report, refer back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You refer item number 22 back to sponsor. Clerk will read the next item of business,
Committee
item
on
number
Government
23.
Operations, Public Safety, and Public Service report to amend the present rubbish disposal container lots to allow use of large, heavy rubbish bags for the months of January, February, and March, while you're having to drag out sometimes snow-buried receptacles. A recommendation refer to the City Services Commission with request to report back at the second City Council meeting in April.
Counselor Marchese.
Favorable action, I believe it's going to become the second. Favorable action?
There's a second to accept the committee report, refer to city services, and with a report back to our second meeting in April.
Next week, okay.
Okay. Oh, Second meeting in April.
It'll be the next meeting.
Next meeting.
27th.
All in favor? All opposed?
All right.
The ayes have it. You have referred to the City Services Commission with a report back for our second meeting in April. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 24.
Item number 24, Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety, and Service report, administration consider skeleton crew at City Hall on Fridays due to increase the same, with a recommendation referred to the mayor with a further request that mayor report back to the sponsors on what it would cost to have the City Hall open on Friday with skeleton crew, as well as if he is agreeable to advertising a special telephone for when City Hall is closed on Fridays.
Councilor DeFlorio.
Refer to the-
Chairman, we know, we're not looking to cause any problems here. We know that a lot of City Hall is open through union workers and union negotiations, and, but I do believe that we should have, like, Somerville and all the other surrounding cities do have special numbers that people can reach at odd times, or in the evening, or weekends, or holidays. Because I know the constituents call us, and we get the job done no matter what time it is, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, because we're very fortunate that the chief of staff is always available and always answers her phone. And sometimes I don't think it's fair. You have an emergency and you're texting the chief of staff at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, she has 2 young kids. So I really believe that we should have a number that everybody should reach, the outside people and ourselves. So I'd like to refer this to the mayor to see, to come back
Second.
with something the next meeting. Maybe he can come up with an idea.
Is there a second on it?
Second motion.
It's been moved and seconded to refer this item to the mayor with a request for response by the next meeting. Is that correct, Counselor?
Yes, sir.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 27.
Item number 27, ordinance sponsored by Councilman Capone, an ordinance amending the animal control laws of the city of Everett. With favorable recommendation is further amended with revisions proposed by Council Capone, enrolled as amended, sent back for attainment.
On the piece?
Favorable action.
Moved and second, favorable action. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilor Delasola.
Yes.
Councilor DeFlorio.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Mangan.
Yes.
Councilor McKinnon.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Councilor Sachetta.
Yes.
Councilor Sani.
Yes.
Councilor Simonelli.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
It's an old sheet. Councilor Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, you have ordained. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 29.
Item number 29 is an order sponsored by Council Fred Capone as president, transfer $94,066 from budgetary fund balance into the following city accounts to fund salaries and expenses. It's a newly created Office of Game Accountability for the remainder of fiscal year. Salaries $67,500 and expenses $26,566.
On this.
Tabled until such time as mayor submits it.
Thank you.
Yeah, later.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The proper motion would be to lay this over because this is related to item number 5.
Yes.
Actually,
Yeah.
well, item number 6, rather,
Yeah,
where we
Mr.
need a
Chairman,
public
that's what I
hearing.
was
so-
gonna motion is that we lay this on the table until after the public hearing, and we've had a chance to vote on the administrative.
Second on that motion.
It's been moved and second to refer this item to the next meeting following the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have so moved. Clerk, read the next item of business, item number 30.
Item number 30 is resolution sponsored by Council Michael K. Marquez. The Water Department produced all abatements issued in 2013, 2014, and have a member of the board appear at the April 13th meeting.
Is there
Councilman
anybody
Marchese.
from the Water Department?
Maybe
Mr.
it's 7
Biscay?
o'clock.
No? You don't have anything on this? Oh, thank you.
Would you like to have the chief of staff up?
Yeah, motion made to have.
Move and second, have chief of staff up. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have so moved. Thank you, Melissa. Councilman Marchese.
That the chief financial officer does have reports to give to you tonight, however, no one was available to come from the commission, so they asked if you could just lay it over to the next meeting. But he
Okay.
does have reports for you.
So what would you like to?
Is there a second? It's
So
been
if you'd
moved
like,
and
we could
second
leave
to
the
invite Mr. Viscay up. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Viscay? Thank you.
If you'd like, we could leave the reports with you tonight, and then you could ask the questions based on those
That'd be great
reports.
if you leave the reports tonight for the 2 years.
Oh, yeah, is that all you want?
Well, until we ask questions for the next one if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Are there any questions before we do that? Seeing none, we'll excuse customary thanks.
Do the reports,
Thank
okay.
you very much. Reports will be left with you, councilors. Council Marchese, what's your pleasure?
I guess to just to.
Do you want to lay it on?
Table to the next meeting, and we'll have some questions out of it. We'll go through the
Second.
the set things.
It's been moved and second to lay this item on the table till our next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have so laid item number 30 on the table. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 31.
Item number 31, resolution sponsored by Council Michael K. Marquez. It found out how much money the city pays to outside lawyers disregarding casino issues to prosecute and defend the mayor of Everett.
Council Marchese.
Yes, Mr. Biscay, if we could, motion made, have Mr. Biscay before us.
Is there a second? Move and second to have Mr. Viscay before us. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have Mr. Viscay in for us. Thank you very much. Council Marchese.
Yeah, Mr. Biscay, ask you to see, how much does the city pay to have their outside lawyers? I believe we have, after the appointment today, we have 5 on staff. And do you have any kind of
with regard-
figure of what we're paying outside legal fees?
For that particular item, there's no money's been expended for that particular line item. We have outside lawyers for a bunch of different.
For what particular item is that? Well, for none regarding defending no one in the administration?
Right.
Okay, but you have outside lawyers. What do you have outside of that?
I mean, we have lawyers for.
Do you have $1
different-
million a year, 500,000?
No, I think there's a small,
This is item number 31.
31.
Okay, the question is what we spent for outside.
Lawyers. Yeah, disregarding the casino lawyers.
Would you like to have the mayor before us?
The motion have the mayor before us?
It's been moved and second to have the mayor
Second.
before us.
Yes.
All in
Maybe
favor?
you could help maybe
All
enlighten us a
opposed?
little bit.
Oh, I'd
Have
like
the
to know
mayor
why
first.
you would write prosecute the mayor. I have not been
I didn't say
prosecuted.
prosecute the mayor, I said defend the
Maybe
mayor.
you should be.
Maybe I should be.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen,
Oh,
before,
really?
Right.
gentlemen,
I don't
gentlemen,
think this is the place for that.
gentlemen,
Yeah.
before this
You
gets
got
out
away
of
with the
hand,
cheap stuff before, don't
Yeah,
start
sure,
tonight.
sure, Council.
gentlemen, before this gets out of hand,
Please.
prosecute
I'd like to know why is this on the
prosecute is an
calendar?
improper term.
Why
because
is it on the calendar written like that? I'd like to actually
Wasn't
ask a question to
prosecute.
the entire, I'd like to ask a question to the entire membership.
Everybody
Why
calm
is-
down.
Why is this gentleman, loose term, being allowed to write some of these ordinance, resolutions on the city council calendar? I was a city council for 14 years, and I was president for 4 years, actually.
there any-
I would never
Okay.
allow
Is there any-
someone
is there
Allow-
any money been
someone
spent?
to
Councilors, please-
disrespect
please
another
allow
elected
the mayor
official in
to-
the community. This person is crossing the lines. You read his Facebook post about me? I think he's crossed your ethics laws on your own. You should be sanctioning this gentleman.
Really?
Yes, you are. You're very
Everyone,
fresh.
please, no cross
I
debate.
won't even
The only-
reply where you should be right
Yeah,
now.
okay.
Councilors, Mr. Mayor, please. The one thing I can speak to that is there is nothing under our current rules that stops or allows a president or any other member to stop something from going on the calendar. Under the old rules, there was some sort of supervision in place. Under the new charter, the president, under our present rules, the president has absolutely no authority. Any member can contact the secretary and put whatever they want on it, and then it's up to this body to decide whether or not they're going to entertain the question.
I think he's changed those rules. 'Cause I
Yes.
beg to differ. I
Yeah.
mean, I think that the terms he's using is all out trying to degrade me
Yeah.
and all the hard work I've
Well,
done. in the city,
prosecute is
and my
not-
family.
Prosecute.
We all
From
know
the-
what he's done in this
Yeah.
community.
From the chair,
Many mayors
prosecute.
in the city.
Okay, let's try to keep the personalized out of it. Prosecute is a poor choice of words, unfortunately, on this piece, because it's only the government that can do that. We have nothing to do with that. The piece is there. Is there anything else anyone wants to say?
No, I mean, is there anybody that's been here to prosecute and defend the mayor? If there's none, say none. Okay, you agree, that's good. Because I know, I believe there's something in the charter that did say if in the event that anything did happen, that there would have to be knowledge given to us if anything happened in the mayor's office. Tell me if I'm wrong on that piece. That's, Mike, is there a piece in the event anything happened in the mayor's office, they would have to come before us and notify us?
Something in what do you mean?
by
If you just
something
clarify
happened?
that.
What do you mean, Counselor?
The event there was any prosecution against the mayor's office, that has become common knowledge to us, and that's all I'm asking on that. If you go through that there, find something in there.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know if our
Me
clerk
neither.
is
The
aware
only
of
thing
that.
is, obviously, the only restriction, Counselor, is if for some reason there would be a felony conviction of some sort.
That's all I'm
Yeah.
implying.
Right.
And to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been anything of that
All right,
nature.
same it goes for us too, Cal, so it's okay, it's the same I'm asking, because I'm asking to find out where the legal fees come. I find a lot outside legal work being done. Now, you have 5 lawyers here, no one seems to be doing the legal work that comes before us.
I take an insult to that. You're saying
I'm
my
sure you
staff,
will.
my staff's not doing their job. My city solicitor, my
No,
assistant
I
city
probably
solicitor.
doing a great job, maybe they're
Okay.
overburdened with work, because I put disregarding the work that's being done at the casino work, but every time I come up, I seem to find a different
Okay.
attorney here.
If I may.
And I'm gonna stop
if-
the cross debating right
Okay,
now.
no, and I
I'm done.
appreciate that, Counselor. If I may, under our rules, Rule 34, we're supposed to be respectful to our guests and guests respectful back. So if there are questions that want to be asked in a respectful manner, with a request that is pertinent to the question or something that is permissible to be asked, by all means, other than that,
I'm just gonna make a motion for back to sponsor, if I could.
Mr. President,
Counselor-
your
Counselor
member
Hanlon.
of the city council has made public comments and publicly written on his Facebook and made comments to you all in the back room and out in the street
Well,
and
all I-
degrading me and my family for years.
Mr. Mayor,
Why don't you grow up?
All right, listen, gentlemen, please.
You're a clown. You don't
Please,
have-
gentlemen, I can't entertain what's on Facebook. I can only deal with what we have here in the chamber. I understand.
Be ashamed of himself.
I understand your feeling. I think that
You understand my
prosecute,
feeling?
I
I
understand,
don't think you have.
prosecute is improper.
Absolutely improper.
So,
Excuse the mayor, thank you.
Counselor Hanlon, did you have any questions or
Yeah.
no?
I'll go home, Mike.
Counselor Hanlon, did you have any? Counselor
Give me 10
Simonelli.
minutes.
I don't have a question for the mayor, but I
Do you have a question for the mayor?
No, I don't. I
You
have a
don't,
comment.
okay. Excuse the customary, thanks, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Simonelli.
Yes, so, I'd like to say it, I'm not supporting the mayor or not, but I think what's happening here is very personal, which shouldn't have been allowed in the council, and it's like a witch hunt, and it's gotta stop. I mean, the guy is not accused of anything, if he is, okay, but this should have never been on the calendar, and I agree with the mayor, it's disrespectful, and I have to just tell you the way I feel, and it's wrong, and it's gotta cut out, that's what's matter with this council, they're all witch hunting with different people, and it ain't right what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. The point I made earlier, there is nothing that allows the president to review things before they come on. If a council puts a piece on, it comes on, and then it's up to this body to respond however they feel is appropriate. So the motion's been made to move and second to refer back to sponsor. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? You've referred that item back to sponsor. Clerk will read the next item of business. I believe it's item number 36.
44.
Oh, I'm sorry, item number 34.
Item number 34, resolution sponsored by Council Rosa de Florio to request that the mayor consider looking into having computer classes for residents of all ages.
Councilor DeFlorio.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm looking to do is, unfortunately, I've had only 2 people that really, really want computer classes, and they've been asking me for the last year, seeing that we don't have any more downstairs. And I don't expect the mayor to open up a class for computer classes, and and put someone in there to spend money. That's not what I'm looking to do. But I know down the senior center, I believe they have computers, and they have classes for seniors. Now, unfortunately, this person that's really been begging me is not a senior. She's 55. So I'm asking the mayor if he could please make it, we don't have that much request, if he could consider having just one or two people go down to senior center to learn the computer. I don't expect an answer now. We want everybody to calm down. And please refer to the mayor's office with an answer back in 2 weeks.
Second motion.
Counsel Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just, everybody knows, I mean, I've been down there once in a while, but the library, I believe they do stuff down there, down the square, and they have several computers down there, so, I mean, there's access there, and I think there's, you know, if they go in at certain times, I think there's people there that can help them access, and so I'm guessing, I don't know exactly what they're looking for, so to say that, because if we're gonna say we're gonna open up and have classes, well, what classes are we talking about? You know, how much is it gonna cost to do these classes? I mean, are they looking to do basic, get on the internet, or are they looking to do Microsoft Windows and Excel and all this? I mean, they can get costly, so, I mean, I don't know if there's something we certainly wanna think about before we move ahead with this.
This is someone that just wants to learn the basic computer.
Okay.
Basically, how to turn on a computer,
Yeah.
go on the internet,
Yeah.
how to Google.
Yeah.
It's just basic. There's
Yeah.
nothing to do with Microsoft, because all that stuff is also taught at the high school where you can go to
Sure.
night class. So this is just a
Counsel,
basic-
you've got a motion referred to the mayor's office. It's probably a
Please.
good place to do it, and he can see if there's anything he can figure with that. So the motion before us is to refer this item to the mayor's office. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You've so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 36.
Item number 36, a resolution sponsored by Councilor Fred Capone, that a representative from Verizon appear at our first meeting in April to discuss reason for delaying responding to the displaced Verizon wires that are hanging in the public way on Thorndike Street.
If I may, from the chair, Verizon took care of this for me, so the chair would entertain a motion to refer back to sponsor. It's been moved and seconded to refer item 36 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred item 36 back to sponsor. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 38.
And number 38, resolution sponsored by Council Rosa DeFlorio, City of Everett consider offering early retirement incentive program similar to what the state is proposing.
Make a motion to refer to the mayor's office.
Second.
And answer back on next meeting.
It's been moved and second to refer item 38 to the mayor's office with a request for response next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You've so referred. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 39.
Ordinance, 39 is an ordinance sponsored by Council Fred Capone as president. In order for the inspection service inspectors to be able to cite for violations under the plumbing, electrical codes by issuing tickets in accordance with Section 13A of the revised ordinance, the City of Everett, the following code shall be added to Section 13A, Code Compliance, Section 13A 1E, for the Massachusetts Plumbing Code, 248 CMR 10, and 5, the Massachusetts Electrical Code.
Refer to the next meeting? I don't think we can vote on this
Well,
tonight, Mr.
you-
Chairman.
Yeah, actually, you can, because it's not a final vote. Under the charter, we couldn't vote a final vote. It's enrollment, so you could vote favorably if you wanted. If you wanted to lay it on the table and get
Make a
more
motion for
information, it's
favorable
fine.
I'll rescind my vote. Favorable
What's the pleasure?
action.
It's been moved and seconded, favorable action.
Chairman, on
Councilor
favorable
Hanlon.
action, I can't go along with favorable action. This says, in order for the inspection service inspectors, okay, to be able to cite violations for plumbing and electric. Who has the qualifications to do that? Who knows electricity and, what's the other one, plumbing? And plumbing. I mean, you just can't have one of these guys that go out looking at barrels and saying that they can do, anybody can answer that? I don't know. Well, I mean, but they can't do that, you know, I mean, how would we,
Would you like to have the city solicitor? It's a valid point, Counsel.
if she knows the answers, yeah, have them come forward.
The poor thing, look at her. Colleen, we're just going to wheel you over there in the corner. Counsel Hanlon.
No, I don't know any, I mean, can you explain what this ordinance is, Colleen?
Sure, under the codes that you would be adding to the ordinance spells out who can enforce those ordinances, and in the plumbing code, the city plumber can enforce the code, and under the electrical code, the city's wire inspector, who also has to be an electrician, can enforce that code.
Okay. We have one electrician in the city. Is he gonna be also running out doing inspections?
It would be the inspector of wires.
Well, okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much. All right? Mr.
Any other
Chairman,
questions?
Yes.
I really have to think about this for a while, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other questions of the city solicitor?
Yes.
Seeing none, thank you very much, Colleen. Council Simonelli.
I'd just like to mention, I think, I don't know why this is, I mean, it's here, but I think that we have a building inspector and the fire department. I don't think we need this, and like Counselor Hanlon said, you know, are these guys qualified? Probably not, you know, so, you know, and another thing is it's enough getting so bad now. They're going in people's houses. It's getting like I don't know what they're doing, but they're just going in people's houses. I think it's getting a little out of control, and the people losing their privacy here. And this is not a good thing, the way to do it. Keep it the same way. Thank you. Yeah, building
Council
inspector.
Marchese.
All right. Okay, well, all right. I'm
Okay,
sorry. It was the
councilors, please, I know it's been a very long night.
Council, I agree with you, and I think we should
Through the chair,
look at
please.
what we've created there.
Council, through the chair,
And how
please.
bad it's-
Council, through the chair, please. Yeah, through the chair, please, though.
Oh.
Thank you.
I believe what Mr. Simonelli's saying, that we should take this back, that we've created a monster in the city that doesn't infringe on people's privacy, and it's a little thing that if you don't fit in, they can go after you and get you.
That's right.
And it's like everything else in the city. There's certain people can have barrels overflow, they don't get tickets, certain people who do. It's all, everything here is starting to become, whoever doesn't kiss the ring gets the problems. And it's a shame.
Favorable action on?
Okay, before we do anything, the clerk has informed me that we need to actually amend this from 13A-1 E to D. It's going to be amended to section D. Yeah. All right, it's moved and second to amend this to read as 13A-1D. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Second.
On the piece itself, it's been moved and second favorable action. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Counsel Hanlon.
Absolutely not.
Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marchese.
Nope.
Counsel McKinnon.
No.
Counsel Napolitano.
No.
Counsel Sechetta.
No.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
No.
Counsel Capone.
No.
Four yeas, 7 nays, Mr. President.
4 yeas, 7 nays, the matter is failed. The clerk will read the next item of business, item number 40.
Item number 40, resolution sponsored by Councilor Richard Delasola, the City Services Director, appear next meeting to explain why contractors are leaving equipment on the streets overnight.
Council Delasola.
Yes, I don't see anybody here from City Services. What I was looking at, the contractors are in, this issue is mostly with the contractors for National Grid. If you go up and down the streets that we have right now, the work being done, they got a backhoe, a dump truck, sand. I went out on Vine Street today. They're taking up about, I'm not exaggerating, 8 to 9 parking spots. They leave the equipment overnight. I'm in this field, I know how it is. During the week, I guess I could get by with having leaving the equipment there overnight because they're working on the street, but not on the weekends. I just don't understand why they have the equipment over the weekends, and there's nowhere to park in Everett as it is. But they have a backhoe and dump truck and a pile of dirt, cones around it over the weekend. It just makes it harder for everybody to park. So I'm gonna refer this to next meeting and hopefully have someone from City Services appear again, the director.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to refer this item to our next meeting with a request that City Service Director or someone from City Services appear. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You have so referred. Clerk, read the next item of business, item number 41.
Item number 41 is an ordinance sponsored by Council Freddie Capone as president. Revised ordinance of the City of Everett, Massachusetts, hereby amended by modifying section numbers as listed below to read as follows. Section 1-4A3 is hereby amended by striking out the text of this subsection in its entirety and replace it with the following: a preamble of explanatory nature stating the reasons and intent for the proposed ordinance or reciting the facts leading to the proposed ordinance.
What's your
I
pleasure?
can explain that, if you'd like.
Would you like the clerk to explain that?
Yes.
City Clerk, would you please explain?
if you've noticed before, especially whenever you've served on a committee, a lot of times somebody will send something to committee and you'll say, what was their intent? Imagine that same thing happening 5 years, 10 years from now, when you're no longer on the city council or whatever, people looking back at your ordinances. All this does is require, before you submit an ordinance, to include the whereases. Hey, whereas this is happening and this condition exists, and so you're giving a reason why you're submitting that piece of business. And that way, when people go back, they know what your intent was. And it helps in legal situations, and it also helps, you know, in amending and in writing the ordinances. It doesn't become part of the ordinance, but it does become part of the permanent document and shows what your intent was. So all it is it's requiring the members of the council who submit an order or ordinances to include some kind of intent on it.
Second?
Moved and second. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio. Yes. Counsel Hanlon. Yes. Counsel Mangan.
Yes.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sechetta.
Yes.
Counsel Sani.
Yes.
Counsel Simonelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays you have enrolled.
I'm sorry for not giving you a heads up on that one,
That's
Mr.
okay.
President.
I read it and I knew exactly what it
Okay.
was, so I was good. The clerk will read the next item of business, item number 42.
Item number 42 is the ordinance sponsored by Council Michael Marquez to establish a victim fund for taxpayers who feel they are unfairly treated regarding property and water and code enforcement. This gives the taxpayer the opportunity to hire a lawyer to fight against the government, which has unlimited funds.
Counsel Marchese.
Yes, as being a past and a present victim of this, I've been fortunate enough that I have the funds to defend myself and my family. But there's people out there that, as Mr. Simonelli said, having their privacy invaded. You have young people who can't afford to live out on their own, moving home into apartments they had down the cellar. You have older people moving back to take care of their senior parents in places that may not always be the perfect apartment, but they've been there for 40 or 50 years. And this is something that these people need. If you have the person or the elder person has a person who takes care of them living downstairs, why should they lose the liberties of this stuff because of this organization we put together? I think that a victim fund should be put together for them, for people who need it. Like I said, I was fortunate that I can fund it, but there are people out there that would need money. And I think it's something that we should think of. Whether we vote on it tonight or not, think about it. If it happened to you or it happened to someone you know, didn't have money.
Counsel Florio.
I believe that if there is a problem in the house where a parent does have to move back and go into a basement, you can go for a special permit. And I think the board knows better on how to vote on that. To me, we want to fund an attorney.
We want to keep
So I'm gonna sue the city, I can afford an attorney, so you're gonna pay an attorney for me. The taxpayer is gonna pay an attorney for me to sue the city.
Well, the victim fund will pay them back their legal funds when they take the chance against them. That's what it'll do. If you have to go into court and pay $2,000 or $3,000, you win. A lot of times you're not getting a fair deal up here. So the only way you get a fair deal is go to a impartial courthouse. So if it costs you $5,000 or whatever it costs you, at least the victim fund will provide you with your money back when if you win. If you don't,
Well,
you won't
then
get
you
the
know
money.
what we do?
Okay,
Why don't we
please, no
just-
cross debate. You've got the
sorry.
floor. You've got the floor, Counsel.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Why don't we just get rid of code enforcement, get rid of the city solicitors, and let's do whatever we want in the city? Let's move 40, 50, 60 people in departments. I don't understand what we're trying to do here tonight. I really don't.
Couldn't figure you would.
Counsel
Yeah.
Sani.
Thank you.
No, I do understand.
Oh, Counsel,
That's all I'm
it's
saying.
been a long night, Counsels, please. Counsel Sani.
I don't think the taxpayers should be paying for other people's problems. I think that everybody has their situations, and they need to deal with it as it comes to them. If someone needs a lawyer, there's actually free lawyers out there that they can get to if they cannot afford one. There's lawyers out there that does pro bono. There's also small claims they can probably go to, if depending on each situation. I cannot put taxpayers' money in a victim's fund for something like this when there's issues I cannot support this. Thank you.
I saw a hand up on the left. Was it Council Mangan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Council Sani. I mean, it would be a nice thing, but I don't think it's feasible. I mean, for instance, water, there's an abatement process, there's a commission you can go in front of, property, there's zoning, and, I mean, like I said, with code enforcement, I mean, there's always things of appealing, and like I said, to sit there and fund an account so somebody can go back after the city, I just don't think it makes sense. So, I mean, I can't support this. Thank you.
There was a motion made. Was it second?
Mr. Chairman?
Council Hanlon.
I'll second the motion also, but however, you know, I don't think we're looking at the person that may become a victim of this, and unjustly so, and would have no money to go to a lawyer. So maybe the thing to do with this here would be, and just as a thought, to have a fund like this for the person, so the person could protect themselves. But if they lose in court, they don't get any money. If they win in court, at least they can say, well, we were covered, you know, and that way there, it would be the city that would have to pay because the city would be wrong. I don't know if I can put that in the proper words or not.
You're right, John.
But that's what I'm trying to say, you know. I just don't want anybody to come in and say, I got fined $10 for my barrel, I'm going to court, and you're paying for it. Because they would certainly lose that, you know. But, I mean, if someone has, I don't know, a person in there, whatever it is, I think it should be worded some way in that if they want to come in and they want to, you know, take a chance at it and think they're right, then we could give them the money for a lawyer. But if they're wrong, they don't get anything, they have to pay it themselves.
Council Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly respect my Council Hanlon's, you know, his feelings on this, but again, we get into a situation where, I mean, are we gonna pick and choose if we put a certain amount of money in there, and let's say we put $100,000 or whatever it is, and 100 people use it up right away, the second half of the year or whatever, all of a sudden more people need to use it, and we don't have the money, then we're telling people we're gonna fund it for some people and not for other people. I just think it's going in the wrong direction. So I mean, you gotta either fund it for everybody or for nobody, and I don't think we have the funds, and I don't think we should be funding it for everybody in the city to be able to come back and sue the city because they have an issue with, you know, water bills or anything else. Thank you.
Councilor Napolitano.
I think there's merits on both sides of this, and I think it's something that could be hashed out in greater detail in committee to put particulars. I mean, to Councilor Mangan's point, yeah, if you have a bunch of people that all win and exhaust the funds, see, that doesn't tell me that we have a problem with the funds. That tells me we have a problem with the decision processes that have created a problem that have forced these people to have to go to court. That's not the issue here. The point is, I think it's a good idea to research this in greater detail, see if we can come up with some type of terms, or policy, or procedure that makes this thing fit. So it's not so it isn't a quick fix thing for the person who's disputing a, you know, $50, ticket. You know,
Jim.
I mean, I think we need to take it in greater detail, and I don't think that it's complete enough to be able to vote on tonight. But I think it can go to committee, and in committee, it can be hashed out and possibly at least reviewed for a decision whether this has any merit.
Councilor DeFlorio.
Mr. Chairman, most of the ordinances are written by us, by the city government. The administration follows the ordinance that we write. So if we don't like an ordinance that's there, let's change the ordinance. But creating a fund for, I mean, I don't get this. Everybody owns the city, okay? The city is not a private contractor or a private company. We, the taxpayer, own the city. So to put a fund together that I'm gonna pay for someone that says they can't afford it just because they have nothing under their name or just because they put everything under their kids' names, I have to pay for that? I don't think that's fair. So if there's an ordinance that you don't feel that's fair, change it. Let's change it. We put the ordinance together, the administration does their job and follows the rules and directions of what we tell them to do. Now we're telling the administration that we don't want them to do their job anymore. We don't want code enforcement anymore. Cut it. Get rid of the ordinances.
Any other debate? What's the pleasure of the council?
Yeah, no, I was
Council
going to
Hanlon?
ask if I could have our solicitor, please.
Is there a second?
If she's still awake.
Moved and second, have a city solicitor before us. Can someone wheel Colleen up?
Just stay here, there's only 4 more items, I'm sure you're enough for all of them.
You look familiar. If you could please speak to that, Ms. Solicitor, I would appreciate it.
I'm not even sure that, and I was whispering to Rich, I'm not even sure that under municipal finance law, you can even have this type of fund.
It's a private matter, correct? Councilor Hill.
I have one question. Supposing we don't have this kind of a fund or anything, and I sue the city and I win, and it's for $5,000 in damages, and I win, the city's gotta pay me that. Can they also pay my legal fee?
I think it depends on the, yeah,
Whatever the court says?
yeah, but I also think it depends on the claim, the type of claim.
Well, whatever it is,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I win the claim. You know, they're gonna pay me $5,000 for whatever it happens to be. Can they pay my?
And a lot of those claims go through our insurance company too, so.
Yeah, oh, well, we're not gonna do anything with this anyway, but.
Any other questions?
No further questions.
Seeing none, excuse customary thanks. Thank you very much. What's the pleasure, councilors?
There was a motion.
Motion?
Send this to committee.
Well, the solicitor just said that we probably could not do this. If you want to put it in committee to look into it further, you can, but it seems like it might be a waste of time. But it's up to the body.
Why don't you refer back to sponsor?
That's up to the council.
Make a
Motion
motion, refer
made.
back to sponsor.
Moved second, refer item number 42 back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred back to sponsor. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 43.
Item number 43, an ordinance for Council Michael K. Marquez to establish an ordinance to prohibit politicians and candidates for mayor, city council, and school committee from taking donations from all city employees, including school personnel, all licensed businesses, and all service companies that have to go out to bid.
Would you like to have the city solicitor before us?
If she'd like to come up, sure.
Moved second to have the city solicitor before us. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Colleen. Council Marquez?
Colleen, can this be done to create a transparency in the city of Everett?
My first thought is that there might be some sort of constitutional issue, and a violation of one's First Amendment right
And what right would that be?
to be able to support a candidate for office.
To be able to speak, okay.
Mr. President.
I don't
I can
see
look
it.
into it further if you want
I
to.
wish you could.
This is on
Do you want to speak, Leo?
Yes, I do want to speak on
Do you yield the floor, Councilor? Council Marquez, do you yield the floor?
I yield the floor, yes, I do.
Council McKinnon?
Through you, Mr. President, to the city solicitor. I had the assistant city solicitor up, and he said that we could actually do this because it's strengthening.
Well, if I
At that
may,
point.
if I may clarify on that point,
Yeah.
I think when that was done, it was on as a resolution. This is on as an ordinance.
Okay.
Last time this was before the council, this was on as a resolution, and it's, I don't want to take your job, but from the chair, my humble opinion would be, it's free speech, First Amendment, you can do whatever you want to do. Where it was coming in as a resolution, it was basically something that we were requesting. It's just a recommendation, nobody was bound by it, it had no effective law.
So it had no merit on it.
That, it was okay to let it go as a
Okay.
resolution. But as an ordinance, I think you have a different situation, and I'll defer to the city solicitor on that point. But I just wanted to clarify that last time it was in front of us, it was
Thank
a
you.
resolution as opposed to an ordinance. Council?
Could I amend this to change it from an ordinance to a resolution?
Sure.
That would be my wish to amend this to an...
Do we have any questions for the city solicitor?
Excuse, Councilman, thanks.
Seeing none, thank you. And I hope that's the last time we pull you up tonight. Okay. So, if it's a resolution to an ordinance, yeah, I think you can.
Yep.
If we were amending from a resolution to an ordinance,
Yep.
I think you'd have a problem. You'd have to resubmit.
Resubmit it.
Going from an ordinance to a resolution because it's a lesser document, I think you're okay. So, was there a second on amending this to a resolution?
Motion be to change it from an ordinance to a resolution.
So moved and second to amend this to change it to a resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Take a voice vote.
Yeah, chair's in doubt. This is just to amend it. This isn't, so this is just to amend it to resolution. We'll have the clerk, if you could please do a voice vote. If you vote yes, you're voting to amend this to a resolution. You're not voting for it, you're just voting to amend it. Clerk, call the roll.
Counsel Delasola.
Yes.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Yes.
Counsel Hammond.
No.
Counsel Mangan.
No.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sachetta.
Yes.
Counsel Stein.
Yes.
Counsel Spinelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
Yes.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
9 yeas, 2 nays. You have amended this to a resolution. On the piece, is there a motion?
Favorable action?
Second
Is there?
motion.
Favorable action on what?
On the motion to do what with it?
It's a resolution, same thing.
Vote on
Let's
it.
read it.
Resolution is to establish an order.
It's a resolution to establish an ordinance.
Send it to committee.
So it's up to the pleasure, whatever you want to do.
The motion made to send to the Committee on Administrative Affairs.
Is there a second?
Second.
No.
Legislative?
Yeah.
It's been moved and second to refer this item to legislative affairs. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Roll call
Chairs,
vote.
chairs in doubt, we'll have a roll call vote. If you vote yes, you're voting to send it to committee.
Counsel Delasola.
No.
Counsel DeFlorio.
No.
Counsel Hammond.
No.
Counsel Mangan.
No.
Counsel Marquez.
Yes.
Counsel McKinnon.
Yes.
Counsel Napolitano.
Yes.
Counsel Sachetta.
Yes.
Counsel Stein. No. Counsel Spinelli.
Yes.
Counsel Capone.
No.
6 noes,
5 yeas, 6 nays, Mr. President.
5 yeas, 6 nays, it has failed. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 44. Oh, that was to refer it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you have the piece before you. Is there a motion on the piece?
Make a motion to refer it back to sponsor.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to refer item back to sponsor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You've referred it back to sponsor. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 44. The democratic process in-
Item number
at
44
work.
is an order sponsored by Councilor Michael K. Marquez. The MBTA consider moving the present bus stop in front of 181 Elm Street down 50 feet near the existing fire hydrant.
Council Marquez.
Yes, and Elm Street, there is a right next door to the next corner after the Elm Street Bakery, there's a bus stop. Bus stop can be moved down to the left where the fire hydrant is, and then we could do the 20 and 20 on either side of it. It would free up 4 spots. It would help big time up there for the bakery and for the businesses that are there. I guess refers to the MBTA.
I just got,
Mr. Clerk? Would it be to refer that to the MBTA, or would it?
No, first thing we would do that, I'd amend it to say that the MBTA move the present bus stop in front of 181 Elm Street down 50 feet near the existing fire hydrant, pass it and then send
Well,
it.
in the middle, put the fire hydrant in the middle of the bus stop.
Right.
There's no parking there anyhow.
I wouldn't ask them to consider it because it's the city council that determines the bus stops.
Okay.
I tell them to move it. You know what I mean? Change it
Sure.
rather than consider.
Amended to move as
Yeah.
opposed to consider.
Motion made to move it, scratch out consider, put moving,
Move the bus.
no, just scratch out consider.
Yeah, and then change.
Moving to move.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
let's get
It's, let me, on the amendment. It's been moved and second to amend this so that it just reads that the MBTA move the present bus stop, et cetera. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You have amended the piece. Councilor Delasola on the piece.
Just a comment on the bus stops.
Yeah, but-
I had the homeowner Inglewood at Elm Street. I think, Mike, they talked to you too. I tried to move that. I talked to MBTA. I talked to Jerry in the mayor's office, and it's not as easy as you think. They have to be 500 feet apart, if I get the number right, each bus stop from each other. And the ones that were moved is where the barber shop is now, after where you were talking. And they moved that to the other side of Inglewood at Elm Street. And they complained about the exhaust going in from the buses going into the windows. And I made phone calls, and I couldn't move it. I mean, maybe coming from here might be a better shot. But I did talk to the MBTA, and every bus stop has to be a certain distance from each other. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay. Thank you, Counselor. Any other discussion? It's been moved and second favorable action is amended. Clerk will call the roll.
Council Delasola.
Yes.
Council DeFlorio. Counselor Hanlon?
Yes.
Counselor Mangan?
Yes.
Counselor Marquez?
Yes.
Counselor McKinnon?
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano? Counselor Sechetta?
Yes.
Counselor Sani? Counselor Simonelli?
Yes.
Counselor Capone?
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. President.
11 yeas, 0 nays, you've passed the order. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 45.
Item number 45 is an ordinance sponsored by Council Michael K. Marquez to consider combining the Assistant City Clerk position with the City Council's Administrative Assistant position by amending city ordinances upon the retirement confirmation from the Assistant City Clerk.
Counsel Marchese.
If I may, it seems that instead of bringing someone in to train at that job, we have someone who's very knowledgeable for it, which is our own administrative assistant. And it just seems that we could save the taxpayers $100,000 a year, the retirement, everything, just by wearing the two hats and maybe giving our present administrative assistant just a bump. I believe she can wear two hats. She's a brilliant lady, and I think that would be nice.
Counsel Della Sola.
I think it's a great idea, but the only question I have is, can not her personally, but could this be, there's two jobs be handled by one person? That's it, we have to
Good
look, I
question.
think we have to look into. I'm not sure if both jobs combined, if that's too much. It's just a comment I'm thinking about with this ruling here.
Okay. Counsel Mangan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if this would be considered a conflict of interest. One, because there's information that gets passed here that we deal with, or whoever the council deals with on a certain basis with so to take time away to say, let's say, for instance, the assistant city clerk has something going on down in the office, and we need the administrative assistant up here at the same time, what sets priority? But also, and the city clerk, Mr. Matarazzo, maybe you can answer this, is that, there might be a time, for instance, God forbid, you were incapacitated, that the assistant city clerk would take over the election, correct?
I'm incapacitated this evening.
That's always normal. But I just think it would be a
Yes, that's
conflict
true.
because, so how could the administrative assistant run an election?
It's a good point. It's a good point,
But
Counselor.
thank you.
Counsel DeFlorio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I was going to say the same thing. I think it's a great
That
idea.
you're incapacitated?
Oh, I was born incapacitated, and the council added to it. But the problem is, like on a Monday night, we know our secretary's back there doing the committees. What if she needed in both places? I think there would be, so maybe this is something that we should think about, and in the future, maybe,
I think it's a good idea. I think if we're going down the future, we're gonna say, okay, we wanna get a raise. I think we gotta show the people who are saving money somewhere to get a raise. I mean, instead of, we vote on a potential peace day, it may cost the city $200 million. I mean, I have a hard time, spending more money.
Yeah.
well, it's good to spend $200 million and then save $5,000.
Yeah.
I
No,
think that's
all good
really
points.
being financially responsible.
But Counsel Napolitano has the floor.
Thank you. I think that we're missing one very important facet in this discussion. And to that statement, I would like to ask the city clerk a few questions, if I may.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Matarazzo, obviously, you run that department.
Remember now, Counselor, he's semi-incapacitated, so I don't know what
Might not get the
quality
correct
you're going to
answer.
get for answers, but.
I've known the clerk a long time. Nothing's changed. Thank you. We are appearing all night tonight. Tip your waiters. Seriously, honestly, you run the department. You're well-versed in both positions. Is this a feasible suggestion? I mean, I respect Council Marchese's request.
As it is now,
but
most of the council stuff is what I do. What the assistant city clerk does by ordinance is whatever I pass on, whatever I direct the assistant city clerk to do. And in this case, it has been for the last 6 years or so, it's been licenses. She handles most of the licensing, all the paperwork you see tonight, all the licenses that don't appear before us. She does most of the licensing stuff, is what she does. The council stuff basically has fallen mostly on me.
And it's
freed me up, quite
Is it now
frankly.
common knowledge that there's going to be some changes in your department? Has that
Yeah,
been-
I mean, it's not finalized.
Right. What do you see as qualities in an assistant city clerk? Should you be in a position to be interviewing and looking for someone as a replacement?
All I can say, tough act to follow. I mean, somebody who puts her head down the second she gets to work and doesn't stop until the day's over. I mean, a great example, if you have, I was telling somebody today, if you have a flammables license, it goes with your land, and there are people out there who had their tanks removed from their property but still have a flammable license. When she had nothing to do for 5 minutes, she went back to like 1910 and found everybody who still has a flammable license on their property but isn't paying for it because they don't have any tanks. And she contacted them all to say, if you want this to go along with your land, you know, you have to register every year in order to get money back coming into the city on this land. I mean, it's someone who just takes their own initiative and goes and, that's what I'm gonna be looking for, that person is gonna really take things on their own initiative. Dog tags have gone from 600 a year, 600 dog tags a year to 1,000. Yeah, I'd love to take the nod for that, but that's not me. That's her making sure letters go out, following up. Hey, you didn't answer the letter. Hey, you know, we've sent you two. You know, if your dog's dead, prove it. You know, that kind of. But it's her. I mean, I'd like to take credit for that, but I can't.
All right, thank you.
It's not an initiative type of person.
I just thought that, you know, we're talking around the position, but here we have the department head right here with us.
Yeah. Sure.
If we're not asking him his opinion directly, then we're missing a valuable resource.
Sure.
Thank
you,
you.
Counselor. Counselor Hanlon.
Just to add on to what our city clerk said, that she puts her head down and she doesn't raise it until it's time to go home. That's because she has to, not because she wants to, because the job is there. And he should have asked not what he thinks as the city clerk, should have asked him what he thinks as the assistant city clerk, because that's what he was for a long time.
Yeah.
And he'll tell you, he worked his butt tails off too. So it's not a job where you can just say, give her some more work or give someone else all of her work. It's not
It
gonna work.
really is.
Counselor Marquez.
Just very quick. And it'll probably be up to you,
He
Mike.
knows. He knows.
And, you know, I'm just saying, we changed over from our bicameral to the existing. Is there more open space that one person can wear both hats? Who is very knowledgeable about everything? Are we gonna bring someone and train them from scratch and get nothing out of it? That's
Right.
what I'm looking for. If it can't be done, it can't be done.
And it's, you know, it's something that's up to the council to decide whether they want to discuss
I
that or
don't know
not.
if we can by charter.
Maybe not.
So that the issue would have to be
Yeah.
sent to
Yes.
Might
legislative
want
affairs.
to,
if-
yeah, refer it to committee and look into it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's probably what I'd be looking for. And if it's capable of doing it, Mike, and you would, you know, that would leave it up to you. So the motion would be here to send to legislative affairs.
Second motion.
Okay.
Moved and seconded.
Yeah, right, as our clerk committee says, informed me, there is no opening, but in terms of for future purposes, if you wanted to discuss it, you could. So we've got a motion, if I have it correct, it's been moved and seconded to refer to legislative affairs.
Aye, oh, aye.
All in favor?
Wait till the
Opposed?
position becomes a big.
Because you have to find out if you can actually do it.
It's been referred to committee. The clerk will need to read the next item of business, item number 46.
Item number 46, the Common Council worksheet. Two items, one sponsored by Council Michael Marchese, Traffic Commission, enforce no parking here at the corner. Laws at the following locations, request of area of emergency or fair emergency situation. 35 Birch, 20 feet, no parking at corner of Birch and Clarence on Birch Street side of the street, 8 Clarence Street, to enforce no parking near the corner. Refer to the Police Chief and Traffic Commission. Another one by Council Michael K. Marchese, city address needed repairs of sidewalk between 8 and 10 Norwood Street. Refer to the DPW.
Chair will accept the motion to accept and refer to the various
Make a motion
departments.
to refer to the respective departments.
All in favor?
Yeah.
The second, moved and seconded, refer to various departments, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You have so
Motion to
referred?
adjourn.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn and bring this happiness to the end. All in favor? Opposed? You have adjourned.